Hey everybody, how are you doing? As always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. Oh snap! It's the Marvel Show.
Oh
What's
snap! I
up?
get the reference. I know the reference. That's Thanos.
Yes, but is it from the movie or the comics?
It's Thanos.
It's Thanos. It's
It's
from both,
Thanos.
actually.
It's from. I should have guessed. I should have guessed.
Well, I didn't want to goop that one up. I wanted to get it right.
I love it. I think Goop is going to be here to stay, and I
What?
think that's fantastic. Hashtag packs. Hashtag pack. All right.
Yes,
Let's go.
yes. Hashtag packs, everybody. So, Manu, did you mean to say goops in the chats before we started the before we started the
No, I
show?
meant to say oops, but then it turned into goops, and I mean, and then I just, and it was appreciated.
It
The
was.
goop, we're goopy now. We're a
It's.
big group of goopies, man.
It has permeated the chat.
Naj, what
We
up?
got
I
all our friends.
love it.
What's up,
West Coast
Naj?
Avengers goops, there it is. I love it. Goops time.
It's been
Zen, what's up?
how you goops doing? Yeah, goops. There it is. Yeah, it is in the dictionary. Naj is right.
It is.
Confidential. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't either. He gooped up, and now here we are.
Sometimes our mistakes are our greatest somethings.
Yeah, that's right. Another man's mistake is another man's treasure, right?
Yeah, that one. Exactly.
Well, if you're new to the channel, this is the Marvel Show. We go live every Tuesday night to talk all things Marvel, with a particular emphasis on Marvel trading cards and Marvel comics.
Indeed,
You,
indeed.
you never know where the show may go. Oh, look,
You never know.
Goops
But as
Assemble.
long as it's us, who? Oh, Goops Assemble. I love it. Aslan, what up?
Goop evening,
Cardboardology. Hello,
everyone.
my friend. Hey, Cardboardology. Congrats on that pickup. We'll talk about that later. Something cool.
And we'll do that.
Yeah.
Our friend here, Aslan, he's got COVID. We hope you get better, bed. Hope the
Oh,
show
oh, yeah.
helps in some way. Got a
Absolutely. I hope it
fun
does.
treat for you all tonight. Eat Your Marvel says Marvel cards and collectibles. When you go live, we get hit with at least 10 seconds of commercials we can't skip. So we miss the beginning of
Oh,
the conversation. Well, goodness
no.
gracious.
Oh, I never thought about that
I
because we're
don't
live and they're playing a commercial. That's unfair.
that is unfair. Look, I mean, not everybody I guess could do this, but I purchased YouTube Premium like 2 years ago, and I
Mm.
cut my cable like I to offset, and I've never looked
Oh, yeah.
back. I haven't watched an ad on YouTube in quite well since COVID, really.
I did not know that's what YouTube Premium. I didn't know that was one of the advantages of it. I had no
Yeah,
idea what it was.
zero ads, and yeah, and there's some other things too. Like I think like YouTube will continue to play in the background even if you toggle off of YouTube. That might be one of the benefits as well.
Oh, no, that was just an update to the app because I
Okay.
noticed you had a video where you did that once and I was like, mine doesn't do that, and now mine does that. So
Okay. So they updated
it's
that.
yeah, it's one heck of a way to keep you consuming all kinds of stuff all day long, like we need any more. Naj asked what was on the mug. The mug has a web on it, and this is what is it called? A cauldron? What do witches make stuff in?
Cauldron. Yeah, that's right.
This is a
Naj
cauldron.
would know
Yeah.
what a cauldron is.
Yeah, this is a cauldron. This is a cauldron, and I got a web on it because because we're symbiotes, we're black suit Spider-Man, and
That's right.
it's Halloween. Yeah.
I love it. It's also cold, man. I had to wear a hoodie because I'm actually cold, not for style.
Oh, it's not the uniform tonight, it's function.
Yeah. Well, here, let me say this. If I can figure out a way to get YouTube not to do the ads, yeah, I'll do that. But
Okay.
I'm not sure how to do that yet. See, Matt got my joke. You missed it.
Where was it? What was the joke?
I
Witchy
said
Naj.
Naj would know what that is.
But I still don't understand it.
The cauldron, because she's a witch. She would know. It was a joke. It's
Oh,
not. I
is
don't
she
mean it.
Naj? I not oh I think I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, I get it now. I've caught up. I am a vampire. Naj is a witch. It is Halloween.
There we go. She says yes, I am. She owned it.
There you go. There you go.
Have you watched Werewolf by Night on Disney Plus yet?
I don't have Disney Plus, so no, I have not.
Disney minus.
Disney, yeah, oh my gosh, Disney negative. No.
Oh
That's
man,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Manu knows not humor sometimes, Matt says. It's true.
Well,
It's true.
your brain's engaged, and so you just miss what I say
Let
sometimes.
me, can I, can I want to just tackle this at the top of the episode really
Let's
quickly, if
do
you
it,
don't
man.
mind.
Let's get out of the way.
This is no, this is something else. There's something we're going to get out of the way later too. But if there was a comment left last week that was brought to my attention, and if that gentleman is in the chats with us,
Mhm.
or if he watches this later, I forget his name. I'll look at that later. I just want to say I apologize for any misunderstanding. There was a part of our episode last week where I brought up people that messaged me about their sets of cards in binders,
Mhm.
right? But the context of that conversation was only like 30 seconds, and it was very
Sure.
specifically about grading. So if you missed the thing about grading, it can sound as though I'm bashing on cards and binders, but I'm
Mhm.
absolutely not. I have so many sets and binders. Justin has so many sets and binders.
Mhm.
We love and respect all of that. But in that particular conversation, the context was grading. And the humor in that cynicism at that moment was that people communicate with me about how they have so many sets from when they were young. And since they're in binders, they assume they're perfect. There you go. Proof right there. And since they're in binders, certain people assume they're perfect. And the joke there was go ahead and grade it and let's see how perfect they are. Now, again, that is not a negative on cards and binders. That's not a negative on collecting. That is just to say that, like most of us, we learn about grading from making
Mhm.
some errors. And the gentleman that left the comment also went on to say that why would we bash cards and binders? That's not why they're poor condition. They come out of the packs rough. And that actually helps make my point to our friend that left that comment, because people assume just because they came out of the pack and went into the binder, they're perfect. Well, there's a variety of elements that are keeping us from a perfect, which is the fact that they're manufactured imperfectly, and binders can over time do some damage as well as when you slide them in. So I just wanted to say thank you for that comment. We love all sorts of card collecting. Yes, I can be a snob about my PSA 10s, but don't get it twisted, guys. I got all kinds of cards and binders and everything. So I just wanted to tackle that real quick, and I hope our friend is doing well if he's here with us tonight.
But what you're saying is that the cards you have in the binder, you don't intend to grade.
I've gone no, I don't. And I've gone through my binders and confirmed that, even though I was a pretty detail-oriented kid, there's very few out of a set of
Mhm.
150 that are worth grading. But you could open a box right now, and there are very few that, oh, and when I say worth grading, to me personally, I'm trying to collect tens. And so anything's worth grading if you deem it worth grading, but
Mhm.
I'm looking for tens, right? If it shows a little bit of white, I might not submit it, even though that might slide as a 10. I just want to hedge
Are
my
you okay
bets.
with a 9.5 in a CGC slab?
I'm not actually, no. I'm not even fine with the pristine 10. If there's a higher grade from an establishment, I'm gonna go for that one. And my
Ooh,
my my
that's
thing for the
interesting.
perfect 10, but it doesn't apply. It's contradictory and it's hypocritical, or no, it's contradictory because it doesn't apply to my standards with comic books. I do not shoot for a 10 in comic books. I don't even want a 10. Oh well, like I say, if it
Right.
happens,
It's because
great.
it's
I love
impossible.
it.
Yeah.
I do not shoot for that. But when it comes to cards, these are actually things that can be so near to perfect that they can earn something
Mhm.
that is almost perfection, right? It's only one thing, it's not a bunch of pages, it's one thing. And
Mhm.
it can achieve that perfect 10. So that's what I would be going for. Um,
Mhm.
and yeah, so with CGC, I would be going for a perfect 10. With Beckett, I would be probably going for that as well, but I can't see myself grading with Beckett, so I'm not sure. But you know
Mhm.
what? There's something interesting about a 9.5 in Beckett. It has a lot of respect. It just does. A Beckett
Mhm.
9.5 holds a lot of respect, and I don't think a CGC 9.5 is quite the equivalent yet. And over time, it might be perceived as such. But yeah, so for CGC, I'd be going for a perfect 10. For Beckett, who knows? I don't know. I don't have it. I don't know. But for PSA 10s, definitely 10s. I saw a PSA
Yeah,
6.5 today. I did not know they had 6.5. I
they
saw one
do.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen that one
Anyway,
before. Well, so the PSA 10, from a grading scale is graded similarly as a 9.5 in
yeah,
CGC and
correct.
BGS.
Correct. Yep.
They don't have a pristine or perfect that I'm aware of. I think I've seen something before from CGC where there's like maybe it's like a third party given that, but
From
where
PSA,
there's
you mean?
yeah for PSA.
Right, right. There is a
But
third party actually. There's an establishment that
mhm,
gives it the, oh, this is actually, a 10-10,
10 10 10 10 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
but my point is you can you're getting the 10 and there's the
Hmm.
satisfaction in the whole number, like the 10.
Hmm. Yeah,
as a grade because they don't have 9.5s. Like
they don't.
even though it's the card condition is the same potentially as the CGC
Potentially, yeah.
9.5 and the BGS 9.5. So for you, it's about just what the grade communicates on the slab, not as much the card in the slab. That's what I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
I mean, it's definitely an emotional thing. It's definitely a perspective thing, right? Because I know a PSA 10 is imperfect. PSA 10 is not a Beckett Black Label 10, right? And what happened here?
I'm laughing. Jordan said I was confused. I was confused why you would send it to BGS while there's other options out there. uh,
Oh,
there,
oh, oh.
there are some cards that look really good in the BGS lab. I own some of them, and I appreciate it.
Yeah,
CGC has just changed some things for me recently. Just been really enjoying their slabs. That's all there is to it.
yeah. And I want to stay on this subject for a little
Mhm.
while. I do enjoy. Well, we have my first CGC slab ever. It's still in a package here because Norin
Oh.
Fausto Sketch, the head honcho at CGC Marvel Cards, has told me that I cannot open it until we're on the air today. Now we're on the air today, so I will open that today, and we'll see how I
Mhm.
feel. This is going to be my first time physically seeing one, physically holding
Okay.
one, and everything. Now,
Interesting.
from my impressions online, I don't like them without subgrades. Quite
Mhm.
frankly, I think they look imbalanced. I don't like the label. You
Mhm.
add those subgrades, all of a sudden, I think design wise, it looks more complete and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious to put this in my hands to hold this. But I will say, even if I become a fan, which if I honestly am, I'm going to honestly be, it's not going to take me away from PSA because there's something about PSA I really love. There's something that I
Mhm.
appreciate about how sort of it just looks kind of, I don't know, just I can't describe it as anything other than PSA. Like the
Yeah.
label just looks like an evidence ticket, and I kind of dig that about it, right? And so, but I know a PSA 10 is not a perfect card. I kind of like that about it. I don't like 9.5s, but I have respect for both sort of grading scales. As long as there's an
Mhm.
appreciation for the fact that they're different, I like that. But I wouldn't go risking a bunch of CGC 9.5s and trying to turn them into PSA 10s. I would not do the reverse crack. I just
Mhm.
wouldn't. There's a chance it doesn't happen. And so anyway, that's enough of me rambling about that. We'll get into
No,
some.
I love the topic, and we'll get in more whenever you open up your package here in a little bit.
Okay, cool.
AJ15 says the Spider-Man metal sign poster in your background, custom made. I love it. It is custom made. It's actually made of metal. The
I
the
didn't know that.
the thing that is painted on is made of metal, and so it's really a cool piece of the gold one of one.
Yeah.
Sydney, good afternoon. Uh,
Hello, Sydney.
so West Coast says, instead of subgrades, I'd rather see them put the artist name on the CGC slab. It's such an overlooked piece of the card. And
Man, that's a good point. The artist name.
but I have a different argument. I would rather not see it on there. I would
Hmm.
rather see them put it on the card itself, like they did in the 90s. In
Yeah,
the
it just
90s,
has to have the identification somewhere. You look at a card these days, you literally have no idea who made whose art it is.
you have no idea. And I don't even know if the story that's on the back is actually going to go with the image that's on the card.
Well,
You
we
know?
know it's not for some sets. Yeah.
Yeah, for some of them. And so, I'm with Dave, West Coast Avengers. I do want to see the artist's name, but I don't want the grading company to have to do that work. I want the work to be done by Upper Deck, who puts together the set. Let them put the artist's name on there.
I can appreciate that. I think what I took from West Coast Avengers comment is that the name should be recognized someplace. I mean, we
Yeah.
should know who drew the art. Jojo Yojimbo said a couple things. He said perfect 10 or pristine 10. I would go for a perfect 10. It's not that I would turn down a pristine, but knowing that there's a perfect out there make me feel like I'm missing out. And then it says pristine 10 is basically their 9.5 and perfect 10s are their 10 10s, but they also have a 9.5. So I can't say pristine 10 is their 9.5 because they also offer a 9.5.
Mhm.
But that's an interesting comment. Maybe there's more to that. Maybe I missed some context.
Yeah, I'd have to look at their grading scale and like compare them together to truly come down to it. But I think the CGC grading scale is similar to BGS's. I think.
Oh,
Mo
there's a
said,
beautiful. Oh, did you pull it up? Yeah.
yeah. Here, I'll read it and I'll let you respond. I love both of you guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
what you do for the hobby. The knowledge you provide is what got me back into the Marvel world. I have a huge problem with Upper Deck and the quality of their cards. Mo, we're here with you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely, Mo.
This is something that we've talked about. We've talked about on the stream. I've talked about at length. I've been not like I've been vocal about my issues with Upper Deck and just how I think they're fumbling a great opportunity for the most part. Uh,
Yeah.
and they're aware of that. It's probably why they haven't talked to me in a month. But here we
Oh,
are. That's okay. It happens.
and it does happen. We're
Mhm,
dealing with personalities. We're dealing with all
mhm,
kinds of. There's a lot of dynamics at play. And Mo, thank you so much for the kind words. I'm so happy that we have some part in your journey in the Marvel world. Like that's awesome. And in terms of the quality of the cards, I think I think yeah, I agree with anybody that's ever had the conversation that the quality is lacking. But I think I take it a bit personally, actually, compared to some of my friends, compared to Justin, compared to some other friends of ours. I have a tendency to do that. And the reason I do that is because I actually believe it's avoidable. And I know that it's assumable. I can assume that the reason we don't get the quality that ideally we would have in these products that we
mhm,
look forward to is for financial reasons. It's because the economics don't make sense. And it's hard for me to just become all corporate and say, well, I get that, because as a human, I'm like, man, well, that's just I wish it wasn't about being the biggest. Rather, I was going to say this on my story the other day, but I didn't because there was something I wasn't willing to reveal yet. But the idea is there are things that I would like to do, and there are things that I would like to start, and I would like to be successful. But my idea is not to become the biggest. I don't need all the money in the world. I don't need 1,000 employees. I don't need to satisfy every shareholder if the company's public. I
mhm,
probably wouldn't even want to be a publicly traded company or owned by one. I want to be the best at whatever it is that I do. I want integrity to be at the forefront of it all. Whether you're buying a $5 something from me or a $5,000 something from me, you should feel like whoever produced it gave the biggest crap ever.
mm.
Like really, really cared. And that's why I take it personally, because I can't open up a pack of something brand new that everyone's excited about and see it rough edges and chipping and think, wow, this company cares about us. I just can't do that. And so that's why I take it personally. And I hope to see that change. But if it doesn't, I will step out of myself and say, I get it. It is what it is. And as long as the community continues to trade them, buy them, sell them, whatever, well, then
Mhm.
it's going to continue that way. And it's not in my control.
Yeah, and I think I think I can speak here for Mo. Mo, let me know this is Indy Mo. He and I've had an extensive conversation over the phone. He's a very
Oh,
nice guy,
nice.
and
Dope.
since he says it here in the chats, I'm going to mention it. He said not after I spent six figures talking about having the issues with quality, and so let me put some color around this.
Mm,
He didn't
please.
just he didn't buy packs, open a pack, and decide, hey, the quality here is good enough that I'm going to make an investment, or the quality is bad here, so I'm going to stop and not make any further investment.
Mhm,
He purchased on ePack,
mhm.
where you can't really examine the condition of the card in a significant way, like eye to
Right,
eye. And
right,
so, because it's ePack, he makes a substantial investment and then later gets the cards home to discover that the quality isn't what he was expecting
right,
when he was spending the money.
right.
And so, Mo, if I'm misrepresenting, please let me know. But I think I'm. This is your point: is that you've made this investment through Upper Deck's EPAC process, only to discover that the quality control wasn't that great, and you probably wouldn't have made the same investment had you known that going into it.
Mm,
Um, we I think talked about it on the channel. We didn't make a huge to do about it. I didn't make a video with a thumbnail that says quality sucks or something like that.
right,
But
right.
we did point out regularly that the cards were miscut, that edges were chipped, that corners were dinged, that just this week it'd be too messy for me to try to find it. But I opened up some of Aslan's boxes, and one of his palladiums had the corner completely snapped off, like it was
Oh my
missing,
gosh.
like gone, like no
You don't have the
corner at
card
all.
with you? Oh,
I
well, you've
do.
described it. It's
I
okay.
do. Hold on.
I'm curious to see it. I'm curious to see that.
Uh, let me see if I can get to it quickly. And I did. All right. So I'm going to turn this camera on. I got another camera here. Add to stream, make big. Here we go. Look at that. That whole corner.
It's not there. It's completely snapped off.
Completely snapped off.
Well, that's the largest defense I've seen on a Palladium so far. We did have a friend who had one that was cracked, and this one is snapped off. So there you go.
Yeah. So it's it's a problem. Wow. That is for sure. Okay, I've got to get back to some of the comments here.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Collector. Let me do this real quick. Hey, Mr. Collector, how's it going? BGS 10s, black labels can be more valuable than PSA 10s due to scarcity. But a Beckett 9.5 can be worth as much as a PSA 10. CGC and Beckett both grade with subgrades. So actually now a great point. And I believe what he's talking about is the fact that to get a black label at BGS is
everything's a 10. All four aspects
all four 10. And it's real, like they guard that really strongly.
Oh, really, I agree completely. Everything Action now has said, I agree with entirely. A perfect the black label 10 is definitely superior to your average PSA.
I may get this wrong, so forgive me. If it's really important information to you, reach out to Cool Cards on Instagram, because it was his sell. His eBay account is Marvel Beckett Registry, so you may be able to locate the sell. But he sold a black label BGS 10 1995 Spider-Man metal card. I think it was a Gold Blaster for $10,000.
Wow.
Now, why is that important? That card in a BGS 9 is like $150. A card in a PSA 10 probably ebbs and flows from, I don't know, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, something like that. It may be more than that at some points, like $1,000 or whatever. But he got $10,000 because it was a BGS black label.
Where do you see black labels? They're not around like that. You know, they're a rare treat to see. And speaking of Cool Card Life, speaking of Michael, it's because of his passion for the BGS slabs that I've developed more of an appreciation. I still don't have any, but I have an appreciation. When I go to his page and I see how much trust and faith he has in BGS, I can't help but have some, because he don't play around. He's serious about the stuff that he loves, and he trusts that company. For a person that cares that much to be that deeply involved with BGS can have some of my respect, no question.
Yeah. And if he doesn't go out to New York again unexpectedly, he will be on the channel this Saturday, and we will be live on his channel as well, because what he's gonna do, and I think this is going to be a huge service to the Marvel card community, is we're going to open up packs. We're going to rip to grade. Okay, so we're going to open up packs. He's going to look at them and do a little bit of a preview of the cards. Then he's going to select the ones he believes will grade well, and he's going to send those off, and then he'll do another video where he reveals the grades. He's going to tell people how he looks at them from a grade standpoint.
He's going to be ripping and grading everything for a long time and documenting all of it. I love it, dude. I love it.
Our friend Bad Wizard says, do you think quality control is better on some Upper Deck products than others? For example, do you think the masterpieces will have better QC than metal? Well,
I agree. I think they will, actually.
Well, so they're made on better card stock. So that alone adds to it. So something for people to remember, although Upper Deck understands how the market has responded to the metal product, when they were reintroducing it with X-Men metal, they did not view it as a premium product. So they were not attempting to put it on premium card stock. And so the problem is we paid a price of a premium card and expect premium products. And so now with Fleer Ultra and with Marvel Masterpieces, Marvel Premiere, they perceive those as a premium product. They'll be on thicker card stock, and you should have better quality because of it.
Perfect.
Yeah, Mo says 95% of his colored cards and PMGs are damaged. He's tried to reach them, and they have ghosted him. That is
horrible. I didn't anticipate hearing. I figured the communication would actually.
Mo, message me when we're done, and I may be able to give you a direct contact. It may be one that you already have, but I'd love to try to help. So, Let's see
You
here.
just got that card, that Black Widow PSA Gem. Sorry, I'm speaking to
Yeah, the comment.
DO6237.
Where's our friend at?
You know, there are
Here he is.
some handles that are never going to make sense. They're always going to look like, something. Because how do you remember? And what am I supposed to even say when I read that handle? That's a DO6237.
I
It's
just
what it
say
is.
DO6.
I like that. I'm going with DO6. Yeah.
Yeah. Sin City says, in my opinion, PSA will continue to dominate the market share because they are light years ahead of monthly submissions. Sorry,
Yeah.
compared to all other grading companies. So that's an interesting thought because my brain processes that a little differently right off the bat, and it's because someone who's been in the collecting space as a seller for a long time told me, he said, hey, it's always that thing that people didn't want that becomes the most valuable in the long run. And
Yes.
it's
Yes, actually.
it's like if
Oh, wait,
everybody
but what
has it,
context are you saying that? Yeah,
well, I
sorry.
mean,
You're talking about.
it doesn't overlay in everything. Okay. But if there's a
Yeah.
lot of something and everyone has it, then it becomes less desirable over time in theory. Does that make sense?
It does, but we're talking about like this. I don't apply that same
Mhm.
mentality to the company that slabbed the product. I apply that mentality to the item. Like I don't
Right.
think
But
you go 20 years. Yeah.
But like tonight, I was looking at some of my 9DMU and I have the Jim Lee Wolverine. I didn't realize that those PSA 10s are up to 253 of them.
Okay. Oh yeah,
253.
yeah, yeah.
I paid
Yeah, yeah.
$300 for that back when there was like 110 of them. And now you can get it for buy it now 175 on eBay because it's more than doubled
Yeah.
in the pop report. So I'm saying like 10 years from
Um
now, sorry,
you cut out a little and I wanted to hear that bit. You said you paid 300 for it when
300
last year, I'm assuming? Like
last year.
mhm.
And the pop report was, I believe, if I remember correctly, was about half of what it is now. And now the pop
Yeah, if
report's
not
over.
less. Yeah, cuz it exploded. Yeah.
Yeah. So now the pop report's over 250. And I looked on eBay and you can buy it now for 175. And so what I'm saying is
Right.
other slabs that people have respect for the grades, if there's less of them in the future, may end up being the more desirable slab. That's all.
There's definitely a possibility there because you cannot avoid the psychology of a saturated pop report versus a thinner one.
Mhm.
Something that just has a few.
Yeah.
It could increase the desirability. I want to take a second and just hop into this chat real quick. Godly Comics, first of all, what's up? I'm gonna read a second comment first. He said, "I love Manu, but he doesn't love me anymore." Lies. I don't know what he's talking about. He just wants attention. Guy, you got my attention. I love you, brother. You know that. And then he says, let me guess, you guys talking about the Snap cards, their promotion that was big at NYCC. Spidey hits nose. Hey, Spidey, you get anything cool at NYCC? I'm going to let him answer, but I will say he got a bunch of cool stuff, including those pins that you put me on to. He's the first person to tell me about the pins. Even,
Yeah.
he's the one that told me.
Mhm.
What's the Snap card?
So it's not a card, it's a game about Marvel
Oh,
cards.
oh,
It's a digital game about Marvel cards. It came out today, I think, for the first time. And so yeah, the thumbnail and the title is a play on that. Oh snap! Because
yeah,
there's this Marvel game called Marvel Snap. This Marvel cards. It's digital. It's got fun art on it. So far, it's been a somewhat enjoyable game. It plays like a TCG game where you're putting your cards down and you're playing your opponent on a digital mat and you're doing power sets against one another. And yeah, and it's kind of fun. I'm curious to see if it has like any longevity to it, but at New York Comic Con, they had an amazing display. It was massive, absolutely massive.
oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's free to play.
Blanca, hello, Blanca, hi. Uh,
What are you laughing at? Like,
I
I mean,
saw another comment and I didn't even know. I don't even. Godly says he used to call me daddy.
whatever, dude.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man.
but
Oh,
but
that's
here,
funny.
like, I'm really impressed by it, and it just has me realizing the potential that Marvel Cards has. Because what if Marvel Snap turns into an actual trading card game, like a physical game? Like, what if it builds a massive following that, like the YouTube channel, I think already has like 17,000 subscribers already. And that's like, what if it turns into a massive following and then it turns into an actual physical trading card game? And what if that begins to pollinate people over into Marvel trading cards? So, I don't know. I'm kind of excited about it. I've enjoyed playing the game. I played it for 45 minutes this afternoon, but it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts our hobby, which is Marvel cards.
Right. Okay, very cool. I'm glad I got a little rundown on that. Walter Brunson said, so no Marvel masterpieces until 2024, right? And I'm just going to jump in and say, no, that was like a bit of confusion, like someone had delivered some misinformation. Justin, correct me if I'm wrong. There is still a scheduled set for sometime before 2024, correct?
So here's what happened. We were told, hey, not going to see Marvel masterpieces till 2024. What that person was actually trying to do was go ahead and confirm that they've selected the artist for the 2024 set, because masterpieces is supposed to come out every 2 years. Okay. And it had us think that they were saying that we were not going to get the 2022 Marvel masterpieces until 2024, but that was a misspeak. So actually, we are going to get the 2022 set. It will be in 2023, or to use Upper Deck's actual words, before 2024. And there is another set going up behind it for 2024. They're trying to get it cycled correctly.
Right. Right. Man, I'm excited about a masterpieces set. So excited.
And what's funny is the current artist for Masterpieces 2022, when they saw the first video saying it was not going to happen until 2024, they got upset because they thought that basically that they were being blamed for the delay. And they were like, hey, we're getting that art done quickly. Like the Marvel Masterpiece artist for 2022 is going to be done by the end of the year, from what I understand, with the art.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
You're all in the comments.
I get so sad when I miss the comments. Like I want to read them all. It's like, geez, I want a moderator me to go with the other me. Like I want to do it all, but it's tough.
Well, who's rivalry talking to? He says, now did you spend 200,000 on a product to collect, sell, or invest?
I mean, if we're talking figures like that, it must be Mo.
I mean, I have to let Mo answer that question if that's the case, but I wasn't
Right.
I was curious what he was responding to.
While that gets cleared up, I want to clear something up really quickly. We talked about that Joe Jusko book, right?
Yep.
FPG, Kickstarter, a couple of different tiers, $59, something else, $250, $260, I don't remember something, and then $2,500. $2,500. There are 104 paintings in this set, and Joe Jusko redid one of each of them for this book. And we were talking about what you get for the $60, what you get for the middle tier, what you get for the 2,500. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. They do actually give you one of the original paintings randomly for the $2,500.
Correct.
Okay, you knew that. Okay, because when I asked you, you said no. So I was like, well, that's
like live on the stream.
Yeah.
So here's the no. You're not guaranteed it.
I know that. You're not guaranteed which one you're getting, but you're guaranteed an original.
I'm probably answering your question correctly and not correctly. So there's only 104, but 300 people, 500 people are going to try to buy, and you're going to be able to buy, like not actually spend the money, but like be entered in. And then those 300 or 500 people will be randomly selected. And then the 104 paintings will be given to those 104 people. Does that make sense? That's the way I understood it.
I emailed him and he emailed me, and I understood
it's not the first 104 people.
Okay.
And unless they changed it, the way it was described to me is everyone will be able to enter the opportunity to buy it. The names will be randomly selected, and then the paintings will be randomly selected.
So they're going to sell a $2,500 package to more than 104 people?
They're going to get, yeah. And you're going to commit to it. And then they're going to randomly select those names because they don't want somebody with just the fastest internet being able to buy it up.
No, I understand, but it's really important to get clarity on this part of the question. Are
Mhm.
they actually going to let more than 104 people pay $2,500?
I mean, I imagine they're not going to actually collect their money, but they're
Okay,
they're randomizing somehow when you
that's
enter in the
that's
2,500.
that's perfectly fine. So everybody that does actually get their 2,500 into the system is
Correct.
going to be capped at 104, and each of those 104 people will get one actual original,
Mhm.
but you don't know which one you're getting.
Don't
And I
know.
was emailing with the person from FPG, and he goes, we had so many requests right away for the hot items, the hot images. Like people were like, we'll pay this for this, and we want this, and we want that. And we're like, we couldn't, so we have to do it completely random. So yeah, you're going to pay
Right.
2,500. And he said something funny in his, I won't say, anyway, he was just being, he said they're all dope. He said it doesn't matter which one you get, they're all Juice Store original, they're all
Right.
dope essentially.
But
But
did he in your email, did he mention that even the people that do get in the 104 is also randomized?
it is. You don't know which one you're getting
No,
because
no, not the painting is randomized. The who has the opportunity to buy the painting is randomized.
no, because you pay the $2,500 and that is your ticket to get one of the spots. You get a spot for 2,500 bucks.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so they're supposed to come on the channel and do an interview. I haven't
Okay.
solidified it.
Okay.
But anyways, just know that what was originally explained to me, and again, I think this has been a developing thing, is
Uh-huh.
that they're randomizing every aspect of it so that no one can take advantage of the system.
Right. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, you're back.
Mhm. Yep.
Um, Yeah, and then and then yeah, and that's all fine. Like all that technical stuff, like we'll get clarity on that. It was just last week when I was like 2,500 bucks and we don't get one of the originals, we get a print, and that threw me off. But it's not that's
No,
not the case.
that's
So now
not
I'm
it at
back
all.
on board. I'm like, yo, yeah, $2,500, and you're gonna end up with that Spidey or the Venom or the Wolverine. Like it's worth it. And I was having if you get the car, if you get the print that you want, and I was having a conversation with one of my friends. It was Andrew actually. Oh, I probably all right, I shouldn't have any I was having conversation with my friends and we were talking about how we appreciate the original artwork on the actual backgrounds much better than these ones with the
Mhm.
character removed and the white background. Not that they're not awesome, but like, yo, we love the cards. And so we were just making that comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do
But
we get on the board with that? Alonso, that's going to launch sometime early November. Right now, it's scheduled for November 1st, but that's not a guarantee. And it's going to be on their Kickstarter page. And then you just pledge 2,500 bucks and say, hey, I want in, I want into the big boys club, which Alonso, you're obviously going to be a part of.
Joe Joey says Overpower and Hero Wars, etc., taught me to never buy into the Marvel card game. Yeah, I mean, those were just overproduced Walmart cards. So, I mean, I don't
Some
think
of
those
them are really cool though.
the art's cool on them for sure.
Yeah, some of them are really dope. Absolutely.
Cam is playing here Marvel Snap right now.
Oh,
Uh, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Show you what I got at New York Comic Con. I don't have everything near me, but I think most of what Manu was talking about are these pins. And in fact, Alonzo wants me to open his pins live on the show. So I got
oh,
three
dope,
pins
dude.
for Alonzo. So let me do that now, actually.
What am I
Okay, let's hide
listening
that.
to?
Can you see everything well?
Yes, indeed.
So these pins, I think most people saw these, but they come in these packs right here. Beyond Amazing 60th anniversary. And, they show the ones that you're going to get, and then they have the two mystery pins. And what's interesting is I watched a bunch of these get open. I mean, a bunch. And the two red Spider-Man pins, those did not show up hardly at all. I mean, like I probably watched 40 of these get open, and maybe 3 of the red Spideys showed up. And
Give us your guess by feeling it, which one that is.
well, this one only has 2 pins. Oh, it's got a Spidey feel to it. It's got a Spidey
Okay,
feel to it. So
cool.
what I was speculating is that whoever whoever was in control of bringing these to the show just kept a couple of the Spider-Man boxes for himself. Lonzo, hey, is Lonzo here? Is he in the chat?
He is. He just said, "Let's go,"
Let's
with an
go.
exclamation
Yeah.
mark.
We spell that Geaux here in Louisiana. Okay. Here it is. We spin around. Boom. Oh, he got the mystery.
Nice.
He got Carnage versus Spider-Man.
Nice.
That's cool, isn't it?
Oh, and that's the other thing I wanted to say.
Mhm.
Whatever.
You
It is
got,
very cool.
do you not like it?
Oh no, I love that. I always get hung up on small details, like, and it's
Why
the thing
Spider-Man
is.
on one side and Carnage on the other?
Oh no,
With
heck
the
no, no. I love everything about this. Just
no,
when
no.
when
Spider-Man's
when
name is under Carnage, and Carnage's name is under Spider-Man.
oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Like if you were new to the character, you'd be like, "Oh, look at Spider-Man. He's the villain, and Carnage is the
Wouldn't
nice
that be
guy."
hilarious if this was someone's introduction to Spider-Man and they're like, "Oh, Spider-Man's the red slimy guy.
Yeah.
Cool." um, that's hilarious. No, like the Hobgoblin pin or the Green Goblin pin
Yeah.
was said to not have the same art as the card, and then I just went along with it, because I just
Uh-huh.
thought it was cool that you guys recognized that. But then when I looked at the pin, I was like, wait a second, it is the same art, and that's just me, right? Like if I
Uh-huh.
find out something was not accurate, I have to like be like, no, guys, that was not
Nope.
accurate.
You were wrong.
It
Oh
is the
no.
right.
He's
Get out of
stacking.
here.
All right. He's stacking them here. He's got two of the mysteries. See, and the person at the booth said that the mysteries were the ones that were harder to get. And I can't believe it because I haven't seen the Spider-Mans that much. So I know what this one is. I know what this one is. I can feel it. Come on now, open up for me. But I had to actually trade for my Spider-Mans because I didn't hit them.
Right.
I only hit the black suit. I hit it 4 times.
Joseph is asking if you're selling any of your pins.
Um, the only one I would sell is nope. I gave that to Manu. So no, I'm not selling any
Oh,
of
well,
it. But
thank you,
thank
my
you.
friend. Oh, I know which that is. That's that one.
That's this one
The one we were talking about just now.
because the pumpkin is its own pin. So you get
Yeah,
it,
I just want to give Sketch a hard time. I want to be like, Mr. Marvel. Oh,
Mr.
that's
Marvel
Stan
card
Lee. I can't
expert.
say that. Yeah, Mr.
Here,
Marvel card. How you
so
going to say it's not the right art?
here, I'm not going to defend him. I'm going to just say that I think someone else told him, and he believed the person because they generally know what they're talking about,
And
and
then
then
look,
that
that's what
message
happened to
spread.
me because I heard it from you guys and I believed it. No, we got to be independent thinkers.
Yeah, well, we just got Google it.
We got gooped, man.
We got gooped. I did get this. I actually like this. This is Miss
Oh,
Marvel and
I'm happy
Spidey
you
suit.
did that, dude, because you had no idea that you can get these for free by being a member of whatever you're a member of, and you mentioned it, and they took care of you. They brought
They
that out for
did.
you. I thought that was really nice.
They handled me. It was great. Hey, look. So I wanted to go through this. Are the people familiar with the non-sport update that Beckett puts out?
I'm assuming most people are not.
Yeah. So this is the October-November issue, and it's all non-sports, which I'm still just not super comfortable with the term non-sport, but I get it. But it's got information and stuff in here, and I like to go through it because I mean, what would you say outside of like TCG? What is the biggest non-sport sector or brand? What would you say?
Outside of a category of cards like TCG.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't there only TCG and then like Marvel?
Well, you're going to find out that that's not the case at all when you look at this
No, I mean,
magazine.
I know there's like pop culture cards or Star Wars cards, but I would assume the largest is Marvel after the TCG segment, but I could be wrong, but that's what I'm assuming.
I would too, but man, they sure don't put a lot of Marvel in this magazine. It's so frustrating.
Really?
Like 1/3 of the magazine should always be Marvel cards, in my opinion.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
this confused me. 1936 Wolverine Gum Strange True Story. The Batman files at auction. Applies at auction. I was like, what is Wolverine and Batman? Wolverine didn't come around in 1936, but I guess that was just the name of the gum. But there was
What
a
is that
Batman
card?
card from 1936. The Batman, and look at the outfit.
What the heck is this?
So I guess this would be considered like the first Batman card. Got a 2, which is a great great.
What year is the first appearance of Batman in comics?
What? I mean, it's very
Detective
close to
27?
1936. Yeah. What would that be? I mean, it's got to be close to 36.
1939.
Yeah. So is the card predate? Oh, here it is. One of the hobby's most
1936.
eclectic sets, Wolverine Gum Trading Gum's Strange True Stories, depicts the death and mayhem of atypical for 1936, a landmark set in its own right. It also features card number 24, which depicts a character called the Batman, approximately 3 years before Bob Kane's iconic character appeared. The back card
Cool.
describes an adventurer who utilizes cloth attached to his arms and legs as well as a parachute to make his dramatic entrance using flying equipment to impress the local inhabitants of an isolated outpost. So there was a Batman before Batman. And then you get, you know, Garbage Pail Kids, whatever. And then you get upcoming card releases. So this is interesting. And I'm not watching the comments, so you have to do that for me.
I am indeed.
Okay, good. But just released The Creep Show, Elements, Hammer Horror, Star Trek, Garbage Pail, whatever. I don't know what all that is. You got some DC stuff from CZX. You got Star Wars, Chrome Black, Star Wars, Mandalorian Chrome. And then you get to October. Okay, so here's October. Gamer Girls Sketch Card Series. I don't know what that is. Game of Thrones. You got Monster Choke and Gag Series. What is this? Halloween Trick or Treats?
I'd love to know the print runs on some of these.
Yeah, I know. Quartermaster and Pit Series. I don't know what that is. Monster Castle. David Day's Monster Ball. Daredevils. Is that a Marvel thing? I don't think so. More Star Wars Chrome. Good Lord, did they release that every month?
West Coast Avengers did not like your Garbage Pail Kids. Whatever.
Sorry, just not my wheelhouse. Highlander
Minuscule,
movie
yeah.
anniversary. November is a light month for Marvel for releases. We get 2 Horrible Kids. Sounds like a great set. Avant Grade Cinema Series. Still
Avant-garde.
Avant-garde. Yeah, that's better. That's what that.
I didn't even see it, but I heard what you said, and I was like, nah, he's saying avant-garde.
Avant-garde. Thank you, my friend, cleaning that up for me. You get to February and something called the New Avengers, Unstoppable Cards. Now, I'm assuming that's not Marvel, right?
It says New Avengers, though. Wouldn't that be?
I know. I'm with
Who could say New Avengers and it not be Marvel? That seems like a lawsuit.
Lady Death versus Hell Witch sketch card series.
Dude, that's got to be like a 3-card set. Like what?
I don't know.
I love Lady Death though. She's dope.
Yeah, she's dope. Let's see. Like I remember drawing Lady Death as a kid, like as a 6th grader. And my friend's dad was like, "You didn't draw that, you traced it." I was like, "No, I didn't." He was like, "Yeah, you did. There's no way you drew that." I was like, "Whatever, dude."
Yeah, why is he fighting with you?
I don't know. Like just say it's good and move on. Like so let's see. Doctor Who, Star Trek, Twilight, Twin Peaks, Star Trek. How does Star
Godly
Trek get
keeps
2
talking
releases?
about Larsano cards.
Yeah, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
House of Dragons season 1. I mean, that's pretty impressive that Rittenhouse can get a House of Dragon release while the show's still going. And we're going to get Into the Spider-Verse 4 years after the movie release from Upper Deck.
Oh, Larsano's a TCG.
Oh, look.
Locano. What the heck? Losarno? I don't know.
This is interesting. Look at this. So Marvel Fleer, Marvel Metal Universe, Spider-Man is under the TBD, to be announced. It's already released.
Wow.
So we don't know when that's coming out. It's like anything Upper Deck is like we don't have a clue. Into the Spider-Verse, fall 2022. Marvel Allure, winter 2022. Marvel Fleer Ultra Avengers Winter 2022, Marvel Beginnings first quarter of 2023. So anyhow, just fascinating. I mean, if Upper Deck would give us an actual release schedule, I think people would better be able to like spend money and spend with confidence, you know. But here we get a 2-page spread
Yeah, I
for
agree.
Stand for All Outlander. But have you seen a sell sheet for Marvel Beginnings? I mean, I know the answer.
Yeah, I have not, no.
The answer is no. We're already pre-ordering it, and there's not even a sell sheet. And I got a 4-page, 5-page, 5-page spread in the non-sport magazine of Outlander.
I mean, Justin, you did this to yourself. They know that you're going to buy all of them anyway without an ad or not. They don't have to market to you.
So that's not entirely true. They know we are going to buy them, like as a community. True, but I
I
only
know,
bought.
but it was more dramatic the way I
It
said
was
it.
funny. It was funny. I'm with you, but I guess I'm in my feelings a little bit. So forgive me, everybody. I bought a case of Marvel
Being there.
Beginnings, but I
Yeah.
can't buy more because I don't even know what I'm buying.
I hear
You
you,
know?
man. We just got to demand it of them. We demanded enough. If we tell them, hey, you don't give us ads 6 months in advance, you don't get any money from us. They'll give us ads.
All right. Top 10. And by the way, whoever put this magazine together, I know you have a tough job, and I'm sure you put a lot into it. And I know that Marvel Cards are not the only fan of non-sports. And yeah, and I
Is
respect
this
all
a
of them.
free? Is this a? Do they sell
No, I
this
pay
or is
for
this
this.
free?
Yeah, I pay for this.
You paid for this? Wow! Oh wow! They've
Yeah.
got people purchasing magazines. I'm kudos. Like
Well,
wow.
you can if you buy it, you can also get it like on your phone. There's an app. There's a magazine app.
Mm.
Top 10 Inkworks autographs of the 90s. So I guess Inkworks is that a brand? Because I was going to hate on this list pretty strongly, but then I just realized that maybe that Inkworks is the thing that narrows the list down. Because I'm like, there's no Stan Lee autos in here, and I know those exist. But here at
Oh,
number 10, we got 97 Spawn movie Todd McFarlane auto.
cool.
It's the
Very.
T. McFarlane auto, and you can barely see it.
Yeah, I'm having trouble seeing it. You're right.
But maybe that's why I finished number 10. Buffy. What is this? Desmond Linwin. The World Is Not Enough. I guess you got to be like, I don't know, the James Bond person for that one. Lost in Space. Sleepy Hollow. Is that John? Nope, that's not Johnny Depp. It's still Sleepy Hollow. But number 1, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Soul Collectible says Spidey's all like, the person putting this together was not a good salesman.
I'm just looking for Marvel. Where's it at?
Yes, Inkworks is a brand. It's a printing company. Brian Basketballs is informing us. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, some interesting artwork.
Alonzo says, when does the House of Dragons set drop? And I don't know if
Stop,
he's serious or not. I
He's
don't know.
serious.
Yeah.
It's to be announced next year. So this is kind of cool. We do get something Marvel related in this. This is Artist Remarks, where they highlight an artist, and this was Mark Spears. And you can see he did some work in Avengers, Age of Ultron, which is an older set. Kind of a cool cap there.
Larsano is the new Disney TCG. That's what that is.
Oh,
and
really?
Bad Wizard. Whose comment did I just read that told me that?
All right. Are you
Wow, I'm
into
sorry, but
Walking
thank you.
Dead? So here's some Walking
Oh,
Dead
that was
stuff.
Zen. That was Zen.
All right. I'm getting to something that I think people are going to want to see. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. Non-sports discovered at Atlantic City National Sports Collectors Convention. Now, we know that probably the greatest set of Marvel cards ever assembled was at the National. You had Alpha Cards display and you had Eugene Rare Air Collectibles display. Both of them included some of the rarest and most valuable Marvel cards, period, bar none. Spider-Man, right? And it didn't make the list of non-sports that were discovered at National. And it just blows my mind. You got a Batman card here. You got this stuff, whatever that is.
Hey, I love that Batman wax pack though. Oh, that thing's dope.
Yeah, it's totally dope. You got the upper deck display, which, you know, they went all out for that. Not. You got this. Did we lose
Ooh, I
Manu?
bought a
No, there he
no.
is.
Why? I bought a
Like,
sticker set today, by the way. I'll tell you more about that later.
that's awesome. They found their magazine there, but that's what was discovered at National. And then let's see here. I want to get into all that. 3 for 0, 0 cool. Princess Leia here. I don't know what that is, but there's the QR code if you're interested. What does that say? Marvel?
It does.
What better time than to add to your collection? Doctor Who, Star Trek, inscriptions, and Marvel. Okay. All right. So this is interesting. This is the hot list. So number 1 for non-sports is Fortnite Series 3. Number 2, Star Wars Masterworks. Number 3, Star Wars Bounty Hunters. Number 4, Star Wars Finest. Number 5, V-Friends. Marvel.
Oh,
I
V
mean,
friends, what up, Gary V?
this is, I mean, to me, I just find this funny. This is, I mean, Spider-Man Metal came out the end of August, 1st of September. Like, they didn't make the October, November list. Stranger Thing autographs. If you're into Stranger Things. Wait, no. Yeah, that does say Stranger Things autographs, but the list is all autographs. I think that meant hot list for autographs, but and then non-sports card sketches here. You get this. That's an older sketch from Warren Martinex. That is Thor fighting a giant of some sort. You got
Who's
an Iron
deciding
Man.
this list? What's the metrics to decide these are popular for this month, or what is this?
I don't know. I don't know, but and I like Rich Maloney. I met him. He's a nice guy. Hugh Trung does good work. He seems like he's listed in here all the time, but and then other sketch artists. I don't. Yeah, this is the top 10. So that's 1 through 10.
And Bad Wizard said, I'm kind of okay with the size of our community. It's already hard enough to get the cards I want.
Right. Exactly. All right.
It's true, man.
Here's the key sales. Number 1, a purple out of 5 Kitty Pryde for 50,000.
Dave, we don't talk bad about Dave.
Whoever paid 50,000 for this out of 5 purple Kitty Pryde overpaid.
Yeah, I could tell you that by looking at the card. I'm sorry. I should never say things like that. I'm sorry, $50,000 buyer. Congrats.
I don't even remember hearing or seeing of this sale. So I'm curious.
Mo just sent the biggest super chat I've ever seen.
Mo,
thank you. I haven't even read it yet. I'm just looking at this big pink boom. Like, wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So I think I can read it here. Yeah, thank you.
I'll read it. I'll read it. It says, I appreciate the content and the love that you bring to the hobby. Everyone I have seen on your show are A-class people. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you.
He's talking about you.
I would love to see you reach one day 1 million subscribers. You deserve it. He will. The passion you pour in the hobby is phenomenal. Mo, I'm going to let Justin speak for himself, but I will speak for Justin and say thank you. And I'll speak for myself and say thank you so much, Justin.
Mo, what I want to say is because I've actually talked to you in person. Let me look at the camera. I know how awesome of a guy you are. So it means even more that you said that. And I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
That is awesome. Thank you, Mo. And so number 2, this is actually kind of cool. This is a Walt Disney card, a leaf cut.
Oh, wait, I want to see that.
Yeah, it's number 2 here.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, so that's his auto. It looks like.
How much did that sell for?
$8,000.
What a bargain.
Is that what that is? Is that a bargain? I don't know how rare Walt Disney's signature is.
I don't know either, actually.
And particularly on a trading card that was released, that was pack pulled. That's the other thing. $3,250 for a Masterworks Battle of Endor Anthony Daniels auto. I think he's passed away. I hope I'm not wrong there. But I do think that's the case. So maybe that's why that sold for so much. It doesn't say whether or not these cards were graded, but it does show photos of the ones that are graded. So I'm assuming that these were raw. That was raw. That was raw. We got a 2022 Star Wars Chrome Sapphire Edition Onyx 1 of 1. The Aboard the Millennium Falcon sold for 3,000. Do you say Falcon or
Wow.
Falcon?
I say Falcon.
Okay, good. Garbage Pail Kids. I didn't know that they were worth money, but look at this. 2020
Yeah.
Garbage Pail Kids Chrome Series.
2020.
Yeah. Chrome Series 3 Superfractor 1 of 1, I suspect. It sold for $2,983.
Crazy collectors.
Yeah, these guys. 2020 Masterworks. Maybe I should have started at the bottom. Sorry. Build the drama to number 1.
I want to hear about that Harry Potter box.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So Masterworks sold for $2,300. Is it Ewan McGregor auto there? We've got a 2004 Harry Potter: The Prisoner of Azkaban update unopened box. $2,247.
I feel all kinds of good about that. I like it.
Okay, so this card right here, the sketch. This is a sketch card of Darth Vader, Luke, and Leia. Father, daughter, sister. Nice. Father, daughter, brother, son. Anyways, 2022 Star Wars Finest sketch of Leia, Vader, and Luke by Angel Avails. Sold for $2,247. Our buddy Sketch, Norm Rad, he has the same sketch artist in the same series, but of Mando of this card.
So would you put that around the same value?
It's fascinating because when you start thinking about top 5 characters in Star Wars, Mando is creeping into the top 5 if he's not already there. And I think, I don't think maybe it's not quite there because there's 3 characters. I don't know how people feel about that, but it's not far. If it's
I got you. Okay. Earlier, Jojo Yojimbo said, "What the F is Rittenhouse Archives?" And then Bad Wizard said, "Rittenhouse makes banging Marvel cards." You guys already, there you go. That's what it is. And Bad Wizard's right. They got some dope ones, man.
But they stopped making them in 2013, 14. Upper Deck and Rittenhouse actually carried the license simultaneously for a little bit. And then Upper Deck had it all together. But yeah, I mean, Rittenhouse, they have the first numbered Marvel cards, not Upper Deck.
Oh, I have some Rittenhouse 10s right here, actually.
Yeah, show them off.
I usually don't have Rittenhouse 10.
We got number 9 is Beverly Hillbillies. Whoa.
I got this. Oh, I'm not big screen. I'll do this later.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Beverly Hillbillies unopened wax pack sold for $2,000. Okay.
Oh, that's fancy.
Yeah, I just think that shows that there's an age group that's still paying for cards. That's not our age group, right? Here's another card. We got a blue Flair Ultra Spider-Man PMG Green Goblin sold for $2,225. I just sold the PSA 9 of this card, and I'm pretty sure I sold it for $1,500. So maybe I could have got more.
Yeah, it sounds like it. If that raw one went for $1,000 more.
Yeah. Jennifer Lopez auto BGS 9.5 sold for $2,075.
Cool.
We got a Marvel Premiere triple panel sketch of Silk by Lydia Lee for $1,875 for a sketch.
That's like a longer card?
Yeah, well, it's 3. Yeah, it's like 3 cards in a row, but it unfolds like a panel. Here's a Superman card. 1978 Superman the movie PSA 9 sold for $850.
Sick.
Stranger Things season 4 promotional redemption sold for $850.
I love stuff like this, by the way, just to say.
Yeah, it just kind of rounds out our knowledge of non-sports in general, right?
I think what this is just dope stuff. Like if anyone's ever confused about what's dope, just think about what's dope. Like anything that was nostalgic, has a pop culture reference that you once thought was cool, or there's a generation that thinks is cool. Well, then the card is cool, and it's that simple.
1959, You'll Die Laughing Funny Monster Rapper.
What
does that mean? Like the rapping? $595. It's 1964 Outer Limits 5-cent wrapper.
Dude, that's really the packaging. Oh no, it's telling you. It looks open like a package too, right? Like it's all unfolded and stuff.
It does.
Wow,
it is
that's
unfolded.
Awesome, dude.
It's crazy.
I love that.
So
That's sick.
then you get into the price guide, which is fascinating. I like going to the 2013. Oh, here we'll go to 2017 Flare Ultra.
Oh, Vintage Lord, you're right. There were no Alf cards. That's disrespect. Alf is the man. Aslan says Manu has probably worked with that monster rapper. He's so witty that it like because when he's using the word rapper there,
Yes,
it's a
he
double
got you.
entendre. Because yeah, you
He
guy,
got
you
you.
guy.
You're a rapper yourself.
Look at that. I gotta be real fast for you, my friend. Real fast.
And
That's good.
Baseball Exchange somehow got into the non-sport magazine. I call foul, but that's it. And if you're interested in getting a non-sport magazine, there's your QR code. 28% off for 6 issues.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like getting it in hand. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fun.
You're old school. You're old school.
Well, I mean, dude, you and me are both of the age where we got Wizard magazines, and then
I mean, I still, yeah.
the toy magazine. What was it that was put out?
Toy Fair.
Toy Fair, I think is what it was.
Yeah, dude. There's
Yeah.
so many magazines that I'm nostalgic about. Like me and magazines. Like I like to just sit on the sofa with my coffee and flip through a magazine. Like it's just like watching something on YouTube.
Right.
It's
Right.
chill.
Well, I thought that everyone would enjoy going through that magazine, and I wanted to make a couple of points of the fact that there's not enough Marvel in there. And Upper Deck did do a 1-page ad for Spider-Man Metal back in March, which had me,
Wow.
excited about the release date coming, and then it didn't happen. It got delayed again and again and again. But here we are.
Aslan, I will get the J-Lo auto after I get the Jennifer Love Hewitt one. I want Jennifer Love Hewitt first, and then I'll get Jennifer Lopez.
I got to Google Jennifer Love Hewitt real quick. I remember her, but I don't remember
Party
her.
of Five. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Can't Hardly Wait.
Wait,
Nothing with Meg Ryan in it.
Hold on. Are you?
And I just had a Jennifer Love Hewitt conversation yesterday, which is why this is all top of mind. Okay, let me say that.
We're gonna make sure everyone remembers who Jennifer Love Hewitt is. So, let me find a '90s picture of her first.
Yeah, it's got to be a '90s. No,
okay,
it don't have to. She's Jennifer Love Hewitt. I just had a crush when I was younger, but I had a huge crush on J-Lo too. But I don't know.
I'm afraid to click on some of these sites. Hold on. Let me see if my computer shuts down.
Topanga. Yo, Mikey, am I pronouncing it right? Or it's Mikey? He mentioned Topanga from Boy Meets World. Like I'm too old to be talking about this now, but when I was 15, come on, Topanga, come on, let's go. All right.
There she is. Can I get I just don't want to.
What is this episode? Because Jennifer Love Hewitt does have a Maxim, and my friend bought a signed copy of that like 20 years ago, like 10, 15 years ago.
I can't. I'm afraid
to click kids to bed. Everyone put the kids to bed.
I can't click on those. Do your own Google search of Jennifer Love Hewitt. Be careful.
Yeah.
I don't want to click on something I'm not supposed to. And then show something on YouTube I definitely don't want to show. But I remember her now that you mention it. I had just forgotten.
Of course, yeah. I actually feel bad for putting J-Lo second because J-Lo, man, that's a tough one. Anyway, give me both. I'll take both out. West Coast Avengers said Manu. Wait, what are you laughing? What was up there? I want to know.
No, I'm laughing at you. Go ahead.
Oh, he said, Manu, remind me to send you the 4 photos I have with her. Met her a bunch of times. Bro, I can't wait to see those. That's dope. You know what's crazy about Dave is he's come in contact with so many people that you wouldn't, like, he can't just have one conversation with you and just start dropping every name in the world. But as you get to know him, as you hear him tell stories through his YouTube channel and just conversations in general, like he knows a lot of people. He's been around, in the community. Well, this is a different community, but still, like, he's got some great stories and great experiences. So I can't wait to see those pictures, my friend.
Wait a minute. Dave, by the way, I have said this many times on the channel. Disney is the parent and, Marvel is the brother and Star Wars is the sister. Like, they're related. And so we do some Star Wars stuff on the channel. Like that's totally allowed. Like I'll send you a link and you can open up some Masterworks.
Oh, there you
Absolutely.
go. There
I
you
love
go.
I love Star Wars. Don't get me wrong. I'm staring at a Star Wars display right here. I mean, I'm all about it. Just Marvel's my main
Oh,
squeeze.
yo, Mo said, have you guys seen what Panini put out in Europe as far as Marvel cards? Yes, and if Naj is with us in the chat, Naj has been opening package after package, box after box of like a really affordable, quite good looking, fun set. I believe it's primarily stickers with some cards, if that's what you're referring to, Mo. Some of us have seen it, and it has been quite fun. Um, I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we get it in the States. And
We
the
don't.
comment
And
that you were just making about Dave, go ahead, sorry.
yeah, I'm just gonna send him the link.
Yeah, and I was gonna say something about
All right,
something.
Dave.
Oh,
The link is in
Dave
your
just
Instagram,
did.
Dave.
There you go. And he just did a video with his grade reveal for his CGC submission.
Oh,
West
cool.
Coast Avengers just got a CGC submission back. Did a video.
That's
It's
awesome. I gotta check that out. But yeah, Dave, you're welcome to jump on. You can rip some stuff. Any NYCC exclusive comics you guys think are cool to pick up? Non-investment, just good art or whatever the reason.
I'll suggest. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say I didn't go for that reason, so I didn't actually do like a bunch of work to look. My brother did, and I want to say there was some horror books that he was into while he was there. But I just picked up
There was, yeah.
the Mando NYCC exclusive that had the Mike Mayhew art on it.
Oh, very nice.
Mhm.
I want to say something. Who asked that
You
question,
were
by the
gonna
way?
answer. You were gonna answer what exclusives.
Oh, I would just say that there is a Joe Jusko Black Suit Spider-Man NYCC exclusive on a white background. It wasn't. It's worth buying. You know, if
Mhm.
you just want something to have it because you enjoy Black Suit Spidey, you enjoy Jusko's art. I passed on that one for a specific reason. I was anticipating and hoping for something a little different, but that was probably what resonated with me most out of what I saw from NYCC. Although I did not become a buyer of it.
Vintage Lore says technically J Lo dates Daredevil because she's dating Ben Affleck, who played Daredevil in 2003 Daredevil movies.
See, it's always Marvel. It's always Marvel. It's always Marvel. It's always Marvel.
Well, I mean, it's also Batman, right? Like she dates Batman too. But Daredevil and Batman are
Oh
there's
yeah,
some
Ben
similarities there.
Affleck did play Batman,
They both have little ears.
and she dated Diddy. I don't know what world we
Who
put
does
that
she
in,
not
but you
date?
know. Oh, I don't. No, that's such a J Lo has standards.
Yeah, men with money. No, I'm kidding. I don't
Oh
know her.
gosh.
Yeah, but I mean, A-Rod,
uh,
Diddy, Ben Affleck,
Andrew
anyway.
said she hasn't dated him. She hasn't dated a Banfi yet. Andrew, when you said UK stickers, which stickers were you talking about? I want to know. I did not pick up UK stickers. I picked up the 1988 McFarlane set, which has the first ever Venom appearance on a card-like item.
Yeah,
That's
so
nice.
just to make sure everybody's up to date, Marvel Upper Deck has Marvel's license for domestic release in the States. Physical card. Internationally, it's Panini. And so they can make physical cards. And what they do is they make these Panini stickers. And in the international packs, they put physical cards with them. So you can get a physical Marvel card in a Panini pack, but it's
Oh
international.
yeah. So Andrew was actually, he thought I was talking about the poster book. He mixed it up. This is the domestic, the United States version, and he said got confused. There is a UK version, and I do want it. It's on Naj's radar, but I want it as well. It's really cool looking. So that's what he was talking about. That's dope.
Robbery says, definitely no broke guys in that list. Didn't she do
Nah,
a
I mean,
movie where she dated like a regular guy, like and married him? Like,
a movie? She's probably got plenty of movies like that. But I mean, J Lo, I'm pretty sure she's a billionaire. I mean, she could date a normal guy if she wants. It's not like she needs his money,
never miss it. Yeah.
you know. So, anyone in the chat from London? Any recommendations? Naj is from London, or she's not from
Yes.
London, but she's from the United Kingdom. She's somewhere over
And
there on the other side.
and Mike or Mikey. Am I saying that correctly? How would you pronounce that?
I was saying Mikey because I feel like that's
Mikey,
why he's got two E's in there for
two
the
E's, makes
emphasis
sense.
there.
So, Mikey, first of all, welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen your name pop up, and it's really good to see it. Yeah, we've got
Yeah,
a lot of
welcome.
friends in that area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he says,
Gingy
yep,
may
it
watch.
is Mikey.
Yeah, Gingy may watch this eventually, and if you do, Gingy, hit Mikey up. You may know some places.
Oh yeah, Gingy's out that way. That is true. I saw Gingy drop the gold 1 of 1 on an alpha video.
he fumbled it. I don't know that he fully
He didn't
dropped.
drop it. He didn't drop it. He fumbled it. Yeah, he didn't
they
drop it.
they reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, because Gingy had already told me he almost dropped it because he said he almost pooped his pants when he did." And Alpha Cars reached out to me. They're like, "Hey, we want to post this video, but we don't want to like dishonor you or the card. Is it okay to post it?" And I was like, "Yeah, like that's totally fine. Please, by all
Oh,
means,
cool,
post it.
cool.
No, don't take yourself too seriously. That's kind of the point."
No. Yeah, I mean they're pricey, but they're in plastic. They're all right. You could fumble them a little bit. It's fine.
Did you notice Cardboardology, which was formerly Cardboard After Dark?
Yeah.
He changed his he's got a great logo. It's Spider-Punk in the background.
Yeah, I have noticed actually. He loves Spider-Punk. He sent me some custom cards and they're super dope. He made some custom cards.
Yeah.
And I have it and I'm very happy and thank you. And
they are very dope.
I'm not gonna tell what he purchased unless he gives me the heads up. But I think he could. I'm excited about it. As soon as he tells me, whoa,
hey, what's up,
Hey!
everybody? Welcome,
Yo!
the one and only
Hey!
West Coast Avenger.
You sprung that on me. What the heck? No warning, no nothing. I have to get my
pop
wits
out of the
about
ground.
me now. Goodness,
gotta,
hello, my friend.
Did you change shirts for the stream? That's what I gotta know.
No, actually, I was filming for my show, and I was wearing this because I wear this a lot, and it just happened to work out.
Is it
very cool?
Is it like? Is it? I'm trying to think of the right texture. Help me out. How does it feel? Like, does it? Yeah, is it screen printed?
It's a regular shirt. I got it at like
Target,
Emerald City Comic Con like 10 years ago. So it's just like one of the ones, the t-shirt booths.
But it doesn't feel bad when you wear it.
No, it feels great. It's probably printed on Hanes or something like that, like something that actually feels comfortable. I ripped the tag out. So
I need to find that shirt that also feels great to wear. I've got some that are screen printed, and it feels like I got a big old piece of rubber on the front of my chest or something.
Oh, too much ink right on the front. Yeah,
it's like one of the biggest problems I have.
Screen print, that one.
It sure is, and they don't license a lot. Well, we know they don't license his stuff anymore because they don't want to feel the wrath of Todd.
Who does?
Do you have that big book handy? Do you have the big?
Yeah.
Can you just put it in front of you for anyone that hasn't seen how enormous it is?
Let me get it. Hold on.
This thing is.
I saw it next to Naj, and it made it look like it just dwarfed her. I don't know how else to say.
Dude,
like,
she was hiding behind the book without having to hide behind the book.
Oh gosh,
look at this.
It is massive. How much did that cost to print?
I mean,
dude,
it's got to be at least $100 or $70 to print it. You right?
Justin, I want you to see what Mo just did again.
Oh, Mo.
Oh, and he says.
Okay, you got it, bud.
Mo,
I'm gonna take care of Manu. You got it.
Oh God,
You're the best.
That's very kind, Mo. Like that was. Thank you. My goodness, Mo.
Love it, man. Thank you.
Wow.
Dave, not Dave. That goes to Manu.
Yeah, of course. I don't. I'm just here for the community aspect of it.
What are you opening?
No, this is
what
the box
is he
that
doing
it comes
now?
in. This is the box.
This is okay. So this book, correct me if I'm wrong. It's $120.
It's $150 retail. I paid $130 on Walmart. Even though I don't like supporting that store, I still bought it there to save some money.
Aslan, I need Mo on my channel.
I think that's a tremendous value. Mo, thank you again. That's just extremely kind of you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I think that's a tremendous value for that amount of money, man. That much book.
I only have one thing. Like, where do you put it?
Luckily, I have a spot between two bookcases where it's going to sit.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it worked out.
It is the coffee table and the book.
Yeah, I just need to build a frame and set it as the table.
I mean,
Yeah.
you saw when we did the live stream, when me and Manu did the live stream, like I would go to like reach over to flip the page and it like made my
Yeah.
hands look like a
Yeah.
child's.
It was
Yeah.
so cool. Like you really have to reach. Your whole arm is required to get to the flipping. I
Right.
thought it was awesome.
Awesome.
Um,
So you got some Star Wars stuff you said you've been sitting on.
yeah, I mean, I didn't think I just kind of put it out there. I didn't think you'd want to see. I got to flip the camera, but I just I picked up. I got a buddy, right? And
Uh-huh.
I wish my buddy had bought Marvel cards the way he bought Star Wars cards. But
Mm.
I got a buddy who's kind of selling me through his collection whenever I feel saucy and I want to go to his house. A legit card closet. You open the door and it's just banker boxes full of sealed
Oh,
wax.
Oh, can we buy through you?
Of course. And I just wish it was Marvel. Like I love Star Wars, but I'd much rather rip
Yeah,
Marvel boxes.
same.
But he legitimately had a whole case of 2015 Masterwork, so I just bought it all today from him.
Well, you got
I
our
mean,
friend Forrest Moon Collectibles, who's a huge Star Wars fan, and he
oh
likes
yeah.
Marvel too. You got him excited, but he says, "Hey, Spotty, I just finished watching you and Sketch in the latest CGC trading card video. Cracking packs at the con. Very natural, my friend.
I
Great
haven't
stuff."
seen that yet.
It released tonight. I knew it was coming. I didn't know when it would come, but you go to CGC Trading Cards YouTube channel and you'll
Yeah.
watch us at the con in their booth opening Marvel cards. And I just want you to think about how big of a moment that is for me and Sketch and for Marvel cards in general. But, because he and I have like, we've not only talked about CGC grading Marvel cards, like this has been a mission of ours for
Mhm.
this to happen. And so from a year of really starting to envision and really like put it out into the universe, so to speak, to being at New York Comic Con in their booth next to Todd's behind us basically throughout the day, opening up Marvel cards on their channel. It's such a
Whew.
sweet moment.
Yeah.
I'm glad that
It
was your
is.
oh that was your first time in New York.
Yes.
Oh, that's so. I mean, that's amazing. I don't know what that's like. I grew up there, and so like I used to go to the Javits Center when I was a kid to that show before it was called New York Comic Con. It was just
Yeah.
and I was 14, 15 when I went, but like I'll never experience going to New York for the first time. So I'm glad you got to do that in the context that you got to do it in.
Yeah.
Okay. Gabe's Cave. What's up? What's up?
That's my comic book shop. It's like
Yeah.
they are an hour and a half away, but I call that my LCS, Gabe's Cave.
Dave, do you have your sketchbook handy? The one with the McFarlane sketch. Like
Oh
the other
yeah,
one's
yeah.
dope.
Ooh, yes,
Can we
let's do
see the
see
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
McFarlane sketch?
Let me go get it.
Oh,
Everything's
yeah.
guys,
everything's just a hop is skipping away.
Yes,
this
I'm
sketch
excited.
is as big as the book.
Yeah. Is it really?
It's. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't let him show. It's just amazing. It's
It's
fantastic.
yeah. Okay. So speaking of New York, I used to live there. I used to work in Manhattan.
Okay.
And when the NHL store opened, which is sometime in like 2009, was pretty
Mhm.
cool. Like, I'm a huge hockey fan. And then 2012 or 2013, it was like McFarlane Series 5 hockey figures were coming out, or 7. And they announced he was doing a signing there. And I worked 10 blocks away in Midtown Manhattan. So it's like, oh, the signing's at 5. I'm out of here at 3. So me and a couple friends that collected autographs together went down to the NHL store. And no joke, like by the time the signing started, there was only about 20 people there. I just don't think it was publicized.
Oh,
I don't think,
wow.
Wow.
it's not a thing that New Yorkers are running to do after work is
Mhm.
go get, autographs. So we waited online and or in line. And when I got up to Todd, I said, "Hey Todd, I know there's not a lot of people here. I know you don't do sketches. I've met him before." I said, "Could you make an exception?" And he was with his son, probably like 14, 15 at the time, maybe a little bit
Mhm.
younger. And he looks at him and his son's just playing with his like PSP. He's like, "Do you mind?" And son's just like, "No." And so I waited till the line was done.
Wait, he put the decision in the hands of the son?
Yeah. Well, because I guess it's kind of like they knew they would be done soon, and the kid,
Oh,
he's a
I
kid.
got you.
Right.
But he was buried in his plate, a little PSP. So,
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
handed him my sketchbook, and I watched him do this over the course of 20 minutes.
Oh, wow. Holy
specific,
smokes.
specifically for Venom, obviously. And yeah, out of the
Dude,
5 or 6 times I've met Todd, this is by far the greatest moment of all of those.
Wow, that is insane.
that thing makes me smile as
That
big as the
signature
sketches.
too. Like he was in it.
Yeah, the signature is perfect. Venom's huge.
And he
Man.
filled up the whole page. Like, and
Right.
how did you have the foresight to bring the sketchbook? Or had you already been getting sketch artists or artists to do sketches?
Sketches, but it was something that I've always going to comic conventions as a kid up until, my late teens, and then obviously now. It's just something I'm always aware of. And and it's funny because like I'd asked him before when I first met him, and I'm sure you've seen people that have them. He signed a backing board for me, like a big
Mhm.
signature with a spider hanging down, and he's like, I don't do sketches, but I'll do that.
Yeah.
But this was
Right.
like, I mean, look, there's a reason why I'm building this giant Todd collection. This guy's had
Right.
a profound effect on my life and my appreciation for
Mhm.
art and comics. So this was yeah, I get it. Like Justin, I look at this and I'm just like, wait, I have this?
Yeah,
Like this
that's
is
insane.
mine?
The
um,
scale, because I've been talking to people who collect original art, and size matters in original art.
Oh,
I,
for sure.
I mean, it seems, I guess it may seem obvious. I went and saw the Mona Lisa. It's not that big, so I haven't never really thought that size played that big of a role. But I think the scale of this alone makes it valuable. But then you look at how nasty it is. Like he's a villain.
I
He is.
know.
I love it, and you can see with the left hand, like his signature on the right side, like how it all flows into the piece. It's really good stuff.
It's so good. It's so good.
This is prize piece. I talk about this whenever I mention it to people. It's like the prize piece of my collection. Not just art or comics, like
Mhm.
anything I own. My house catches on fire. This is close enough to me. I grab it and I get out.
Dave,
You know.
check this out. If and when you frame it, this is first. Mo just said, "Would you sell it?" And I know the answer, but what's the answer?
In this room, every single comic book that I own before I sold that.
Wow, I want to read Andrew. I want to read a few of these comments real quick. I know Justin's been putting them on the screen, and then I want to talk about framing that. So everyone just loves it, right? And where was this comment? Oh, it was Brian. Obi Din said, "I love how that just dropped Justin's jaw." And you might have already thrown that up on the screen, but I wanted to read it. And so, what did
Did.
Andrew say? Do you guys remember when Todd's son sold backboards signed by Todd on eBay? Todd would sign the board with the winner's name, helped his son pay his way through school. By the way,
Remember
that
this.
art is epic life size. I did not know that
I
ever
had no
happened, Andrew.
clue.
That's awesome.
Todd would
Wow.
No.
give him all sorts of stuff to sign, or would sign stuff and give it to him to list on eBay. And he was really vocal about why he was doing it. It was pretty cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
That is cool.
Um,
I'd never heard that. Did you
wow.
get any
Yeah.
on video? Is what he's asking.
It was. I mean, it was 10 years ago. So like, I wasn't taking high quality video everywhere I went back then.
Okay.
I mean, it's. I know this is a weird thing to say, but as a New Yorker, it's kind of like a normal day for me as a collector. Is like,
Well, I mean, there's going to
to
be a
go meet
time in the
somebody.
future where, I mean, I get how CGC has created the whole witness thing, and it helps, right? And I'm pro that. Like, I'm not against it, okay? But I mean, art is authenticated all the time. Signatures
Yeah.
are authenticated all the time with these trained experts. Now, probably there's some science to it, like some scanning and imaging and so forth. Like, it's Todd. The history books will always show that that's Todd's work down the road, I think.
Anyone that knows Dave knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's Todd.
But even if they didn't, like if it just popped up one day, I think
Yeah.
you could get it proved that it's
Yeah.
really a Todd piece.
I
Because
agree.
again, there's I mean, his art is a fingerprint in a sense.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, and that's how the authentication stuff works, right? It's supposed to assume that art is a fingerprint, and that's how you identify it. The drawing is bigger than the average size apartment in New York. That's hilarious,
That
and
is
that's
very
damn
true.
true.
Uh-huh.
So in regards to just looking into a future where you frame this thing, doesn't matter if you do. I love everything the way that it is, but just imagining it, there's a visual that came to mind. Obviously, originally when I'm thinking of that framed, it's sort of in the same vein that I frame anything, like semi-gallery style, right? Just that clean sort of look, big matte frame, you know. But something else just hit me. What if I'm gonna forget the names? Like, you know, is it taxidermy when those insects are like pinned in a frame? Anyway, imagine dimensionality to the frame, and that actual notebook with the spiral spine at the top is actually there within the frame, kind of pushed out so you can see a little shadow, maybe a couple millimeters, maybe a centimeter or two. It's floating, but then framed with the mat and the frame. Like, imagine it, the actual notebook. Like, hey, I didn't want to take this out and frame it, so I framed the entire thing. Whoa.
Great idea. Like the shadow, like almost a small
like a
shadow box. Yeah, shadow box. You know, I never thought about it. That would probably be the way.
But what else is in the book?
Actually, it's funny. So here's it used to be the sketchbook that I had. I used to have a lot of parties. I used to be a party animal, and I used to have my friends when we were at our.
I'm trying to rhyme Dave into party animal, and it just wasn't coming.
Actually, my nickname used to be Dave the Rave.
Dave, there it is. I knew it existed. I just couldn't think of it.
So my friends used to whenever we were having parties and drinking and whatnot, I'd have friends just kind of throw, you know, if they wanted to sketch. Those I would take out for posterity. But the funny thing is, and I showed this to Manu, but you guys aware of the independent comic book, the Goon? Maybe not.
The Goop?
The Goon, not the Goop. But the Goon was created and drawn, written by a guy named Eric Powell. It's kind of in line with the Hellboy universe, just not in it. But I did get Eric to do a sketch of the Goon at New York Comic Con in 2013 was last year I went. But other than that, I have a different sketchbook that has all the other comic stuff, which I went to on my show on Sunday.
So you could, in theory, it wouldn't bother you to frame the whole book. And those other pieces, in a way, help authenticate it too, in a way. But Dave, do we lose audio? There it is.
I did request Venom because, you know, as much as I love Todd and Spawn, it will always be Venom first.
Not Spider-Man?
Probably second, and then Spawn. I mean, I'm a bad guy. Like, I love bad guys. And so, like, you know, I love Spidey, but I love Venom more.
Yeah, Dave loves Venom. Dave said this. He put me on the spot, right? And I had to, like, partially agree while I was on a show. He was like, the symbiote suit's so much cooler on Venom, though. And I had to, like, because I love Black Suit Spider-Man. I think he is. I think they're equally as cool. But yeah, he's definitely more Venom than Spidey. There's nothing wrong with that. Venom dope.
I'm just now realizing, Manu, that you changed your name on here at the 9.9 newsstand squiggly line on IG.
I did add the on IG today.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
Yeah. I just wanted everyone to know. You can find me on Instagram. I don't really. This is the only time I live on YouTube. This window on Tuesday. Outside of this, every other day, every other hour, every other waking moment, you find me on Instagram.
I've seen one of Bob Kane's personal copies of Detective Comics 27 has spirals in the spine. That's how they used to keep them. So, I think I saw that at New York Comic Con.
Oh, that's very interesting.
I really, I think I did. I think it was exactly what you're talking about.
That's very interesting.
Pretty sure it is. Raffy says Black Suit Spidey.
I love Black Suit Spidey. I love Venom. I love Black Suit Spidey.
I get to say thank you, Justin, for letting me come on today, and how much both of you, I appreciate everything about this show. Like, I've only been watching since like episode 17 or something.
Yeah.
But it's just like, this is the kind of community I try to create with my stuff. And so I super appreciate what you've created here, and everybody that joins your shows and talks and has stuff to say. Like, it's super inspiring.
Man, that means a lot to me, Dave. I really appreciate that. And you have great energy, man. You fit right in.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
and that's.
I don't know where it comes from. I'm 42 and I'm
It's
42 and I act like a 21-year-old. So I don't know.
Well, especially since you're a
that's
villain.
the key. Yeah,
Well,
that's the
hey,
energy that we love. And I want to take that just a second to say it's really dope to have you on the show. Like that's
yeah,
awesome, dude. Like what a surprise it was to see you pop up. How sick is that? I mean, you're always here. You're on the show all the time, and now you're on the show. I love it.
on the show. And Dave, I say we finally can afford to be the kids we always wanted to be.
Seriously. I mean, I had a break in collecting. I was doing other stuff with my life, and then there's just we all come back to it. Like I mean, it's the Todd thing that's never left me. So that's But when it comes to cards and comics and stuff, and like, well, if you saw what was in this room, you'd wonder because it's probably about 15,000 comics in here. But
Oh wow, that's incredible.
but
Yeah, no, it's really nice hanging with you, Dave. Like it's really nice. And yeah, what Justin said about your energy.
Yeah,
spot on.
let's get
Are
to.
we gonna open? Are you wait?
Yeah.
Are we opening the Star Wars
yeah,
cards?
I'm gonna switch the camera to the other side, which
all right. I'll be back in 20 minets.
Come on now, this
No,
is gonna
I'm
be good.
messing around, guys. I'm messing around.
here's the crazy thing, right? All right, go back. I just gotta clock out of my settings. Okay, so
Hey.
here's the crazy thing. I'm not a card collector. I'm a buyer of card collections. I am a seller.
Okay.
J-Rock, what up?
I just, Manu just told you that I just got my first CGC Marvel submission back, which some of that stuff I'm definitely going to display because it's too cool not to.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought a case of these today for my buddy, and I just think it would be fun. There is some crazy expensive autographs that are found in the Masterworks box.
Dude, if you hit a Princess Leia, because this is
before she died.
2015. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I am a diehard Star Wars fan. And so I know all this stuff, but it's just funny. Like, I don't know. Who knows what could be in here? Maybe I hit like a triple autograph of, I don't know, Obi-Wan. I don't know who's in here. That's the funny thing. But
That's a pretty cool box. Look at that.
it is. And they're one hit per mini box. So
it's one of these super expensive, fancy baller boxes.
Yeah, you have to open, and then open. So when he gets into this box, he's gonna have to open again.
I was scared for your finger just there a second ago.
I've cut myself so many times at this point. Like it takes a lot to really bother me.
Mo said, "Can we buy a box?"
I mean, yeah. Mo, hit me up on Instagram. I've got 6 left. I sold one. I sold one on eBay a couple months ago, and then I bought the rest today. But I'd rather sell them privately, without fees, without taxes, without the government trying to touch my money. Say no.
Yeah, I just did that. I actually sold. Oh, do I want to say this publicly? Yeah, I guess I can. I sold a big comic book, probably the biggest one I've got. Well,
wait, I'm gonna guess then. Okay,
Mhm.
Is there anything we're not allowed to say in regards to the conversation about this book?
No, you can say it.
So, are you talking about the Spider Gwen book?
I am the Greg Lynn 9.8 Spider Gwen.
And so you ended up selling it, huh?
I did. So I was wanting to sell it, for quite a bit of money, and I discovered that it had a big old scuff on. I say big. I'm being a little dramatic. It had a scuff on the front of the slab.
Okay.
And it really broke my heart because I either wanted to keep this book for a long time or I wanted to be able to make as much money off of it as possible. One or the other.
Right.
And I think one of the cleaning ladies knocked it over and put a scuff on it. And so I had to.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to discount it because I had it displayed on top of another stand, probably not the best stand to hold it on.
Sure. How much did you sell it for?
I sold it privately for $7,250.
Very
nice.
And so once you factor in what does eBay charge? 12.5%?
15%. Call it 15.
15%. And it was worth it to sell it that way.
Oh, I love a private transaction.
And I paid $5,600 for it, so it worked out.
Congratulations on that sale. I'm actually I I don't mean to alienate anyone that's a huge fan of that book. I love that you're out of that book. I love that you made a profit in that book.
Mhm.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it all
Congrats on
worked
that.
out. And the person that got it is very happy and asked me if I know anybody who has an AF-15 for a decent price. Let them know. So if you do,
Oh my gosh.
let me know.
Oh my gosh.
At
And
5.5 that sold.
Do what?
what?
5.5 sold for 55. That's a lot of
That's
fives.
down.
Yeah.
That's way down. That would have
Yeah.
sold for probably 75 grand a year ago,
That's
or
what I
not
was
even.
thinking.
Yeah. A lot of people want to buy these boxes from you, Dave. So this is great. I didn't even know about this, and people are serious. Mo wants one for
Mhm.
sure. Dave's Cave, Gabe's Cave wants one for sure.
I can see how you could do that.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
and
I didn't know it was going to turn into this, but y'all are welcome to hit me up at West Coast Avengers on Instagram.
I love
Man,
it, dude. I love it.
pays to come on the Spidey
We
Head
are
channel.
a
Whoa. Hold
dude.
on, everybody.
We're all friends.
Sorry,
All right,
I
Oh,
picked up
that's
my
me.
phone. I apologize.
Oh,
That was for me
All
to Alonzo said to check a message, so that's what I'm gonna do.
all
all
right.
right. He said he
Oh, you
just got
check that
some too.
message. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. I've never done a YouTube box break, so I'm just gonna do this because you can't see
It's
what's
looking
what.
good.
Whoa.
How many Liam Neesons do you have? I got 5 Liam Neesons.
That's
But
a
he
picture
doesn't
of an
watch
actor.
movies, so he doesn't.
Oh, that's right. That's
That's an
right.
actor's picture.
Yes, that is Liam Neeson, famous actor, played Qui-Gon Jinn, as well as starred in all the Taken movies, and now every action movie that existed after that, he's in.
Wow,
Lonzo just got a big card.
thick indeed.
That's what he was sending me.
What did he send you? Sorry.
Um, he didn't say I could say it publicly, so I wasn't gonna say it. But he got a big card.
Alonzo, give him permission to say it publicly because we all want to know. And you're gonna post it, so let's know.
Right. Right.
What the heck?
Yoda.
Does Manu know? Oh, for all the Star Wars people in here, when I'm done with this, I want to show you a crazy card that I think everybody would be interested in.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a
look at
sketch
that!
card.
That's a nice sketch of
Yeah,
Grand
and
Moff
that's
Tarkin.
Moff
Ooh.
Tarkin.
Man, what's cool about this, like you can't feel it obviously because I'm holding it, but it is painted. Like that is
Yeah.
paint.
It looks cool.
I love the style there. I don't know who the
Yeah.
artist is.
Wing Nemeth. I don't know who that is. You know what the bummer is for me, and I think you guys can agree because the Marvel cards are
Mhm.
the biggest culprit of it. The it's Owen Lars, Uncle Owen. He's dead. The
depends
biggest
on which
culprit.
depends on which movie you're watching.
That's true. That's true. The biggest culprit is Marvel. They do not put the names of the artists on the sketch cards, and it really pisses me off when I'm looking at them because I'm
You mean
really
like
into art.
typed?
Yeah, like if you're looking at a sketch card from I don't know Marvel Masterpieces
Mhm.
2015, the
Yep.
name's not on there of the artist. The signature is, but I don't know who it is.
Sometimes
It's
they
not like we can
do.
read signatures all the time. You know how we don't know
So
what
here,
those signatures are
so
saying.
yeah, I'm not going to defend Upper Deck here, okay? But they would have to print the sketch card with their name on it, and then send only those sketch cards to that artist,
Oh yeah.
and they have to do it for each individual one, and they have done it before.
Yeah, which is
But
they could do that. Yeah.
but it's
Justin, what you're
it,
saying is they don't want to do their due diligence.
yeah, well, yeah. All right, here it is. He got a red PMG Spider-Man number 76, and he got it. I'll read it to you for $1,783, which
I don't know what the value is supposed to be. That sounds
it's
good.
sold.
I want
It
to
has sold
congratulate you on having it.
repeatedly for well over $2,000, $3,000.
There you
So he's
go.
got it for
Congrats.
just a little over half of what it had been going for.
I love it. I love it.
Do you
His red PMG collection is starting to get pretty massive.
Do you guys remember last? No, I guess it was earlier this year. Or, I don't know if you keep track of all the PMGs, but there was a Mystique Green, right, out of 10 that sold for $26,000. Do you remember that? Did you guys see that?
No, I don't remember that.
It was. I help a store out that's not even a card store. I help a store out with their comics once a week, and it was the store, and she didn't know what it was, and I showed it to her, and she put it on eBay, and it sold for 26 grand.
Oh, you're a good friend to her now.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll be invited to her wedding.
All right,
It was Rafi, I believe, earlier, and this is personal. This is me speaking, not speaking for anyone else, and people could be mad at me. But Rafi said, Marvel, make a PMG already for Symbiote Spidey. I don't want that to happen. I want Symbiote Spidey to stay like pure, not on the like super fancy, hype card. Like I just want it to be, like I don't want him to be on
You
a
don't want a
PMG.
black symbiote suit costume Spider-Man
for it
on a
because he doesn't want
PMG?
to have to buy it.
No, that's not why. I have very much self-control. I'm not that person. I do not need every symbiote, everything. If I don't like it, I don't care. But emotionally, I have such love and compassion for Symbiote Suit Spidey
Yeah.
that I don't have for a PMG. There's like a separation between like emotion and warmth and love that a PMG, it's, again, guys, friends, personal
It doesn't
speaking,
feel 90s to you. That's the issue.
it don't feel warm. It don't feel like a hug. It feels like buy it.
Is that a sketch card?
It feels like,
Okay. No,
where?
it's not. I thought it was a sketch card for a second.
That person
Could
has
be.
a cast on their head. That's all.
Well, yeah, he's a bounty hunter.
He's a bounty hunter, exactly.
Hey.
Gabe's Cave, they have over 100 sketch card artists that work on their sketch cards. So they do I think it's a weekly giveaway. Maybe not quite weekly, but it's regular. That's what you got. An auto coming.
Oh, there's an auto coming. It said so.
Oh, there it is. Who is that? Read that to me.
Dickie Beer. Oh God,
man,
Dickie Beer.
He made the most out of that name with that signature too.
Yeah,
that's just not even fair.
Oh, and that's Chewbacca.
And Ash is one of the artists for Gabe's Cave. So what I'm trying to say is check out their YouTube, check out their Instagram. They do giveaways. It's cool stuff.
You said that's your local store?
Yeah. So I live in West Monroe, Louisiana, and they're in El Dorado, Arkansas, which is about an hour and a half away. I actually lived there 1 year, but there is a comic book store that's here locally. Let's just say that when I go in that comic book store, all I get told is how grading comic books is dumb. They should never do it. In the future, all comic books will be worth more. And I still get looked at sideways if I talk about Marvel cards in any positive way.
Yeah,
it's so funny. It's so funny.
It's bad.
It's funny. What I put a comment in. I don't know if you saw it after you went through the non-sport magazine. You have to remember. I mean, the one thing that you have to keep in mind, and I keep in mind, Marvel cards died in 1996, right? They died.
Right.
They died a quick death with the comic book industry. They're only repopular in the way they are in the time that you and Neo have really been active.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take a while for non-sport magazine to come around. Plus, I'm not gonna say it, Manu, but there is a level of paid advertising, and Disney and Marvel do not have to pay for advertising. But I think you're right. I think you have a right to say, and I think it's accurate that magazine does need to devote itself. But everybody catches on a little bit slowly when it comes to that type of thing. But
I'm not mad that he doesn't care about Marvel cards. I'm disappointed at the attitude that I get.
Right.
Because people talk to me about stuff that I don't have an interest in all the time, but I have an interest in people, so I will listen.
Who are you talking about? Who doesn't care?
Talking about a comic book store that's here locally in my hometown.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't call them my LCS. I call Gabe's Cave an hour and a half away my LCS, my local comic book shop.
Yeah. No, a lot of...
Sorry, I'll go.
Oh, it's Violator.
That is Salacious Crumb, but maybe Violator 25 years after the fact.
That was good. Good job.
It's Runako. Oh, that's another parallel.
Yes, Sydney. He's talking about me. I know. There's a bunch of subtle stuff going on, and I'm right here in the room.
Oh, hey, Marty. I didn't realize I was talking. So Marty's the store owner, right?
Oh, what's up, Marty? Hey,
I believe Marty's the owner of the store. If I'm wrong, Marty, forgive me, because I've met Gabe, and then I've met, I don't want to forget his name. There's another one, Brandon. I've met Brandon, but Marty, I don't know that we've actually met.
very cool.
So I want to say, okay, we got another sketch card. Really?
3 hits in this box, 2 numbered parallels, and a sketch card.
Wow. I
Per
met
box.
Darren too. I think Darren's your son, right, Marty? Joe. Hey, that name looks, John, that looks familiar.
Look familiar.
So Boba. Yeah, sweet Boba is what he says, but I think he's talking about the artist's name, not.
Well, there was a boba.
There's a Boba. Okay,
So
is
I
that
got
numbered?
Yeah,
Like-
this one's numbered, this one's numbered, and this is a sketch all from one pack.
That is awesome. Marty, I would love to meet up. Let's plan something. I will drive up. I might can drive up this Saturday if you guys are going to be there, actually.
These, by the way.
Oh, is that your
The CG
CGC cards? Yeah. I want to watch your video. So
Okay, yeah, watch
Yeah.
it on the replay.
yeah.
But I
was going to say, everybody, Dave, and I'll link it after this video is done, but West Coast Avengers has a YouTube channel, and Manu's been on there. And
last
he's got
Sunday.
got a
Last
CGC
Sunday.
submission reveal.
I got to
Sunday
admit,
sit down.
Sunday sit down is not. Hey, Derek! Derek actually. Derek won
Derek,
a
what
book
up?
for me.
He said, this is a major team up. I like his McFarlane, Wolverine, and Cable. Why don't we talk enough about the fact that McFarlane drew the first appearance of Cable?
All right, let me say what I got to say first, and then I know that Dave's going to jump in here. So,
Okay.
87, New Mutants 87,
Mhm.
the first appearance of Cable, McFarlane Liefeld cover,
Yeah.
right? And it was only recently that I even realized, like, I felt so silly. I was like, this is a McFarlane cover, and then I started looking at the faces of the characters in the little circles, and I was like, oh yeah, that's McFarlane faces all day. And it was Valor. It was Valor that hit me up, and he said, hey man, I'm asking a few people. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said, do you know like how much of McFarlane is on this cover? And I don't. Like, I do. Those aren't the sort of details that I know at all. Like, I don't.
But Valor does.
Yeah, he's all about. He's the one that told me that's not Rogue on the cover of the one book, right?
There we go.
So here you go. All those faces in the circle, those are McFarlane faces. And then when Dave and I were speaking, Dave was like, he only inked this thing, right? But he made a great point. If you're the inker, your fingerprint of artistry is going to be prominent.
Okay, so I've had this debate with Sketch. Which one's more important, the penciler or the inker?
The inker. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that so quickly, because the penciler is like, what are you going to ink if the penciler didn't, But Andrew is also adding McFarlane inked it, so thank you. And I should have just asked him a year ago. He knows the answer, of course.
So let's just be clear. Liefeld, he penciled it, and McFarlane inked it.
And then someone else colored it.
Someone else colored it. Okay.
Colorist on this might have been McFarlane, but I don't know.
Inker has the last say.
Yeah. So
Dave operates on demand. I love that, because he pulled out everything we've talked about so far. Everything. Where's the big McFarlane
Hold on.
right here? Give me a McFarlane original. Got it.
My mortgage cancellation.
Hey, I got a joke.
Wait, hold on. Let me get my laptop here.
Yeah.
And let me hack your bank.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
Gosh.
Somehow I feel that we're going to do that after we go offline. So I'm excited.
But yeah, so it's funny because like McFarlane and Liefeld, obviously longtime friends, and they came up together, but they used to ink each other's. I mean, they used to ink and talk to each other on the phone a lot. And McFarlane inked, I think, 7 covers of New Mutants. Obviously, this being the most famous one, but Bishop, his logo, I think that's New Mutants 96 or 97. And that's my favorite because it's just, there's so much equal of McFarlane and Liefeld, where this is what I see in Liefeld. The open mouths, all Liefeld. You know, that's his famous thing. Like every single one of his covers has somebody with an open mouth or three people with an open mouth. But McFarlane, I see in the hatching, the body hair on Cable. I see it in the hair, like a little bit of this, but I don't know. I mean, like I look at this and I see both of them equally, but it does scream
Dang, you're
McFarlane
right.
a little bit.
What's interesting to me about this one is look at the left hand, the non-gun holding hand. It looks a little oversized, and that's more of a Liefeld thing, right? Like,
100%. I mean, honestly, look at the distance between the thumb and the
and the
index
pinky.
finger.
Yeah,
or
it's
the
like
thumb and the pinky.
that's Liefeld all day.
Funny.
But you know what? Like, I love Rob Liefeld. Unabashedly love Rob Liefeld.
Cards and Comics says colorists can ruin it more than anyone. You know, and that's like an interesting comment, right? Because when I've seen like when you see like a finished thing, you're just looking at a finished thing. You either like it or you don't. And then every now and then you see the original, the uncolored version, and you're like, look at all that detail that didn't make it into the colored version sometime, right? So
I love how their first version of Cable's like, screw the shirt and just give me this wristband with some spikes on it. Let's go.
Oh, right.
I don't know what, like, there's some bullet casings down there in the bottom right there. There's always going to be bullet casings somewhere in Liefeld's.
You got a Mark Jewelers of one of these, Dave?
I don't. You know, it's funny. I very rarely come across New Mutants Mark Jewelers. But
there is a Mark Jewelers in this book, I'd imagine, right? Yeah.
And also in 98.
Yeah, and did you guys see the one that just sold or disappeared? I don't remember. It was up there for... Dude, okay, really quickly. I don't know what the heck happened, but that Deadpool Wolverine movie got announced on eBay. An eBay account called Ryan Reynolds is the name of the account.
Really?
Put up the biggest, the highest grade, most awesome New Mutants 90, a triple cover Mark Jewelers. No, a triple cover signed by Stan Lee. A triple cover newsstand signed by Stan Lee. All right. A Mark Jewelers 9.8 signed by, like, whatever. Two accounts just put up the craziest stuff in the world at like 30,000, 20,000, and some of them sold.
Wow.
Well, I imagine so. I imagine.
But one of the accounts is called Ryan Reynolds. It was so funny.
That is crazy.
Let's see if I
Cards
can
of
find
Comics
a
says we
photo
need to
shot.
see the feet for sure to make sure it's a Liefeld. Marty at Gabe's Cave says a good inker can make pencils from an artist's pop. I love black and white covers.
Yeah.
Me too. There's some really special ones out there. Bad Wizard says, what is a Mark Jeweler? And I'm just going to toss this one up to you, my friend.
Yeah, and Dave, whatever I don't get right, you fill in for me, and we got Andrew to do anything else that's like super unknown information. So Mark Jewelers.
Hold on. Before you explain it, can you ask again, Justin? Can you ask again that question? What you just asked me now?
What is a Mark Jewelers, my friend?
Dude, hold on a second. Is that in the New Mutants you just had that you said you never had a Mark Jeweler? Oh, you're crazy. I was like, dude, oh my, that would have been wild, man.
On demand.
Okay. So this is a jewelry store from Southern California in the 80s and 90s. You know, whatever, around then. And there you go. There you go. West Pico Boulevard. Oh, I lived not too far from there before. Right? Yeah. And so in any case, they would advertise in certain comic books, certain popular titles, but only sold on military bases. Mm-hmm. So it's always a newsstand, because they weren't at comic book stores. They were at wherever, you know, around a military base these would be sold. But they're always newsstand editions. So every Mark Jewelers insert can only be found in a newsstand book. They come in a variety of colors. They're always in the center. You can start to see them from the top and bottom of a book if you start to identify the colors for the particular copies. And they're only sold at military bases, or originally were, right? So now, and there's theories as to why, you know, people were doing, you know, there's theories as to why they were marketed at military bases to these people at this time. But that's besides the point. The point is, imagine the survival rate of these things, right? Military-based newsstand copies. These didn't go into bags and boards. These are red, put under the mattress. Who knows what?
Right.
So
And the
high-grade Mark Jewelers are the thing.
and the other thing is some of them went overseas and came back. Like,
Wow.
not all of
Yeah.
them were in the U.S. I know I've talked to people that said their brother or uncle was stationed in Germany and brought their comics back. So like, you never know what they're going to be condition wise. So yeah, high grade Mark Jewelers is where it's at 100%. I have nothing to add because he got everything right. There's
Hey,
debate. There's debate on the star stamp.
there is some copies have a star. Dude, it was the Rivera
Yeah.
collection, our friend on Instagram. He was putting me up on game. I didn't know that there was the star stamps on a lot of these Mark Jewelers.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one right now. I got my box, but it's probably a little bit too hard. But Spidey,
I've heard what Marty's saying before that Oklahoma City was a great place to find them, and I don't remember.
Really?
It rings a bell him saying that. Can you tell it's a Mark Jewelers from the cover? No,
no.
It's from the top down.
But some will have a star stamp. And now, Justin, I'm pretty sure I showed this to Manu, but Justin, I'm going to show you the Mark Jewelers insert, and then I'm going to show you the front cover. I know he's not your favorite artist, but
oh, come on now,
Eric
Larson,
dude.
hey,
I just sold a Mark Jewelers to that. I didn't know you had that.
Told you I had this. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm tripping. I'm just like, wow, I love seeing that in a Mark Jewelers, dude. That thing is so awesome.
Yeah, what Eric Larson did some really cool things for Venom. I mean, most people's Venom today is more of an Eric Larson Venom than a Todd or a Bagley Venom.
I'm gonna.
For some reason, I thought you weren't a Larson fan. My
well, I mean, he's not in like the Trinity for me, but he is important for my childhood. And that's probably my favorite Eric Larson cover. I was looking at this one today, by the way, and I was like, man, the signature looks like they really signed it.
Derek Bishop says, Dave's like the guy in the longest yard pulling McDonald's out of everywhere. That's hilarious. And then Brandon says, you can kind of spot them from the top of a bin as the insert is thicker. Absolutely correct. And they're usually a bright color. Sometimes they're red. It's tough to find. Yeah, no, sometimes they're red, purple, royal blue, and there's black ones. They come in all colors. And then Andrew A. Bamfy says, star stamp dates back to the golden age, also signifies military bases. That makes sense why none of my 80s and 90s stuff has it. And then Bad Wizard says, is it acknowledged in a slab? This is a good question. It is. CGC sometimes forgets. Listen, this is really crazy, my friend. Check this out. I have friends that have bought 9/8 newsstands that did not say Mark Jewelers on the CGC slab, only to get them home. And while they're like inspecting their book, realizing there's a red strip down the middle, and resubmitting with the proper acknowledgement that they were Mark Jewelers copies. Like, huge books have been accidentally found in that way. So I urge anybody that has 9/8 news or any newsstand slabs, you should always look at the edges of the slabs. CGC misses a lot of stuff. We'll talk more about that later. And even if you tell CGC, even if you submit something and leave a note to say, hey, this is a Mark Jewelers, guys, put it on my label, they sometimes still miss it. But they do acknowledge it on the label. It says Mark Jewelers insert. When it is a Mark Jewelers insert, it's supposed to always, sometimes they miss it, but it is not acknowledged on the census, meaning you will not know how many of a particular book exist graded with the Mark Jewelers insert, but it will say Mark Jewelers insert on the label.
I got to get to 2 comments from Marty here. He says he'll be at Cowtown Comic-Con in Fort Worth this weekend. So if you're in the Dallas area, go to Cowtown Comic-Con. That name makes me smile. But he also says, talking about Eric Larson, until you grew up, Justin, and realized the truth about Eric Larson. And I don't know, Marty, what are you referring to?
Apparently, recently there was, I don't know either. And I don't like getting into it because I like Larson from my memories of his art. I don't know him as a human being. A lot of times you start getting to know people as people and like, oh, I'll stick with the art. But apparently there was some distasteful things he said. I don't know anything about it. I'm not saying that I personally found anything distasteful because I don't even know what was said. So I have no opinion on the matter, but I'm assuming that's what he's referring to.
Well, I mean, he would know. He's very connected.
He's always been an opinionated guy. I think that about anybody that's opinionated, that has interesting things to say, you're always going to hear them say something that you don't agree with. But
Yeah.
J Rock says Golden Age Guru has a Hulk 181 Mark Jewelers, which I thought was pretty wild.
Whew.
That's a nice book.
Some of the biggest Bronze Age books that exist: 181, ASM 129, New Mutants 98. But here we go, and I know Manu knows this, but maybe you don't.
The fun
Justin.
fact. Hit him. The fun fact.
ASM 300, no Mark Jewelers.
So
Anything
just give
that
up
was,
the hunt.
Yeah, anything that was double sized or king sized or an annual was never made into a Mark Jewelers, probably because production would have cost a little more.
Right.
But you know, it includes some of the biggest books. X-Men 94 is they have a Mark Jewelers. All the X-Men first appearances after that have Mark Jewelers up into Gambit. Fun other fact. What's the black, not the Black Cat, Black Fox ASM Larson cover? Is it 349 or 351? Orange cover.
I don't know.
Either way, that is the last Amazing Spider-Man book that has a Mark Jewelers, and that might actually be the last book that has a Mark Jewelers.
What number was it? 349, you said?
I think it's 349. Yeah, ASM 349.
That's a dope fact.
Yeah. And so, like, as the Mark Jewelers were being phased out due to either the company not wanting to pay for it anymore, they would phase them out of the regular titles. But funnily enough, or funny enough, they put Mark Jewelers in they put Mark Jewelers in Sleepwalker 1 and Darkhawk 1, which is wild to me.
That is wild.
Yeah. Let me open this last pack.
Yeah, keep going. While you're doing that, I was gonna I met Jeff in person for the first time. I've talked to him a little bit on Instagram. The Golden Age Guru in New York. We were staying at the same hotel. He was very nice. I really enjoyed meeting him.
He seems like a really nice guy. Absolutely. Seems like a real human being.
Yeah, he is. He occurred to me as the same as I've seen him on screen.
Yeah. A thick card.
Yeah.
So
I know what
maybe it's
is.
a patch or.
Ooh, that's fancy.
That was a good Yoda.
You pulled Yoda. What is this? It's like a medallion?
Yeah. It may be numbered. Turn around. No, it says lightsaber medallion. That's cool.
It says
some
it's
of those
yours.
Yeah.
It is
Does
mine.
It say Yoda or it says yours? This is yours.
Says yours. All right, let's see what we got here next.
Yeah.
Imagine finding a stamped book.
There it is.
Base and
Is that
wow,
one?
that's a number 1 of 99, Princess Leia.
Alpha Leia.
Mr. Collector 123 said 9.9. Imagine finding a stamped book, military base, and an MJ. Well, the MJ would be stamped. Yeah, I want to find one. I do. I just don't collect that old, I think. And so as I start venturing off into older, I might find some. Yeah. Oh, he said Yoda is numbered front, top right.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
27 out of 50.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then this is the all-star pack right here. You got Han, and we got a Leia Alpha, and we've got Annie. And
I mean,
it's a trap.
I know there are people interested in purchasing this box, but just like, what is this? What is the cost of this box? Like, what is the price of opening 4 packs?
I sold one, like I said, like 4 months ago for $2K.
You dip, Daniel? Stop it.
I sold one for $2,000. The cheapest one and the only one on eBay right now that's not what I listed tonight is $3,500.
Oh, that's what kind of stuff we're talking about? Hey, I want one too.
That's what we're talking about. We are talking about
put me third on the list. Let's take care of our friends. Put me third on the list. I want in. I didn't know it was one of these kind of things.
Hold on. What? Say it again.
I sold one a couple months ago for $2,000.
Yeah.
I put one on eBay tonight because I have 7. I put one up, I think, at 2,600 or something. I'm willing to go $2K on them. The only other box that's on there, I think, is 3,500.
Hey, chat. Hit the like button for Dave opening a $2,000, $3,000 box of Star Wars on the Marvel Show. And make sure you go to his YouTube channel and follow him.
Yes,
Man,
please, dude.
what a
I think
treat.
the chat knew what was happening. I had no idea. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, a Star Wars box.
I
I did not know.
I
He said
believe this is the
the-
first.
Damn, those are some expensive Pop-Tarts. Yes,
Yeah,
those
and that
Pop-Tarts
numbered Yoda card
Raptors are.
probably pays for the box. Who knows?
Oh my
I mean,
god.
I just did it for fun.
Well, thank you, by the way.
You're a
What
wild animal. He doesn't frame his McFarlane originals. He
a
opens up $3,500 boxes without even letting us know what's happening. I love it. Who could
like it
complain?
was nothing.
Can
Oh
I
my
just
God.
grab one other just Star Wars related thing to
You
show off
grab.
to the chat?
Dave,
All
you
right.
grab.
You can,
All
and
right.
I want to read Cave's comment. 1942, 1943, Mighty Midget Comics. All of them were some of the first variants, and all of them are number 11 and number 12. How you tell the difference is by war bonds is stamped on the back of them. So if you're into some of your Golden Age books, make sure you're turning your books over and looking at the back.
Speaking of Golden Age books, I bought a collection a couple of months ago.
K Rock says this was
$2,000
100%
book.
Yeah,
staged.
I love it. I love it.
I bought.
Zen said, I'm
Horse
here for the
moons.
Pop-Tarts and goops.
Oh, it's good stuff.
You guys know what time it is?
It's
Oh,
goop
Oh,
time, dude.
no.
it's Jar Jar time.
What is
Okay, all
this?
right.
That's hilarious. Look at you,
Ooh.
man.
Oh,
Med
that's
No, this
really
is-
cool.
This is not what I wanted
Hey,
to show
isn't
everybody.
Jar Jar's name also Binks or something? Isn't it Jar
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 Binks?
Binks.
Jar Jar Binks. Yeah,
I be
he's my
knowing.
mascot. He's my mascot. All right, but what I wanted to show everybody, I had an opportunity from the same friend that I bought this to get some really cool autographs, and I believe this is the only card that he ever signed. But I've got the
Oh,
Frank
wow.
Oz signed Yoda card from
And
Attack of the Clones.
What size
Wow.
card is that?
A widescreen card. Do you remember the widescreen cards
McFarlane's?
from?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Spawn ones, and yeah,
Mhm.
they're stupid size.
That's a great Tarkin sketch. If I was a Tarkin fan, that like embodies him as a character in that sketch. And it's more of the Clone Wars animated series style
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
I love the sports card radio and backyard break stuff that's entering into the chat, like the little trickling of those innuendo.
Wait a minute,
Wait,
where's this at? Hold
well,
on.
well, the you dip where Zach of all trades said you dip. That's a clip that Sport Card Radio always runs of somebody that was doing a box break that did something off screen, and he was making conversation with someone else trying to distract him, saying, "You dip, Daniel." I don't even know what the heck they were talking about, but they make shirts out of it now, and that's how he says it. You dip, Daniel. I love it. It's become
That's
a
hilarious.
thing. And then right down here, Do6 says it was a Lotus box. It was a loaded box, hyped up product. It's all fixed, and that's a reference to Backyard Breaks pulling all of the biggest cards of all time.
4 1-of-1
Oh.
logo mans, I think is what I read.
Whatever it
Yeah.
is, like crazy big cards, they're pulling them all.
Is this box from
Argument on both
Panini?
sides makes sense,
Is
right?
is it Panini's closet that you pulled these out of?
Right.
Wish.
But
His
yeah.
Is that a custom top loader?
The stuff I have to choose from, like I have another bunch of stuff I'm going to be buying from him, but I wanted to, I got to move at least 1 or 2 of these before I'm allowing myself to spend more money.
Yeah, no,
But,
that makes sense.
Like I have fun opening boxes, even though I don't like have the love for keeping the cards, but
Mhm.
whatever. I mean, like, I think you guys all know, and it's like when you open a box, it's a dopamine hit. I mean, it's a complete dopamine hit.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. The problem with $2,000 boxes is you can't do 2. You gotta stop at 1.
Is that a dare?
Oh my gosh, it's happening now. All right, this is like when Justin gave away like 5 Sentinels in one night. So
I
now-
remember that.
That was a great night. That was so much fun.
It's
Don't-
awesome,
all right.
He says dope is actually cheaper.
That's fun.
Not in the long run, Adam. Kids,
No
if you're
way.
listening,
Are we?
not in the
my-
long run.
dude. What's happening here? Is he
Hold on, I
actually-
gotta switch. I gotta switch
I have
headsets.
I have nothing to
earpods are
do
done.
with these decisions being made. I am saying that
It's
right now.
on.
It's on, and it's Dave. This is what
It
Dave
is
does.
totally
Dave, that's what Dave
on.
does.
Hold on.
More Pop-Tarts. This is so goat, man.
Yeah,
Or
this is a
goop.
Pop-Tart
It's so
party, a
goop.
tardy. It's so good. I'm just, yeah. Shout out Sports Card Radio. Shout them out. I like them. I think
Hold on, I
it's
can't hear
important the stuff
anybody
they talk about.
because these stupid.
Here we go.
Take
I'm
your time.
back.
There you are.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Took
Hey,
my
is sports,
AirPods
is
out.
Yeah.
and they
Sports
were
Card
still-
Radio, the guys who have been hating on the great curator, our friend Daniel.
Have they been hating on him? I only know about the backyard break stuff.
I don't
I
know.
just watched
I
a
don't
really
know who
long
Sports
video 2
Card
nights
Radio
ago.
is,
That's why I'm. Oh,
but
I don't know, man. But curator's my guy, so I didn't know about that. So I apologize.
Swish Rip says, yeah. They said that he's like he's pumping Marvel cards.
Oh, I mean, that's commentary that everyone's saying about everyone. I don't even know who we can, really take seriously anymore with that stuff being said.
Yeah.
I thought there was okay, yeah, maybe they said that. Well, whatever. I don't know enough about them. But what I did watch the other night, I enjoyed thoroughly. They had so many people come on to discuss their opinions about could this thing with backyard breaks be fixed, could it not? There were great arguments made on both sides. And at the end of it, the Sports Card Radio guys are like, we don't know. It's 50-50. It could be either, but we're going to keep talking to people. So I thought that was fair. And in that hours and hours of stuff I watched, there was no mention of the great curator. So I'm unfamiliar with that, but I enjoyed what I did watch.
I'm
I
just
don't
trying to
know
understand
who
who it
those
is.
people
That's
are.
all. No.
They're two advocates for the hobby. I don't know their history. I believe they're brothers. They look very similar. I think they're brothers. And they have a YouTube thing as well as I think an actual probably a podcast. I'm not sure. And they're always talking about certain controversies and stuff like that in the community. And it could, I guess, be taken as, hey, if you're always talking about something that's not right, but a lot of times the stuff that looks not right is not right. So I think it's worth the conversation.
Swish
Yeah.
Rip says they're twins.
Oh, well, there you go. That explains
Sweet.
the way they look to me.
Gents, Justin.
He's opened another box. Another
Pick a
$2,500 is just
Oh,
Pick-
pick a pack.
pick a
Pick a pack. Oh, let's see. I'm going to use the force.
I'm
the
forcing
force.
you a certain force.
I'm going to go far right.
That's what I said in my head. It had the red shadow on it. I wanted that one. That's
Okay.
the one, my friend.
That's
I
it.
had a 1 in 4 shot, 1 in force. So
There we go. We know that me and Justin have seen all the Star Wars movies. Manu, how many of the 11 Star Wars movies have you seen?
after I'm not going to say this because I'm going to get disowned from it. I'm not going to answer this question.
All right, fair enough. I love putting you on
Yeah.
the spot.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'll tell you my truth.
Yeah, I
A
don't
long,
care. I'm
long
not going to
time
judge
ago.
you.
A
The galaxy
long
far,
time
far
ago.
away.
Far away.
Yeah, there was some Star Wars re-release coming out because I had never seen any of the originals. And there was some real, I'm talking about, I'm 11, 12, 13, 14, who knows, right? The movie theater doesn't even exist anymore, the one that I watched it at. And it was sold out everywhere, headlines, this and that. So obviously I wanted to go, and I was just not interested. And that's just my
Episode 1?
truth. I don't remember what it was. I was
Had
just
to be
watching and I was
episode
like,
1
I don't
at
know
your
what's
age.
going on. I don't know who these characters are. It's so developed, this universe, this world, and I don't know anything about it. I just couldn't get into it, and I don't think I ever
another
watched
bounty
another one
hunter?
again.
Yeah,
Sam
Zan
Weasel?
Wessel from Attack of the Clones. Gabe just told me I should do live breaks. The problem is I am a comic seller, and like the time that I have for doing anything non-comics basically
Well-
would be right now,
You could sell them here, and people could pay through the chat, and I can send you the money. The other
Jeez.
3 boxes.
I mean, that was your idea. I'm into it, but I don't want to monetize myself on your time,
Oh, dude, no, we're talking about tonight, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to sell these other 3 boxes, like put a price on them, and if somebody wants to buy them, they can pay through the chat, and I'll send you the money.
I mean, I don't even know what to sell them for. I mean, do I sell them for $400 a box?
Yeah,
A
Gabe
pack?
said.
Oh, but
Gabe said you could have made $400. They don't have to do it.
No.
You can just make
He said
He said-
4,000.
4,000. Sorry,
4,000,
that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
4 with 3 zeros.
You could have made 40 Greedo.
Hey, is that a number card? Because it's orange.
Yeah, it's not. But the
It's
Boba
not.
Fett that I got was like a refractor version of this, so it was numbered.
Got you. Okay.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is how like that 2019 masterpieces set is, isn't it?
I
Or
guess.
because it has like the
Oh,
Who is that? John
Angus
Dutch.
McGinnis, John Dutch Vander. I wonder if he's from the original trilogy. I bet this guy is not as close to not being alive anymore. But I don't know who he is.
Manu hasn't seen a
hey,
major pop
hey,
culture movie. Oh, it's
honestly,
a
guys,
trap.
It's a trap. Well, look.
um,
Oh, Manu, yeah.
what?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to make a mention about Pogs. Um, Pogs are awesome, and I love what graded gamer is doing. Amanda's like slabbing Pogs,
Really?
and dude, and I'm in. I want all the PSA 10 Spidey Venom Carnage Pogs. Guys, if you got them, I'm buying. I don't know what they're supposed to be worth, so take advantage of me. Send me some
Oh
Pogs.
my God. Who's
Um,
grading Pogs?
graded gamer.
I was into Pogs, I think, for like 4 months as a kid. Like that's the span I think I remember.
Yeah.
We would take and we would measure them out on like a piece of cardboard, and we would cut out the circles, and we would make our own Pogs and sell them, like with art.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, and but it didn't last very long in my childhood.
I have one,
Can we
two,
do that,
three.
Keith?
I have,
Because
yeah. Oh, sorry.
oh no, sorry, I was having a conversation with myself just out loud.
Oh,
Actually, with Keith. Yeah.
I have three, I guess, four, five, six. I have 5 master boxes left. I'm happy to sell those. If somebody wants to make me an offer on a pack rip, I'll take it. But I just don't feel like I came on to do something fun. I don't need to make any money tonight.
I'm just gonna say this. I mean, you have already shown, I think the word is humility, modesty.
Yeah.
You've been gracious. You've said, I don't want to do this. And now that all that's out of the way, because that was a beautiful thing to do. If anybody wants to pay our friend Dave for anything on the table, just go ahead and say it.
Yeah,
And that'd be
fair
fine.
enough.
And if
Fair
someone
enough.
doesn't, it doesn't. Because
Yeah,
we're opening them anyway.
exactly. And I'll say this: if you want to support me, every Wednesday night, West Coast Wednesday, my comic book
Yeah.
claim sale and auction
Love
is
it.
where I sell all my books.
And you
Stacking
do that on
9mm.
YouTube, is that right?
Yeah, I used to do it on Instagram. Once Instagram drew a lot of accounts back to 60 minutes live, and then you have to start over. I already had the YouTube channel established. I'm like, why am I even bothering with Instagram anymore?
Right.
Hold on, we got
Um,
we got 2 questions we need to answer real quick. Jake, yes, this is the Marvel show. Oh snap! What are we opening? A $2,000 box of Star Wars Masterworks. This is our second box for fun. So Dave's just like $4,000. Who cares? Let's do it. So sit
Yeah.
back and enjoy. We got 3 inners left. These inner boxes here. If someone wants to like purchase one of these unopened inner boxes, make an offer, and you can pay through. We'll figure out some way to pay, however that works.
Yeah.
And Dan asked, how much does a Pop-Tart cost these days?
Well,
they're roughly $500.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, like I said, I sold 1 box of this about 2 months ago. Maybe it was even a month ago for $2,000. So, and the cheapest one available that's not mine on eBay is twice the price. I'm throwing the cards out after this. Oh, there he is. A bad mother Jedi. Mace Windu. And I think this is numbered. Yeah, it's 96 of 99.
Very cool. Oh, wait. What are you showing? Hold on real quick. What's he showing?
No, RMS collects. He pointed out that one of the ones that needed for the completing the set in PSA 10, the page, was available, and he just asked if I bought it, and my answer was to show it.
There it is.
You did.
Thank you, my friend.
How many cards deep into that 9-card page are you?
I still need 5 of them, man. I only got 4.
Okay,
you're getting there.
Yeah, I'm getting there. They'll pop up. I'll buy them as they pop up. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pull up this comment. John the Dutch Vander, your Otto, is a character from the original Star Wars movie, 1977, A New Hope.
That's what I figured, because it looks like original Star Wars and not like what they did with Rogue One, where they used some old footage of unused. Sorry, they used. Yeah, there's the Commander Cody card that somebody mentioned is sick. I'm pretty sure there's an auto right here. Let's see.
Oh,
nope. No.
Okay.
Damn, that would have been nice, right?
That would have
What
been
great
nice.
looking cards though. See, this is quality.
This is what quality really is when you talk about cards.
Yeah.
Is that one
Comment
number? The one you
here.
just showed?
No, it's not.
Check the top right. I'm just joking.
I just
They have Stacking 9mm says they have Spawn Pogs. LOL. I have the entire
Mhm.
set and a bunch of Marvel ones. The next big thing. Excuse me. I don't know if it's the next big thing, but if we enjoy it, then it's something for us. But that Spawn Pogs you're talking about, wasn't there like a binder? Is it green? I think it
Yes,
was green.
I had it and I sold it maybe like
I
6
want
months
that,
ago.
dude.
I'm going to show you something that I do have that I don't think you know that I have that you'll love. Speaking of Spawn, but let's
Mhm.
see. This is another medallion. Oh, I already ruined it. It's a
Luke.
Luke medallion.
Ooh, yeah,
Oh,
and
That's
that's
cool.
and I like
pretty.
it when he's in all black, the Return of the
Yeah,
Jedi outfit, right?
yeah, that's pretty. So I guess there's silver. Obviously, I pulled a Yoda, and then there's bronze, and I guess that must mean there's gold.
Doesn't Dutch get crushed by the walker?
No, is that Dutch? Maybe it is
I
Dutch.
don't know.
In at the end of at the hot scene in Empire. All
Yeah.
right. So
Stacking 9mm. That's dope. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
that is
that's
the
dope.
spawn binder's sick. So
Eat Your Marvel. I love that you have them, and I love that you still have them. Yeah.
What do I think of 95 Marvel annuals? I love the art on them. Me personally, I enjoy them a
Yeah.
great deal. I don't other than the sealed box. Yeah, Manu's going to show one real quick. Other than the sealed box and PSA 10s, I wouldn't think of them as investments if that's what you're getting at.
So
Yeah,
the
PSA 10s and sealed boxes. Yeah.
so the store that I help out, she just showed me another box of so little backstory. The store that I help out, the owner, she bought a comic collection from a guy that passed away. His mom contacted her and sold it. And so this comic collection had, I don't know, like 45 long boxes. But the guy was obsessed with Mystique. And I'm
Oh,
not
wow.
kidding you, not kidding you, Justin. At some point in the mid 2010s, 2015, 16, 14, 13, he went on eBay, and before the boom
Oh,
of
never mind.
the boom of the PMGs and all that stuff that hit, so this is 7 years ago,
Yeah.
he tried to buy every Mystique card that existed. And I'm not talking about just one of every card. I'm talking about every single serial number card as much as he could find. And so like Ultra X-Men Retro, I'm not sure what year it is.
Mm-hmm.
They did a numbered parallel out of 50, I think. He had like 7 of the Mystique ones.
He had the blues.
Yeah, like he was cornering the market. So if anybody's in the mood to if anybody is a Mystique fan and looking for any of that stuff, I might be able to get a hold of it for people to buy. But I looked through the box. Guy had, no joke, 150 different Mystique sketch cards from 150 different artists.
And they're still there, like they're still at the shop.
Yeah, they're still there.
Wow. That is really cool. What I love about that is if you get a Mystique card, there's a really good chance that you're actually getting another character too, because she's generally transforming into somebody.
Yeah, I looked at them yesterday to finally see everything, and I had you in mind with Spidey stuff, but there were no Spider-Man sketch cards.
Oh man, thank you for thinking of me. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hold on. So Marty says you should pull a sketch card out of this one.
Oh, that's right, because I haven't gotten one, and I have two packs or 2 mini boxes left.
Yeah, that's exciting to think about. Dan, how did I like your red Iron Man PMG you put in Discord? I'm not remembering it right now, but there's not a bad Iron Man PMG, whether it's 2013, 15, 17, or 2022. They're all great. So I'm sure it's a good one. It's a good, nice layout.
Classic carry with the cinnamon buns.
Oh, that's
and
good.
all. Yeah.
That's good.
Let's see what's next here. Ooh, Obi-Wan.
I want that Spawn binder. Hey, Dave, don't forget, you said you're going to show me something that you don't think that I know you have.
Oh,
yes.
Out of 100. Out of 99.
Yeah. Hello there. Did you have you watched Andor?
I've
Or at
watched
least-
everything but the most recent episode,
Okay.
and I love it. I love
Oh,
it,
it's
love it, love it.
fantastic.
I've watched the first episode 3 times, the second episode 2 times. Ooh,
Ooh.
that's kind of cool right there.
Ooh,
That's a,
that's sick. I
that's
love
a
that.
that's a cool scene. This is the new
Is that a refractor?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Now it's got
so
your fingerprint on the center of it, but I still like it.
No,
Manu,
it
did you
didn't leave. Did it leave a fingerprint?
No,
No,
I
it didn't.
just saw your finger go there as you made a comment.
Manu, did you hear that Harrison Ford is coming to the MCU?
That's right.
No, as who?
He's going to be Sergeant Ross
Yeah,
or
yeah,
General Ross.
Thunder.
Sorry.
Oh, here's the sketch card.
I don't know who that is, but I like Harrison Ford, so that's awesome.
I don't know who this is, but it's
I
a
don't
pretty cool
either.
sketch
I don't know
card.
who the character is either.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Matt Moore.
Moore?
I don't know, but the character I'm not sure. It could be anybody like Clone Wars.
All right, Force Moon.
Oh, that's
somebody-
Red Hulk?
Yeah, Red Hulk.
Yeah, Red Hulk.
What the heck?
The guy
That's
that did play him, I think he passed away, didn't he?
Yeah, William Hurt passed away like maybe a month and a half ago. Hold on, Manu. Say
Yeah.
the name of that character again.
who?
The
Harrison
one
Ford?
that Harrison Ford's gonna play.
Red Hulk?
First
There it is.
appearance.
This
There it
is
is.
great, dude. This is great.
It just happened. Just happened. He's sitting right
Just
there.
so happened.
The Infinite Collector says, "Why no Marvel happening right now? How's it, Infinite
Is
Collector? I
he?
don't know. They took over. I don't know what the heck happened.
Here, there's Marvel.
They're opening these $10,000 Star
Marvel.
Wars cards. I can't tell
Marvel.
one from the other. I don't know what's
Marvel. Marvel.
Immaculate manifestation.
Marvel.
happening.
Hey.
This
Here's the thing. We're having a marvelous time. That's what we're doing.
And by the way, never mind.
Oh, what? What were you going to say?
Nothing positive. I'm keeping it positive because right when I was about to, you said marvelous, and I said, "Keep marvelous, man."
I did not. All right. I did not mean to come in here and Star Wars this place up, but it's just
Hey,
happening. you
Disney
know?
owns
Hey,
both of them, so it's
Listen,
okay.
man, them things. I'm learning. I get to see stuff that I never would have. If the curator was in here, he'd be happy. I know he loves Star Wars.
Yeah, he does.
Cool.
So Manush's happened to watch. He's happy to watch you rip through money.
Right. That's what I'm doing because I don't know if this stuff actually has much on.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. Yeah, had I not realized that it was a $3,000 box, my interest would have continued to dwindle. But it had actually increased, and now I'm excited. I'm excited because other people are excited, and I know that they're expensive, and I think that's exciting.
Yeah. The empty boxes.
Gabe says the
will be
empty
worth
boxes.
money.
Yeah. Look, I have a
Guaranteed.
2013. I have a 2013 Fleer retro box. We're talking about boxes that have sold for upwards to 50,000 a piece.
Yeah, those are like crazy
I'm-
money.
I'm very thankful to have the empty box all these years later. I never got to open one, but it's in my display.
I love
Jeez.
podcasts. You're right. I love podcasts. Absolutely.
It is
Yeah.
it is Masterworks is the equivalent of a masterpiece from a
Mhm.
quality standpoint, for sure.
Well, I'm glad. Like, I didn't think that people would be excited, and I'm glad that they are. I mean, if we could only get Manu to open that box behind him, then we could really have a
sold it.
marvelous time. You sold it?
No, it's right here. It's
Ah.
I believed he sold it. I really did.
Oh God.
I can't do Chewy.
I have no
Dude,
Uvula, so I can't do it either.
Yeah, I love Chewy though.
Zen says, marvelous. It is. I'm learning. Learning I am. Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts,
I
I
enjoy.
enjoy.
Love
It took me a second, but I got there.
This should be something here, and it's another
Oh,
like
Mad
cool.
Wizard's awesome for that. He said
cool
the cards
refractor.
are fine. It's the people that are fun. It's all Dave.
Oh,
Dave
dude.
brought the energy.
He did.
Well,
Uh,
I got a refractor of our two favorite lovable droids. This one though is indeed numbered. Hold on.
Oh, I can't see. Gotta get the camera. Is it out of 299?
Yeah, it's 190.
199.
Whoa, I'm hitting weird numbers.
I
196, 199.
I want to open a thick Marvel card box.
I would too.
Fleer Ultra Avengers, and then Marvel Masterpieces. What in the world?
Marvel
To ride home?
Tessic. Tessic. Squid head. I mean, that's cool. That's a classic, George Lucas creation right there.
It sure is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this is George Lucas. He's the man.
Yeah. And then we've got, ooh,
Yoda.
you're
Very
Oh,
good.
Bryce,
oh,
thank you.
Yoda.
Hey, Bryce, thank you so much. On
Enjoy your
vacation, but glad I could
vacation.
be here. Well, here
Yeah,
you are.
absolutely. Have a drink for me. Cheers.
All right, so there's 2 boxes of the Star Wars Masterworks 2014. The rest, you are anybody in here is welcome to hit me up. I'll give you a nice little discount. I'll ship it out. I'm happy to sell these. And if
Dave,
anybody,
you're awesome for opening these. Like that's
yeah,
incredible, man.
Yeah,
yeah,
dude. Thank you.
if I had the stuff that I put aside to buy, you guys would have seen me. I'd like 7 different other Star Wars. He's selling me a 2020 one of these and a
Mhm.
2016, but the 2021 has Mandalorian stuff in it. So I really want to open that and just pull a Pedro Pascal and call it a day.
Hey,
Let's
look.
get all of those cards sleeved up and listed. Let's get some of this
Oh
money.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
So, Pedro Pascal, he just feels to me like an actor who's going to say one day, "I'm not signing anything anymore."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, Bryce. No, please. I'm sorry. Bryce says 9.9. I'm set. I remember. I forgot. I'm so sorry. I was so astonished when you first told me you were 17. I mean, have a ginger ale. I love
Yeah,
ginger
have a
ale. Have
ginger
a
beer.
Canada Dry. On the rocks. Let's go, my
I,
man.
I'm
Have a
gonna
Dr. Pepper or sweet tea for me.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
gonna grab that thing I wanted to show you, Manu. Give me one
Yeah, please
second.
do. Yeah, very
Oh
excited.
yes, yes, yes.
So, everybody, Dave has something that he thinks Manu either hasn't seen or has no idea he owns. Whoa.
Was
Gabe's Cave. Thank
Hey,
you.
wow,
there
you're
we
so
go.
kind. Hey, Marty,
Okay.
Brandon has my cell phone number. Feel free to reach out to me anytime if I could ever help you guys in any way. And I do want to plan a trip to the store soon when you're there. I know you'll be out of town this weekend. But yeah, I need to make a trip up there soon, anyways. And thank you. I really do appreciate that.
That's actually true, Swish, and it's funny because we were using Canada Dry as the alternative. That's actually true. The
Here you
drinking
are.
age is, yeah.
In Louisiana, you can drink as a minor in the presence of the home of your parents.
Oh,
Yeah, of course. I don't drink at all. I've never actually had a drink of alcohol in my entire life, and don't
Wow.
desire to at
ooh,
all.
I'm sober. I'm 8 years sober,
ooh.
so I
Dude,
yeah.
way to
Congrats.
go, man!
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
proud of
I
you. Absolutely.
haven't had a drink since 2014, and it's been a very positive life since then.
I love to hear that, man.
That's me,
Um,
man. Want to keep it marvelous.
Here we go. You ready? So I showed you something very big that was
Yes.
McFarlane, and now I'm going to show you something that's very big that's also McFarlane. How about
Oh, I gotta make you a big
Spawn,
screen.
What is
the
that?
board game?
Dude, look at the art on this thing.
That art is great.
Is
I
it sealed? And
know.
can you open it and show us what's inside?
Sure, sure.
Dude, look at the
Let's.
art on the side.
You need to mount your camera on the TV on the ceiling again.
I know, right? I gotta put
Dude,
it up. I
big
gotta put
books,
it up
big
there.
boxes,
Big sketch. Big
$17,000 Star
sketch.
Wars box, big
So
sketches,
I
Hey,
put
it
this
comes
in a
with
board
bag and
games.
I put this in a bag and a board because it's a comic-sized instruction booklet with.
Dude, slab that thing. Let's grade it.
Oh, I never thought of it. It needs a press. It needs a press because you can see
Well, he
the.
knows a guy.
Oh, yeah, we all know a guy. I
Yeah.
mean, hey,
Hey, that
check.
would be that's such a sick collector's item that no one knows about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check out the board.
The viewers just dropped because people are going to eBay now to look for this.
Right? Yeah.
Wow, that is cool.
Yeah,
Dude,
so
that's
I mean,
awesome.
the coolest things are the board, the box, and the instructions. The cards I never, the game cards I never opened.
Ooh,
Wanda.
Spawn cards I didn't know about.
Yeah, there you go. The die are blank because they give you, check this out, they give you little decals to put on the dice.
Todd
That's
would make you do the work.
awesome.
Of
Huh?
course, Todd will make you do the work. And then the game pieces are like crappy plastic, but they're still dope.
But
Can
you
we see
might
the
could paint
comic
them.
again?
Yeah. Hold on one sec. This is not
Can
an
you
expensive thing.
can you show the
No,
interior?
I don't assume. I mean, it's not an expensive thing right now.
No, you're right. I didn't think of that. Let me put this on the side. You guys want to see the interior of the comic? Is that what you said?
No, I just wanted to see the cover. I would love to see the interior as well, but I just want to see the cover. I think it's really cool looking.
Marty, that would be great to get a Gabe's Cave variant. I would love to see that.
How amazing is that little book?
I know. It's pretty dope. Oh, here's the back
Oh, it's the
cover. It's a
back.
That's
John
it.
Cleary.
Does it say wizard? Oh, okay. Never mind.
No.
Oh
It's
my
a-
God. Oh, I almost lost it.
Yeah, if this was an original
Show the
pod
bottom
that-
right corner. When you first
It
saw
looked
it,
like it said wizard in there.
it
Yeah,
did.
look, see?
I don't know
Yeah.
why. It
Because
just
the W yellow
Yeah.
orangey
Yeah.
thing, it just felt that way. Oh, had me
but
for a
yeah.
minute.
So
Oh.
Cleary used to do a lot of the stuff that was like the promo material. Like he did some of the Spawn covers that weren't the main Spawn books, but the real gem is this.
Yeah. Dude, that's so awesome, bro. I literally need one.
So
And
question,
grade aside, I just need one, yeah.
do you think CGC would grade that as a comic?
I would imagine. I mean, it's comic sized. I don't know. That's a good question. That really is, because
they grade comic they grade video game instruction
Mhm.
that's
strategy
true.
guides. They
That's
grade
true.
strategy guides. They grade all kinds of promotional newspaper material things.
I think why
So,
not? I mean,
Yeah.
if they, I don't see why they wouldn't grade it. I guess.
Let's be honest here. CGC would grade anything if you paid them.
Congrats
Wow.
congrats on 4,000, Justin.
Oh well, thank you.
Congrats.
I do appreciate that swish. It means a lot to me. And look,
Yeah.
I've been telling people this. I know how stingy I am with my subscriptions at times, and so each one really means a lot to me. I know that people guard that pretty well. So I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Ballpark
It's
says
pretty-
Dave needs to be a regular guest on the show.
Agreed.
I mean, look, I love the vibe in here, and you guys make me extremely excited to talk about anything, even if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So,
I love it.
anytime I'm around and you would like me to be here, I will not force myself upon you.
Well, let's hang out afterwards and let's talk about it.
Yeah. I
Maybe
love
good.
it.
Oh,
Do we, Manu? You okay?
yeah, I think my thing, one of the
Your
things
bud.
is going down in battery. That's all. Gabe's Cave is saying good night. Good night. And that was it was Marty tonight.
That's Marty, the
Good night,
owner.
Marty. Have a good night.
Check out Gabe's Cave Instagram, guys. He gives away. The way I understand it, and Marty, correct me if I'm wrong. He very much loves to support artists, and so
Mhm.
he is regularly engaging artists. I think paying them. I don't know the details to make store Gabe Cave sketch cards, and then they just give them away.
Damn.
Just give them away, and this is on a weekly basis. And so he says he has over 100 artists doing sketches for him. And I just think that's really special, because without artists, we don't get all these things that we love. It doesn't exist.
That's very true. I mean, we don't have comics without artists.
Right.
No. Andrew said they absolutely would slab that, and so I believe it. Oh yeah, this is interesting. I don't want to show this right now. This is actually funny. But this is one that I don't think we've shown on the. Oh wow! There.
There we go.
Is that the one you sold?
Look at that.
Yeah,
book.
that's got to go. That's got to go out. This is that weird one. Remember this weird McFarlane thing?
Oh, yeah. The
Spasm?
spasm.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the money down here. Oh, and it's a newsstand.
And it's a newsstand.
That's
yeah.
John Mouse, right? Something like that.
I don't know. So wait, this is not McFarlane?
Bill Mouse. It's Bill Mouse. No, it's Bill Mouse, I think.
But why they kept McFarlane's thing there?
Huh. Let me see the cover completely.
That's McFarlane. Look at this. Look at this.
It
face.
is, but
Where's
Bill Mouse might have done that, added
all
the
the
other
wacky
art.
stuff on it.
Yeah,
Rotate the hand, put the
Oh,
pills or whatever.
yeah, that makes
So
sense.
this is actually the back cover of a different comic book called The Spitting Image or The Splitting Image.
Splitting Image. Yeah.
And they don't all have this on the back cover, and obviously they're not all newsstands. So
I wonder if only the newsstands have that.
no. There's directs of this.
Okay.
That's yes, there are directs of this. But this
I
is
have
the
to look at the
newsstand
back
version.
cover of every
I love
Splitting Image I've ever seen now. Thanks.
Put him to work. Hey,
You
so
know.
guys, Brandon McElroy just won a She-Hulk anime Marvel Peach signed card. So Marvel anime, which is all Peach Momoka art. She did signed cards that are numbered to 120. And you know, I don't talk a lot about like spec stuff here on the channel because people can get so hurt by it.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that if I was looking to look at something, I would be looking at that first ever Marvel anime set
Oh yeah.
because number one, it's anime. Number two, it's Marvel. Number three, it's a major artist who has not finished blowing up. Like she's still blowing up and becoming a big time artist. I think she's going to be important for quite a while, as long as she keeps at it, you know. But that set, I think, is going to go down to be rather important. If Marvel Cards really gets global in a sense, it's going to be even more important because anime is big globally.
Mhm.
I mean, it's big domestically too, but
You know, she's under contract with Marvel and exclusive actually, and
Mhm.
it's going to be interesting to see like if she jumps ship to do her own thing at Image, or they throw as much money at her as they possibly can, because they will literally need to throw a boatload of money at her
yeah,
to, you know, because like, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like you get to this point and you've done everything for this company. What's there left to do?
yeah.
You do your own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. She's awesome. I'm not a huge buyer of her work, but when she knocks it out of the park, it is a sight to behold.
Correct. No, I agree. It's a particular style, you know.
Mhm.
I think you got to have an appetite for it, but it stands out to me.
Young Farland.
Yeah,
There
that's
he is.
right. I don't have that. I have the Amazing Heroes though that you either sold or gave away a couple weeks ago. That's a great
Oh, I
issue
sold
too.
that one. Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
one. I have another of that. Because the picture's so dope.
So Marty kind of answers my question. He says, with the giveaway with the sketch artists where they support them, every week we have a new artist on the show. We pay them to work on 10 cards. We interview them on the show and promote them and then give away 10 originals each week. So they're really investing in these artists.
That's
and
amazing.
supporting them. I think it's so. I don't know. Gabe's Cave may not be your local LCS, but if you have a way to support them and you don't have an LCS where you live, reach out to them. They're just a great. It's a family owned shop too. Their sons work there. Gabe is Marty's son. That's why it's called Gabe's Cave, if I remember correctly. So, anyways, good
I'll
stuff.
I'll give him a follow on the grams.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Cardboardology says, cannot wait for my cassette. And we haven't talked about it yet, but you remember the Maximum Carnage cassette tape,
I
green
do.
jelly? And it has the
Oh, yeah.
cards on the back of it,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So he hits me up the other day and he was like, man, I just found out there's these cards, right? And so we got to talking, and then now he's the proud owner of a sealed cassette with the cards. So
Do you
yeah,
open
man,
it? Do you open the cassette to get the cards out?
I didn't open mine.
Yeah,
I
I
wanna
sold
see what
one.
it
I
looks
sold
like.
one sealed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because it's a
open it.
sealed cassette and a sealed pack of cards in the top wrapper.
So there's
And
other cards that you're not enjoying, right?
yeah, you're only seeing the one top card. You know
It's
the other
true.
four.
I'd
You
have to
gotta
open
have
them.
two. You gotta have the open one and the unopened one. You gotta
Yeah,
have both.
yeah.
That's the way.
I,
All right,
I
Cardboardology.
don't know
I
what
guess
they
we
look
gotta buy
like.
more.
Yeah, gotta have to.
Yeah, I found
Uh,
one. I found one last year and sold it for like $50. Probably should have just kept it, but whatever.
Hey, it's all right. Keep it moving.
Yeah.
Mithrandir, my friend. Destin Givens. He's here. Spidey and Friends. I love that. Spidey and Friends. And I am watching the Rings of Power, and I'm very much enjoying it.
It's so good.
Yeah. I think I'm 6-7 episodes in, so I'm not all the way, I haven't caught up. But if you are at all a Lord of the Rings fan or a fantasy fan, I just think I just have enjoyed it. I really have.
It's the fact and I won't go off. I won't
Yeah.
go off. I'll
Yeah.
just say the fact that they spent all that money to make that show, it truly shows in the best way possible. And it feels like you're stepping right back into the land of Tolkien that Peter Jackson showed us.
Where was the negative? Like, it had so much negative press.
It's because people are. I'll save it. I'll just be PC about it. Most people don't have good things to say.
Yeah. people, want to hate on it.
Now on my channel, I'll give a little more
Yeah.
a little more R-rated rant on people that have complaints about that show, and especially the awful things that they say.
Yeah.
But we're here to have a marvelous time.
That's
What
it,
show
man.
are we talking about again? What's it called? What is
Rings of Power, the Lord
It's
of the Rings show.
exclusively on Prime, Amazon Prime. You know,
and it's Lord of the Rings in a series.
Yeah, I mean, so in the movie world, where you're having this entertainment that's being delivered directly to you, like Netflix, Disney Plus, Prime, owning properties is where it's at. Like owning the franchise of Lord of the Rings or Stranger Things, where they created their own property there, or Marvel. You know, like it's huge, and so Prime said, "Hey, we're going to go buy the Tolkien franchise, everything Lord of the Rings, and we're going to do these TV shows based on it." And they paid $1 billion, if I remember correctly, round number, for just the rights to own it, and then whatever amount of money they've spent producing
to produce stuff.
Yeah, it was like 750 million into the budget of the show. Hey, Justin, last week or this past Sunday on my Sunday show, I went into a very good rant, a very positive rant about how much I love She-Hulk. And our friend here said I got him so pumped up he might watch the show.
Oh wow.
I started to like it because everyone has like this opinion of it, and I'm just watching everyone's opinion. But Dave was like, listen, man, it don't have to be the best everything, the best CGI. You know, you specifically said, you were like, go get your own budget and go produce your own show.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. If you think you can do it better, you know what? The door's open. They're taking submissions all the time.
Right.
Go create the best thing that you think. Like, I don't know. I love
like, it's good. Enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Because you know, like, I look at it. We all read comics to most of us. Oh no, all of us have read comics for an escape. It is a complete escape from reality, whether you are reading the text and getting lost in the stories, or you're just getting lost in an image that you could look at for 40 straight years.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Right? So to go in and scrutinize these shows and TVs, it means you are actively sitting there and not enjoying it. Like you are actively being this.
Yeah.
And I'm be honest, that's what happens. That's why I don't watch movies, because I become that person.
Yeah.
So I don't watch them.
But like you can let go of and it's ego. It's complete ego. That's the only thing it is. If you can let go of your ego.
It's a number of ego and some other stuff. It's a number of things.
Hey, I love what Cam is saying. We live in a world where we're getting top quality Marvel, Star Wars, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings shows all at the same time. Dune, like I'm not even into some of this stuff. I watched it and it was okay, but like, I mean, we're literally getting to see the things we enjoyed as a kid in the biggest possible production on the screen at our fingertips anytime I want to watch it. So it's I don't want to lose sight of how, you know, I don't want to use the word blessed in the terms of movies, but like it's a real privilege to be able to have the access to this in this way. And I enjoy it. And if I don't enjoy it, I'll just turn it off. I'm not going to sit around and beat everybody up over it.
Right.
J Rock said, "Hey Dave, you have the comic that matches your shirt." It was a question, and yes, he absolutely does right there.
Yeah, I mean, he probably could show you his underwear.
Yeah, right.
I have McFarlane underwear.
I have like 17 of those. I mean,
I am definitely wearing Spider-Man underwear.
Are you like for a fact?
100% right now.
Yes. I mean, I have Batman.
Dave, you made me use the F word. I'm blaming you. Your energy came through. Oh God.
Sorry. Oh, God. I mean, it was like the third word I said when I was born. It was like, Mama, Dada. I mean, I have Batman tattooed on my skin, so he can wear Spider-Man underwear whenever he wants.
Yes. Hey, look. So Stacking 9mm makes a great point. If the thumbnail says, you know, wonderful movie, really loved it, you know, it was great, like you get some views. But if it says it was the worst ever, they should have never done it, like they just threw their money away, like it's going to get a ton of views, even if you're not even into that content.
Yeah.
The truth. I mean, this is a different conversation, and we won't go too off the deep end because it could go real deep. But I mean, that's just the I don't know if it's unfortunate. It doesn't matter what sort of descriptive words I use. Just the truth is, the bad stuff is more interesting to people. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of terrible because it like perpetuates negativity. It perpetuates the
Mm-hmm.
bad energy, right? And then over time, what you get is sort of like the world we live in, where there's a lot of bad stuff everywhere, and then it just gets perpetuated. People love to talk about what happened bad, and then somebody's reacting to what happened bad. And
Yeah.
I am very aware of this. I'm very energy sensitive, and it boggles my mind when people aren't this way. And that's great if someone is more shielded to having their actual emotion and sensation affected by what they take in, then good for them. But I don't work that way. I'm listening to music, I'm watching a movie, I'm seeing a visual, I'm hearing something, anything, it affects me. I am completely aware of how energy transfers, energy vibrates, energy affects you, right? Sometimes I'm on my explore page on Instagram and I'm disgusted at myself. Like, what is all of this crap that's being aggregated because of what I have shown interest to? Right? And my energy could sink immediately, and I need something more uplifting, more positive right away. You go on your YouTube feed. Listen, I don't know if there's more crime than there's ever been before, but it's being circulated more than ever before. And what's that doing to the minds of the people that are taking this stuff in? It's numbing you to things that you're supposed to like not be able to watch, first of all. Like there's so many things that I grew up thinking are the worst things in the world that now it's like, oh, again, that's bad, man. This is it's a sad state of things. But that's just the truth. Sex sells, violence sells, all of this stuff sells. So depending on what side of it you're on, you're going to cater to something. And if you're on the side of media where you're producing this thing to get these views, make this money, well, then, you're feeding into it. But even if you weren't feeding into it, I don't think the world goes back to being not driven by it. That's just
No, but if you
people
take
are.
the stance of, hey, I'm not chasing money, like I want to be a part of building a culture that's I like to use the word marvelous. Like the word doesn't belong to me. I just enjoy it. And I think people understand what I mean by it. Like that's what I just want to be about. And it's okay if someone doesn't want to, and there are other places they can go and do that, and that's fine. I went to a funeral today. Don't let that be a Debbie Downer. Like, this was a good funeral. The man was 96 years old, had been married for 73 years.
Yeah, wow.
Hear what I just said. Married for 73 years. He was drafted into World War II. Okay.
Wow.
He never made it overseas into the conflict because the war ended by the time he got out of boot camp. And his name was Charles. And his wife vehemently today at the funeral said that he never raised his voice at her, was never said one ill word to her. We're talking about a man who embodied being jovial and happy. Like if you walked in the room, he was like really happy to see you. And like, I want my life to be more like that. I want to be remembered in that kind of way where like, if I meet somebody like, well, he was really pleased and really happy to see me. Like I was the only person there.
Man. Yeah. That's actually, yeah.
It's a lot of life.
Yeah.
That's a lot of life. And
that's
like,
a lot of life.
If you can live that long, I mean, my grandma lived to 99, just shy of 100. If you could live that long and stay positive with everything in the world that's going on, man. And in the amount of time that you've been alive to see all of these things from, World War II, the rise of Hitler, and then, just on and on and on from there. Like, wow.
He was born in 1926, but he was very humble. Now he was super intelligent. He was when he took the GI test, I can't remember the name of the test. Somebody can clean that up for me. But they wanted him to become a rocket scientist. He was like, no, I'll just be an engineer. And he became an engineer for the rest of his life. He was very brilliant.
Am I having deja vu, or did you tell the story about this gentleman before?
If I did, I don't remember it. But I mean, probably not, because he just passed away. But ASFAB, that's what it was. Thank you, Chris. ASFAB. I really appreciate that.
So, well, geez, that I don't know how to follow all of that intelligent stuff up with, but I can say this. I lived my life as an angry young man and an angry man for a long time. And state of affairs and social issues I'm still angry about on a daily basis. But personally, what I'm doing now with the YouTube channel and kind of like trying to be a part of a community that's greater and create my own micro community has bringing me more joy in what I'm doing now in my life than ever.
That's
ever.
Awesome.
Like, I fully support myself selling comics. and I fully enjoy going on YouTube and creating these videos that are not based on selling comics, just to talk about my love for comics and art and create, like I said, a micro community. So I find joy in the world now, especially after we've had such a dark, 3-year period
Mhm.
for a lot of people having to stay inside and, live that life. But yeah, so I find a lot of joy in this, and you guys are making me extremely happy tonight.
Well,
Just
look,
by
the last 3 years has taught us how to have some long distance relationships in a way that don't feel so long distance.
it's true.
You know, I
Yeah.
still have yet never met Manu in person, but he doesn't
Dude.
live in my mind that way.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just
absolutely,
actually, he doesn't have legs. He's a torso
Yeah.
propped up by a machine made of slabs.
If we could pan out, he has like Mojo's body underneath there. At least there's actual video of me walking around. But there's no
Right,
actual
right. We
video
know
of
you
Manu.
went to New York. We know you were in New York with your
That's
legs.
why he turns
and all
his
that.
screen off whenever he goes to walk out.
And it's funny. It's funny. I'm gonna be in Northern California in 2 weeks, and I told him, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be down there." He's like, "Oh no, I won't." He's like, "I'll be somewhere else." I'm like, "Oh, sure, because you don't exist."
No, but that is
Not real.
actually the truth. That was actually the truth.
Hey, I'm Manu, Mr. Robot.
That's hey,
Oh.
man. I know. Okay, we're gonna one day. There's gonna be a different show that we're gonna be on.
Mhm.
The context of it's gonna be different, and we're really gonna dive into this life thing.
Yes.
Because I think I have a perspective that's unique to me, but also similar to some of the perspectives that the two of you might have. And I think both of you guys have perspectives unique to you that can challenge each other. That can, there's
Hey, I
there's
have
a
another
conversation.
YouTube channel called Local Wisdom. We can do
Wait,
it on that
what?
channel.
Wait, do you really?
What?
Yeah, I do
Man's
another
leading
podcast.
double-
I do another podcast every Tuesday called Local Wisdom.
I've heard you say that you do like mediation and
I'm
stuff
gonna
like
go
that, but I didn't know you
subscribe
had
to
another
that.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, and now it is geared towards local, like for me, local wisdom here in my world. But yeah, it primarily lives on Facebook, but it feeds into YouTube called Local
Interesting.
Wisdom. Sure does.
Joseph,
I
love
just
that
found it.
comment. That's dope.
And I just
That's
subscribed.
dope.
Oh, well, thanks.
Yeah.
And stop putting other side tables, other things on the side table with the box. That's funny. Oh, by the way, dude, we have to open this thing.
Oh,
Yeah, we do.
Can't wait
J-Rock,
to see those pins.
Morning to you.
Do you remember when the system glitched once for Justin and it was really a simulation? It was like, how is his body over here? His head's like on a diagonal, but the background wasn't like messed up. Just your visual was total hologram.
Turns out Manu is a robot who doesn't have movie programming yet. And that's why he can't reference anything that's not from the 90s. He needs to be updated.
That's why Jennifer Love Hewitt is still a huge star in his eyes.
Right. And we're like, who?
Right? And yeah, exactly. That's why the only movie that I ever watch is Devil Wears Prada, because
That's right.
I was programmed with it. Okay, so this is what Norin sent. He had the sample cards from NYCC, the CGC sample cards, and then during last week's show, he said, "Wait, you're a Venom fan, a Venom collector?" I said, "Well, yes, I am." And then he like made a phone call or sent a text to Elon Musk, and then they arranged this package. And he said I couldn't open it unless we're on the air. So let's see what's in here. I just opened it.
All right, are you showing Sketch's address?
No, I covered everything up.
Okay.
You kidding me? You kidding me?
You're a pro.
I even covered up the barcode. I'm like, someone could scan that through the screen, figure out everything.
You're not like me showing Michael's address on the Marvel House cribs.
No, you did that?
Well, we walked up to his house, and it's me knocking on his door, and some people saw like just the 3 digits. So, but anyways,
no, dude, I'm the most paranoid of anyone. I have 3 or 4 different addresses that things come and go from. Mm-hmm. I'm different.
But here's the real question:
are we on? Where did everyone go?
We're here. We're all here.
I see you.
Yeah.
You shook out
It
a
was.
little bit.
You weren't there for a minute. Yeah.
Here's the
No, no,
thing.
please. What were you gonna say,
Are
Dave?
you using a VPN right now?
Should I?
I mean, he's talking about being paranoid. Like a VPN is anonymous internet use, so nobody can track you with a VPN. See, I just blew your
Can you
mind.
say all of that again? Because it was cutting out.
Okay, are you using a VPN?
Oh, the robot simulation failed.
Oh no! Don't repeat any of that stuff again. Don't repeat any of that stuff again. Yeah, I'm using a VPN.
Okay, all right. Oh, and we lost him.
We lost. Yep, he is updating everybody.
He is. Yeah, he's going to come back.
He's
and he's gonna be
rebooting, and
Yeah.
so
and you
be
know what's
here.
going to happen when he comes back? He's going to be like, "Oh yeah, I love She-Hulk. I watched all 8 episodes. Spider-Man: No Way Home was one of my favorite movies of all time."
Totally great.
Yeah, he's going to be like, I love Emma Stone. She's my favorite actress. So he'll have updated his programming. Well, I guess it's just me and you right now. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Does anyone else think that's incredibly
He's back.
ironic? That's very scary. That while we're having that conversation, I didn't do that. It said something went wrong, and I went away while you were talking about what you're talking about.
They're really listening, aren't they?
Don't you think that's a little weird?
It is kind of strange. We thought you were updating your programming.
Yeah, I mean, we know what really happened. You had to reboot, restart. We get it.
Funny stuff.
Oh God, what did I do to this show?
He said, "Yeah, VPNs can cause some lag sometimes. It's very sus."
I needed VPNs so that I can trade crypto on exchanges in different places many years ago.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why you should be using them for many
Total
things.
catfish. This is why I couldn't come to New York.
I was actually in New York. A little secret, no one knows. Not just joking.
You better not play games with me.
He was following.
We were in the same zip code.
I was. There's no way that would have, bro. If I was in New York, we would have had every slice of pizza in town together.
Telling you.
I would have been walking.
We'd have
right
been
with
web
you.
slinging.
Yeah, man. That paper bag of yours with the $37 million in it, I would have had one hand on it too. We would have been there together. All right, here it comes. Let's see what's in here. My first CGC slab ever.
Yeah.
On the back, it says New York Comic Con exclusive. Oh, you guys can see here. It's sample. Oh, what's the card? Oh, he did not. Dude, guys.
That is massive.
Man, talk about Larson.
Yeah.
Right?
That's my favorite Venom card. And I know that the new Marvel Metal, Spider-Man has the Todd image. That's my favorite Spider-Man Venom card because it's an original image.
Let me spend some time with my first CGC slab of one of my favorite Venom cards ever. I have this in a PSA 10. I could even do a comparison, but let me just enjoy this.
You can. So yeah, this is original art for the card from Larson. This is a sample. So the idea is that these were actually put together before they started, putting out CGC trading cards. And Sketch, in his wisdom, which he just gets it, said, "Hey, these samples that we're doing, let's make some for New York Comic Con. We'll make them exclusives, and we'll only do about 200, and we'll give them away."
Only about 200.
That's rad.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine it was 200 different cards.
200 different cards from different sets and different years, different characters. They try to have a real variety of what people would like. And for him to, because I didn't see this card in the box. I saw a bunch of, like Rogues and let's see, Mr. Sinister's, Storm, that kind of stuff. And they're fine characters. But Spider-Man, Venom, and Wolverine, I didn't see much of. So for him to get this from Renew is a big deal, in my opinion.
Oh, it's such a cool gift.
Norin, Sketch, Fausto, my friend.
And anytime you see something that's not for sale, that has not for sale on it or sample, it can become a big deal in the collectible space.
I'm so happy it's this card. Norin, thank you, my friend. This is incredible.
Yeah.
I
That's
love this,
sick.
and I'm spending time with my first CGC slab.
You know, I gotta say, it's so cool, and I'm glad that you have one because I know, you know, Justin has a CGC slab. It's given me a little bit more hope on CGC. Like it's breathed a little bit of life into how I feel about CGC owning some of these slabs.
Mhm.
Because like I could tell you guys some stories about CGC that it wouldn't be such a surprise, but stuff you've never heard before. About some things that they did to some of my books in
Mm.
very recent memory, but these are really nice.
Yeah, they are nice.
Yeah. Um, and
So we're being
yeah.
asked for a slab comparison. If you're able to do
Okay,
that
give
in the
me.
move.
I'll be right back. Actually,
All right, go
I'm gonna
ahead.
go. I gotta make sure you don't see my robot bottom.
Yeah.
How do I forgot how to do this.
What are you trying to do? You want me to remove you from the stream? I can do that.
By the way, Justin, not to ruin the this Sunday's YouTube video, but I do want to just show you, even though they
Yeah.
came back eights.
Oh, I thought you already did it.
I did. No, it did. I'm sorry, this past Sunday's video,
Yeah.
Sunday morning.
Okay.
But they came back eights, but they're for me to display.
Yeah.
I did do these two.
Oh, you got them.
Yeah, so the McFarlane era and the anniversary one. These are such hard cards to grade. I mean, the
They
paper's
are.
such garbage that
I
was
do not
made.
have a PSA antenna. That I have I believe 8 is the best grade I have in that one.
Yeah, they're just. I mean, I remember when I opened packs of those when I was a kid, and I remember thinking to myself, like, were these cards used already?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Did somebody already play with them?
Yeah, did they play with them and then seal it back up in the pack?
Right.
But every time I have the opportunity to buy a set that I see in person, I do, and none of them look great.
Oh,
So,
Stacking 9mm says, so it's bad karma, Marvel karma, if you ever sell it. LOL. Well, it's just that like if you get like a comic book that would come in, say like an action figure box, the comic book itself will have not for sale written on it. So you're not supposed to then take that and put it in a stand and treat it like it was a direct or a newsstand. That's why it says not for sale. And so and I think there's like some other stuff like that. We're talking about the not for sale type stuff.
yeah, like the Toy Biz comics and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, the retailers are not supposed to resell them in the store.
Right. Joseph said can be, but how often do these things kind of come to market? Which is why they are rare. Oh, you're giving us the preview here. Let's do this.
Side by side comparison.
Oh my gosh, this is so not.
Yeah, it's always tough to do it.
You do such good lighting on your table.
Yeah, but I never. This is just the phone pointing at me.
Oh, you don't use your phone to take the photos that you put on Instagram?
I do, but it's very different than this is a screen that's on and I'm putting a glossy thing in front of it. You know, if I was shooting it from the back, how do I flip the camera?
Yeah, you flip it.
You got to go into your settings.
You see the little settings button?
Yeah.
You click that and click camera and hit backside or
click more. Rear. Click settings.
We'll do it later. It's okay. I don't see the settings thing, so I'll look for that later. But,
tell us what you think.
Here's the PSA. Here's the CGC. All right. This is. I mean, the CGC slab looks really good.
So does your beard.
Yeah, man.
Well, thank you.
You're fresh.
Dude, you got good lines. You got good lines.
Everybody, screenshot. Can y'all screenshot this angle for me so that I can use this as a thumbnail?
It's
go
a
back.
compliment.
Go back.
I'm just saying, like, I don't have those kind of lines.
Let's stop this. How do I turn the screen off?
That's all right. I'm gonna be able to rewind it and get it. It's all good.
Man's got clean lines.
He's clean.
All right. No, but honestly,
I already took a screenshot.
I hope I wasn't like cheesing. Anyway, I love the CGC slab. I think it's really nice. I think it feels quality. I like it.
right? Like it doesn't have any frosted edges to it or anything. So
I don't
it
think the
is
frosted edges are bad though.
no.
I
No,
think
I
it actually intensifies the card because it draws the focus to the clearer portion. But then as I'm looking at the CGC card, it's not like I'm distracted from it just because I can see my hands through it.
right.
The fact that the CGC card has a super clean border, has a super clear border, it psychologically affects us in a way that makes us think that it is clearer because we're
Yeah.
Yeah.
seeing through portions of it. I
It's
don't
got to be
necessarily
some of the
know that the
cleanest
plastic
plastic.
is more clear. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
maybe it is, but if you think about it, right? These are two companies. Okay, PSA is a company that grades and slabs cards. The thought for this company to provide you as clear or the clearest plastic they can is obviously a top thought in that
yeah,
in
they
that.
could do it if they could do what. Yeah,
But are we saying it's not as clear?
I don't
there's
have any PSA slabs, so I can't.
I'll
for
have to do
me.
this with better lighting in a well lit scenario, and I'll do a test of some sort to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
I
it
love
just
this.
my experience with the slab is that it's just cleaner. I don't know a better word to look at to say it, but it's intentional.
Yeah.
I mean, it's intentional, and I'd be curious after you were able to like really spend some one-on-one
Yeah.
intimate time with both slabs. The part that's just over the card, the plastic's just over the card. I'm curious
Mhm.
what your view of that's going to be in terms of does it magnify the card? Does it brighten it? The colors any? Is it clear? You know, that kind of stuff. But the frosting, you know, that's intentional in PSA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's intentional PSA.
Manu, can you hold up the PSA slab close? I want to. So as a non-card grader, especially like never graded PSAs, like I've looked at PSA slabs before. There's way too much going on that slab for me to enjoy looking at the label. Whereas the blue, like I don't know, it's the spacing. It's a bigger label and it's easier to look at without being like, what the hell am I looking at? You know, like that's just my opinion, and this is like a noob, response from somebody that does not have any PSA
Yeah.
slabs.
Hearing that from me though, part of me goes, well, you're used to that label already
Yeah,
as a comic book guy.
that's
So
true.
it should be natural for you to.
That's probably why.
When I got my first PSA slab,
Hmm.
I said to myself, "What the hell is this nonsense?" It came out of the package, and I almost tossed like it has no weight, and I thought this. I don't remember. It was probably a couple $100 my first PSA card. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But I was introduced to the world of graded stuff through screens, and then I
Hmm.
was my first one I graded or bought. No, probably one that I bought. No, maybe I graded. I don't remember. But it came, and I was like, "This is not substantial." But something about this grew on me. Something about this grew on me. Now, when I pick up the CGC slab, it feels a little heavier, but had this shown up in the mail, I might have had the same reaction. Like, oh, I thought it'd be like, heavier, but this does feel more substantial than this. This
Hmm.
feels lighter than the CGC slab. Now, I don't equate weight to one being like, I don't need it to be heavy. What's it
Yeah.
heavy for? That's just going to hit the ground harder when it falls. So it's actually doesn't serve a purpose to me. But to say, "Ooh, it's more substantial," that might be the purpose, right? If you get 1,000 people saying, "Oh, it feels more substantial," well, that's doing better in branding the business.
Well, that is substantial. Like if you want to hold a slab, hold a BGS slab.
And I know,
That
yeah,
thing,
Yeah.
right.
that thing, you like
Well,
first line of
there's
defense if you get attacked is throw a BGS slab at them.
well, there's the thing, right? So BGS is declining in their popularity and in how many people are using them. So the heaviness of the slab does not matter at all because if
Right.
that was something, then that would be significant.
I would argue if BGS had top notch service, then people would view the slab as top notch as well. But the service doesn't like it would change the perception of the slab, in my opinion, if they were given this high level service to go with it. But they're not. At least
I
my
will.
personal experience is they're not.
I want this card in a CGC Perfect 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to even find one that was gradable in my my shelf of cards up here, and I couldn't even find one that would have crossed a 9.
Yeah,
Tough,
these are
tough
always
card.
badly sort of, the edges on this set are pretty rough.
Hmm.
I like, even if you look, man, it's too dark in this room, but even if I examine the 10, I've had so many of these in 10s because I love this card.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're
But
always usually rough.
how can, so I love podcasts. I like their comment. We like PSA for the money value, but
Yeah.
BGS and CGC are nicer slabs. But that just sounds, how can, I mean, is that going to remain true forever? If we like something better, the other's going to sell for more.
If we
Well,
like
I mean,
something better, the other's going to sell for more.
We're saying, hey,
Oh, no.
we like the
yeah.
slabs better,
All
but the
I
other
can
one's going
only
to sell
speak,
for more.
I can only speak for myself. I can't love this until I respect this company again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Is it good looking? Yeah. Is it clear? Yeah. Is there a card in a case? Yeah. Does this reconcile my emotions for this company? No. I don't even know if reconcile is the right word, but that's my truth. I have no problem with these people. They've never done anything to me. These people have.
Right. So, and I'm talking about like on the overall markets, scale. Is if people are routinely saying we like these slabs better, but the market's paying more for PSA, I'm just asking, does that change over time if we truly do like the other slabs better? That's what I'm
Oh.
asking.
I think gradually things can change.
Mhm.
I do. I think there was something I watched recently. I forgot where I watched it. It was online somewhere, and I wasn't around during this time. Might have been Jeff. Jeff Wilson is his name, right? Sport Card
Mhm.
Investor. His last name is Jeff.
Yeah.
Might have been him. I don't remember. But he said that there was, or someone said, I don't remember, that there was a time where the BGS 9.5 was more valuable than a PSA 10.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that has shifted.
I
So
think
things shift.
I remember hearing that people respected the grade more. Like there was a thought that getting a 9.5 or a 10 like that was legit, and the PSA 10s were easier to get.
Hmm.
Now, I court look, I haven't been grading that long, so don't listen to me, okay? But I remember
Yeah,
hearing that when I came into the hobby.
sure.
Oh.
And the example that he gave the other day was that there was a gentleman that purchased a PSA 10. It was like a Jordan rookie. It was some significant card.
Mhm.
And he could not wait to crack it and turn it into a Beckett 9.5. And he was ecstatic when he did. And now you would not want that because the value of a Beckett 9.5 compared to a PSA 10 is not, for most cards, it's not the same.
I 100% know people that were buying PSAs and reslabbing them in BGS like 3 years ago.
Right. So that's changed now.
Yep.
Right.
Well,
And so I think that is the answer to the question, that over time, it can certainly change. CGC can win over the whole world of marble cards. I'm about to
well,
tell you guys something in a second, though.
I would just like to put in, this is a much better slab, label aside, than this. I would rather hold this, but this company does not want to pick up the ball. CGC has constantly, they are basically kicking the ball down the court, getting a foul every time they kick a ball, and CBCS is sitting there like, what do we do?
Yeah.
They have the best slab with the labels. You can change that. This is a graphic design nightmare.
Font is font. Yeah.
Yeah, this like feels cheap when you hold one of these. You can't crack one of these with your bare hands. I could crack this with my bare hands right now. And so it's the same thing with like CGC could do so much. And I agree with Manu. Like I'm very, as much as it is part of my business model, because I have to have some books slabbed just because of value. I'm so sick of that company, and this is a step in the right direction, at least for me.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm gonna say all the things. It's
Please.
interesting. It's interesting. Like, it's nice that we have differences as individuals, and it's nice that we have differences in opinion. Because I actually prefer the CGC slab over the CBCS one, right? And I've had both of them. I've had the new iteration of the CBCS slab. I've had the older one, and there's something about the CGC one. But it could also just be because that's the first one that entered my life. That's the one I developed my relationship with when I got it. I still have my first graded comic book ever. I remember when I bought it. You know what? Here's a funny story. I learned really quickly that I ordered my first slab ever. It was $100 and something, and I couldn't believe that I was spending $100 and something on some graded like new comic book. I was like, what am I doing, right? But I'm just like, this is an interesting world. So this thing shows up, and I'm mesmerized by it, right? It's got weight to it, and this is a big book, a thicker book. So it was actually in a thicker slab. I didn't realize there were different thicknesses of slabs. That was my first one. And inside, I noticed what I thought was a floating piece of glass. And I didn't know that there was an outer shell as well as an inner encapsulation. Again, it's my first time. So I see this floating piece of glass on the surface of my comic book. I message the seller, dude, what is this? This thing's moving around. It's going to scratch my comic book, blah, 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 blah. He goes, just return it, you know? And that was also my first time dealing with someone that like didn't really care. He was like, just return it, you know? And so I was just like, but what is this? So then I started to look a little further, and I realized, oh, wow, there's an inner plastic, like vacuum sealed thing that's holding my comic book. And that has these thin edges, and one of the edges has snapped off. And that plastic edge was floating around my book, but it was in between. It wasn't on top of the comic book. It was on top of the inner encapsulation and the outer shell. So it would never actually touch my book.
Right.
But that was like my first experience with CGC in a graded book ever. And right away you realize, oh, things can go wrong in these slabs, you know? And I've learned that over time, so many different, my first ever CGC submission, 3 out of the 4 books, 2 of them damaged and all of the cases scratched. My first submission ever. But I didn't stop because I didn't know if this is a one-off occurrence or a common occurrence. Man, we've become very accepting as a community of collectors. It's pretty, I don't like it. But so maybe it's because I had that relationship with them, but for some reason I still fell for it. I love them. I love CGC, right? Now I don't as much, but I love CGC. There's something about it that worked well with me. And when we got in our rhythm, when things were going great, things were going great. You know, I didn't think for a second, dang, when I post one of these books and I'm so passionate about it, I'm actually like endorsing CGC because it's a CGC slab. And now I'm posting books and I'm like, it's kind of a shame that I'm endorsing this company right now. I'm just being honest. And it's very difficult to have this conversation sometimes because we have friends that are at CGC and I love our friends. So I want things to work out. But they're dropping the ball regularly in the comic book world still day after day. There's no excuse. There's no other way to look at it. But they're also doing fine for a lot of people. Now, I also didn't want to buy into the fact that when Blackstone, right? The investment, the conglomerate, when Blackstone purchased, all they've told us, and I don't know if more information has come out, is that for $250 million, they purchased more than 50%. So we don't know the actual valuation, but we know it could have been 51% for $250 million, whatever. Let's just say the company's worth $500 million. But now you have half of it owned by people that only care about the dollars. And I did not want to buy into the idea that this was going to ruin this company, that the only thing that's going to matter now is creating as much income, as much revenue as possible to make these shareholders happy, to one day make an even larger exit, right? Because Blackstone just wants to dump it for a couple billion later. So I didn't want to buy into that, but now I've seen it happen. And I'm still trying not to buy into it, but they're grading everything. If you can't handle what you're already grading, this is where I go back to what I said earlier. I don't want to be the biggest. I want to be the best. Well, they've lost the idea of being the best. They just want to be the biggest. This is a problem for me. I'm trying to deal with it. Now, this is going to bring me to what I told Justin that I wanted to discuss. But before I say this, I have to get one fact clear, because if this is not clear, I'm still going to tell the story, but it doesn't actually pertain to CGC then. Is CGC the company, as I remember it, authenticating the slabs that are leaving eBay for authentication?
You talking about for cards?
Yes.
PSA has actually been picking up that, but CGC does some authentication, but PSA does as well.
Really?
I'm
still going to tell my story.
Because people have been upset that
PSA
is authenticating, you know.
I said that. When you told me that different
EGS.
company slabs are going to go to CGC, that is not okay. Because if I'm PSA, I don't want the competition telling you whether my slab can be sold or not.
Yeah,
I'm just
it
saying.
reminds me like
Conflict of interest.
There's a local story here, like when we develop subdivisions.
Appraisers, you said this about the appraisals. You'll get another appraiser to proofread the other appraiser's work.
Well, no, this was going to be engineers, or architects,
Oh.
where you develop a subdivision plan, a site plan, and you got to send it to the city to get approval. Well, the city doesn't have, we're not big enough to have our own staff engineers. So they send it to the competitor in town to review it. And of course, it doesn't go well.
Yeah, it doesn't,
if you don't know the right people, if you hire the wrong person. So
Right.
anyways, but go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm happy to know that they've divvied it up, the responsibility. Quite frankly, they need to. CGC can't handle it.
Nope.
I shouldn't say that. That's my feelings. I don't know. Well, I mean, whatever.
It's your feelings
But-
based on fact.
Based on my experiences, right? And that's my world, my experiences. And so here's the thing. I've now had 2 cards go through the eBay authentication process.
That you sold or you bought? Which one?
Bought.
Okay.
Bought. Yeah, I've never sold and gone through the process. Purchased. One was fine. The second card, it's still with me. Sick card. I'm not going to show it or talk about it because you don't know where it's going to pop. It's a pop 2. Nice card. Only thing that I had to look at were pictures of front and back, but everything looked fine. The slab looked fine. Now I'm particular. I'm picky. I don't care if the card's okay. Don't damage my slab.
Right.
So card shows up, takes longer than expected because it has to now go to what I was assuming was CGC. CGC should offer a private VIP service to Manu to make a, Aslan, I really appreciate that. But what you're saying there in terms of a private VIP, I would pay for a liaison.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you already got a membership. Well, let's do
a high
executive
tier.
memberships. Somebody that wants to grade $10,000 worth of books a month can afford to pay you $500 a month to have someone to call that always has an eye on their books. Account rep. CGC has become big enough, and there's clients large enough to have account reps.
Yeah.
Maybe that's an old school way of thinking, but
I can actually tell you that in the, I got to be insanely vague here, but yeah, in the hobby, like there's people looking for people to do that, to be a like almost like an operations representative, where they have, because they wouldn't just have you, they would have 50 accounts, but they would manage those.
Of course.
Yeah.
50.
You only need a couple minutes of them a day. They don't cater to you the
Correct.
whole day. You're an account
Correct.
rep.
And
You have multiple accounts.
And if you're good at it, like you get them handled, and it doesn't actually become an issue very often. Like you're actually on the ground making sure their stuff's taken care of, so you never even call because
But
it's
then
just handled.
That becomes
Exactly.
it becomes a problem because, like, let's say they only have 10 account reps, right? 50 accounts per rep. How many people are going to throw more money at CGC so they can have that service, even if they don't do that amount in business with them? Like, what if it's a guy that just deals with AF-15s? And then you've got 100 people like that, and then it just becomes another thing of what CGC's done. They have opened the gates up to take more business in than they can handle. And this is the problem that we've come to know with them. Let me give you, I want you to finish your story, but I actually have an 8-book submission that came back today that I have not opened from October of last year.
Wow.
1 year ago. Live.
I'm down to, but I want to hear your story, and then I want to tell you my experience.
Perfect. And then really quickly, from the bench said, Ryan from Card Collector 2 has 2 Patrick Mahomes PSA 10 cards certified through PSA, keeps getting denied. I actually saw one of his videos, one of his mail call videos from the bench, and it was the video where it was his second time getting it back denied. And
is it getting denied because of the description, or because I think the card is not authentic? Because
I forgot. From the bench, maybe you could let us know. I forgot why.
Because like these people who are saying, like, putting PMG on a pink or turquoise or orange Spider-Man medal, that needs to be denied through the eBay authentication, because it's not a PMG, because they're misrepresenting the card through the description. So part of the authentication is that the description has to match the card. So if it doesn't, it gets sent back. It's not that the card's not legit.
Yeah, it could be some situation like that. So this story. So order a card. It takes longer than it normally would because it has to go to what I was assuming was CGC. In any
Yeah.
case, the thing shows up.
You
It's
can
my
tell by
second
your
time.
tracking, by the way.
Oh, I didn't even.
You-
I was
Well, as
just
a
looking
seller,
at when it was
as a
showing up,
seller, you
right?
can. You may not be able to
Yeah.
aspire. As a seller, you can.
Oh, and I'll look into it anyway. Maybe I am able to see where it's been, right? If it's
Mhm.
leaving Sarasota, I know where it's coming from. And so in any case, I've become now familiar with that the authenticated packaging. So I make my slits, I open the thing up, get the card out. And it wasn't something that I saw. It was something that when I lifted up the slab, because I was very happy to have, that I felt on the edge. So I'm holding the slab, this finger,
Yeah.
and this is in the CGC, the eBay bag. They put it
Yeah.
in
It's
their
got
own
the
card
little.
bag
Yeah.
with a hologram sticker.
Mhm.
You don't tamper with it, right? And I'm like, what is that? And I look over, and it's got 3 chips out of the case.
Mm-mm.
And I go to the eBay picture, smooth as can be. So obviously this happened at whatever facility is piling up these cards, trying to make some more money because now they're authenticating cards and they're damaging slabs. You're already damaging my comic books, doing what your number one job was supposed to be. And now you've convinced eBay that you're good for this because they don't know squat. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. They don't buy and sell comic books. Other people do. They don't feel the pain points. You've convinced them because of how big you are as a brand. And now you're screwing up my cards? Dude, this is bad. And I don't know if there's enough people to feel as bad as I feel about it to actually make it go away. Now, let me tell you what makes it even worse. When you have a problem with eBay, it is resolved like this.
Right.
Oh,
You want to
yeah.
return something? Return. You want to file this, file that? Out of here. You don't want to pay your return shipping? You get a label. So I go through the return process. Not the return process. I sent a message, and no, I did say, I said, screw it. I don't care if the card's okay. I don't care if it's a pop 2. I don't care. I respect getting what I paid for, not getting taken advantage of. I do not care. And so I messaged and I said, I'm returning this card. The pictures show no evidence of damage. This card has 3 points of damage. It's clear as day. I need a refund. I need my return shipping paid. And then I get a message saying this case was closed. And then I get another message saying, this came in an email, and this email comes from eBay Handbags Authenticated.
Handbags?
Handbags. Doesn't even have anything to do with anything, and it's a guy named, I shouldn't say his name. It's a gentleman that says, hey, I took a look at your pictures, and you're right, that thing is damaged. But unfortunately, since it passed our inspection, we can't refund it. First of all, that's stupid. You're dumb for saying that to me. I'm sorry, you're not dumb, but that was a dumb thing to say. It's past our inspection. If you inspected something incorrectly, it is not my problem.
Or
Right
more
there.
likely, your
there.
inspector is the one who may have damaged it.
Exactly, like obviously, and then or whatever rig they're using to manhandle these things, because they don't think about these as things we're passionate about. These are just products, just crap in a warehouse to them. And so then the second paragraph is even funnier. It says, since I can't return this for a refund, what do you think would be a fair compensation? I would really like to make this right with you. Are you a company, or are you some 15-year-old trying to play this by ear, or whatever it's called? Do you not have a protocol? You're going to ask me what I think is fair? I think it's fair for you to give me all my money back and let me keep the card. How's that sound? For wasting my time, for being incompetent and now making eBay look bad.
Yeah.
Because they didn't look bad in my eyes before. They look pretty stupid now.
Maybe they sent it to an authenticator who took it home for the night.
Well, you know why they have to do that? Like, it is not smart, but they can't. There's no need to send the card back to the seller, because the seller got their money because they went through authentication. So they're done on that side.
It's
So
eBay
you might as
fault,
well
or-
let
yeah.
you keep the card, and they might as well just give you the money. And they're hoping
Maybe I
that
should have said that.
they're hoping that you might say half. Like that's why they're asking.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
But you could have asked for all of it. You see what
I
I'm
could have,
saying?
and I said half because I didn't want to look like a crook.
Trillion dollars.
You're not a crook,
billion
but the
dollars.
reason they don't want the card is it passed off. They're like, there's nothing they can do. The seller,
Right.
the guarantee for eBay is that if it passes authentication, the seller gets their money. So in some ways, as a seller, it's a measure of protection from a buyer who may get it and wish they hadn't have bought it. You see
Sure,
what I'm saying?
sure.
But to your point, it does come off as silly. But
Yeah.
the real issue is whoever damaged it, and that's what eBay's really paying for.
Yeah, and they have insurance. They're $1 billion corporation. Like, there's no reason not to just refund him and just say keep the
Dude,
card.
they if it was just eBay, they would. It's
Yeah.
not eBay. It's some other schmucks that
Right.
convince them that they have a clue. They don't. And so then I'm like, okay, fine. So now we're doing this weird thing where there's this third-party email over here, and it's not actually in my communication through the app. I can't pull up that communication.
Shit.
I reply to it like I'm replying to a regular email, not knowing where this stupid thing is going. How unprofessional. Handbags, right? What is this? And then I get that message back that says, we've received your email. In 48 hours, someone will respond. Well, guess what? No one messages me back. No one calls me back. So then I have to call eBay again. I said, eBay, this isn't like you guys. I usually have a problem. It gets fixed. What is this?
Yeah.
They couldn't see that communication. They said, we have to connect you to authentication. Dude, this gets bad. I said, okay. The lady gets back on the phone and says, they were not available. Can you please call back in 5 to 6 hours? What does that even mean?
That's not
So I
like
said,
in the
no,
middle of the
I'm
night.
not. Yeah, it was like, yeah, literally, like, what are you talking about? So then I forgot how I ended it. I said, whatever, I'll try back tomorrow. That's what I said. What am I going to do? I'm going to take her advice. I said, all right, I'll just try back tomorrow. Call back. Get a guy on the phone. This is early in the day. And he goes, I can't handle this. I need to connect you to authentication. Get to authentication. Somebody answers the phone. That person says, oh, I can see that communication. And what I told the guy when I responded, I said, listen, I value my time. I know I could reholder this card. That comes at a cost, and I got to wait a few months. So I'm going to need half of the cost back. If you don't want to give me half, then I need the full refund. Those are the only two conversations we're having, but I'll accept half, whatever. Right? So I didn't hear back from them. I get on the phone. They connect me to authentication. And authentication tells me, oh, we have a phone call scheduled for you at 4:30 today. When were you going to tell me that someone was going to call me? You're not my friends, dude. We have a portal to have this communication recorded. I don't need to be on the phone with some idiot at CGC that's just going to tell me something that's not right anyway. I need it to be damn recorded. So then he goes, at 4:30, you're going to get a call. Well, guess what? You'll guess this. I didn't get a call. So the next day I call back. The next day was today. I call back this morning, first thing, because I woke up in the morning, I go on my eBay and I already got the bad energy of knowing that that's not resolved. I need to resolve it. I can't even have coffee until I make this phone call. Because, anything little is a wait. I need to be free. I need to be relaxed. So I call and I said, hey, you guys told me you have a phone call the next day. He goes, that wasn't me. That was authentication. I get it. Okay. But that third party thing was supposed to have a phone call. Then he goes, oh, I see you have one scheduled at 4:15 today. Well, guys, it's way past 4:15.
Yeah.
But I did get an email. And the email said, oh, because I appealed it. When they closed my case, they said, since it's authenticated, it's closed, you get to hit appeal. I hit appeal. And now I get an email saying they've received my appeal. That was 5 days ago, and I already had that guy from the handbags email me about it. So let me explain, guys, what I'm saying in short. The company, CGC, if they're responsible for this, is a damn mess. Period. It doesn't matter which of our friends works there. It doesn't matter how clean the stupid border is. The company's a mess.
Right.
So it's only a matter of time before grading cards is going to run into a problem as well. And I mean, that's a really negative thing for me to say. I'm sorry. But West Coast Avengers, you had a submission where you had 2 Power Blasts. They're the same cards from the same set, different characters. Why'd they slab one this way and one the other?
Hold on, let me show you.
Because it's still the same thing, a rush in just getting the money, not taking care of the customer.
Well, it's beyond that. I mean, it's, all right, hold on. Power
I'm gonna
Blast.
make you big. Surfer,
Power
baby.
Blast. Surfer, 9.5. Front of the slab, Power Blast. Deadpool. Not slab the same way.
So people debate which one they like best. I like the full panel.
I want this. This is the Power Blast.
I want the Power
I don't want
Blast
that. I want
too,
that.
Yeah,
I like the Deadpool better.
All right. Well, I'll just send it to you. You can have it.
Stacking 9mm. Stacking 9mm is
Because-
coming to CGC's defense, understandably, right? And he said, I think they're still working out the bugs. They are, but they're not a new company. Grading stuff is what they've been
Yeah.
doing for 20
No,
years.
just
So-
like PSA is not a new company.
Yeah, so I mean,
You
look,
know?
I read a quote today on leadership, and I'm going to do it from memory, so give me some grace here. But it said, leadership is basically telling the truth about reality, and then giving hope for the future. You know, and so like it's a reality, right? Reality is in 2020, the grading community was not prepared for the growth in the hobby.
Right.
Period. No matter how you shape it or shake it, they were not prepared. The world changed in collectibles. I mean, there's far more people in this hobby today than there was 28 months ago, whatever the right math is. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They were not prepared. They had not scaled. They had not hired. They had not trained. They had not built systems and processes and procedures. They had not done any of that. They had not started. They had not hired well from the leadership down in the way that scales properly into a business. And at the same time, they are a for-profit company. So they're not saying, please don't send us stuff. Right. And then all of a sudden, the outside world realizes from an investment standpoint, like this isn't going away. Like a collectibles is here to stay. They're making a bet. They're gambling to a sense in their investment. It's like, so we want in on this too. And to Manu's point, we want to go the biggest scale possible. And yeah, they're still figuring all that out. And I will tell you, this is not me defending somebody. I would tell you when I was at CGC at their booth, I saw very well-meaning, intentional people.
Of course.
But there's probably not enough of them, to do the thing that they're trying to do. And I love how Manu said it. He's like, hey, we're not trying to do the most. Let's do the best.
Yeah,
so
man.
To
I
do
only want to
that,
deal with that, dude.
Well,
to do that, you have to be willing to stiff arm some people and say, hey, I'm not ready for you. I'm not ready for you. And look, it's a challenge in a for-profit business. And,
but there's businesses are for profit, but it doesn't have to be all of the profit. This company's just trying to make an exit. They're going to leave us all behind.
Yeah, it doesn't.
They're
It
not
doesn't
here with us.
doesn't absolve them from.
I'm not absolving anybody. My point is just to state the reality of what it is. And I know you are too. Like they're not going to turn off for profit if that's the reason they believe they exist. We want to create, listen to me. We're asking for someone to create a company that exists for the whole point and purpose of why we want to slab these comics.
Yeah, let's do it.
The reason CGC
I need a seed investor.
The reason the CGC, what is SCR?
That's the new grading company, I think is what he's calling it.
Oh no. The reason I love it. I don't know. The reason CGC existed is no longer why they exist. Meaning internally, the heart that came in to develop that business is gone. It's just green now. It's just Blackstone now. And I did not want to be the person to spread that narrative. But that's what's happened.
It's how they handled everything. I mean, look, I could tell this story. I could tell you, I don't think I told this to Manu. If you'll allow me, I have a slab to show and a story to tell that involves emails with Matt Nelson.
Matt. Yes. Oh, Matt Nelson. Hello.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna post an interview with Matt Nelson maybe tomorrow, actually.
Oh,
it's all right. These are our opinions, Justin. This is Dave.
Oh no, this is not me defending Matt Nelson. Matt Nelson's a grown man. He can defend himself.
Yeah.
Of course. He took 7 years. He took 7 years to release a book about how to grade comics, and they need to read their own book, man.
Goops grading service. So
hey, that's funny because a long time ago, someone was like, "What would you call your grading company?" And I was like, "The Good Grading Company."
There you go.
Yes.
Like, Goops grading service.
GGC. Well, I mean, and it's funny because I just got that sub back today, and I made an amateur mistake last year, and subbed a bunch of stuff economy.
Stacking, you're right. You're right, Stacking. We'll talk more about that. Sorry, Dave. Yes.
And so I subbed a bunch of stuff economy that came back. Literally, the first 8 out of the 13 books, I had 8 pressed, and then 5 not pressed. It was an amateur move. The pressed ones already came back. The 5 that were not pressed are now finally grading a year later.
That doesn't make sense.
No,
Yeah,
and
it's
here's
wild.
the thing that I'll say about that. They did the wrong thing. And the wrong thing was, here we have this backlog of people that have been waiting, but we are getting more money from the people that are fast tracking. Let's take their money and grade their books first and forget about the people that spent less money a year ago. And that's why they did the wrong thing. And that's why they still need to do some work, in my opinion, because you had the chance to do the right thing, just like most business people and most mega billionaires in this world have the right chance to do the right thing, and they choose to be the goddamn villains.
Hey,
Sorry.
bud. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
No,
But
I
they choose to be the villains. You know, and they choose to do the wrong thing. And that is where Manu and I see eye to eye. Like, I want some business, just some business in this collectibles industry to put right thing over taking
Yeah.
people's money.
You can still get rich. You don't have to be worth a 500 million. You can still be worth 50 million and serve the people in a right way.
Look, Bill Gates made billions upon billions of dollars, and what did he do? He's like, I'm going to go cure malaria. You still can do the right thing, you know? You still can help people and do the right thing. So is it okay if I just tell you the story about this book? All right, let me flip my camera back because it's easier. Actually, whatever. Tales to Astonish 44. I picked this book up, and of course, I wanted to get it graded. It is the first appearance of the Wasp, 1963. Like, you don't see these books hit the market.
No.
You know, you see more AF-15s than you see like real low number Tales to Astonish books. And
that's actually true.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's just earlier.
Hey, can I just pause you just for a second?
Sure.
Because I don't know how people are going to be listening to this. So Doomcard says, "Hey, Manu, PSA is the graded card authenticator, and CGC and CSG are the authenticator for ungraded cards. So if it's ungraded, it goes to CGC. If it's graded, it goes to PSA."
All right, Doomcard, I appreciate that clarification. I'm still happy I shared my story. But that then it changes the fact that I'm saying CGC is screwing things up for eBay, because that would mean that PSA is screwing things up for eBay. So, you know, I'm gonna look a little further into that. I'm gonna get some clarity. I couldn't get eBay to tell me who the company was. I asked them repeatedly. I said, I know it's not you guys. Who's the company? And they wouldn't tell me. So I'm gonna get some more clarity. But Doomcard, I appreciate that being mentioned, because it gives me more to think about.
Yeah. And sorry, Dave, I just didn't want to
okay.
get too far away from that stream of conversation before I put
Your
that
show.
Your show.
Well, you guys can make the decisions.
It's us. No, we're here together. Right, go ahead.
So I wanted to get this graded. First appearance of the Wasp. Beautiful copy that I picked up for a song. I paid $300 for the raw book during the pandemic. And
give us the first appearance.
First appearance of the Wasp, Janet Van Dyne.
Wow.
So you know, I mean, she's a major character when you think about it. She's an original Avenger, and you know, so you can see
on the cover.
Yeah, she's right there on the cover. I'm going to take it out of the bag just to show you how rich the colors on this cover. And it's really hard to see, but the colors are super rich on this. It had it had your typical, spine ticks. When I sub this book,
what do we say? It presents well, right?
It presents beautiful.
It presents like a
9.0. So when I slabbed this book, when I sent it in, I'm like, oh, this is a 6.0 to a 7.0. I was on the money, but I had posted a photo of this on my Instagram page when I got it. Like, I highlight a lot of books, and it comes back and like, oh, it's great, 6.0, and then I see this.
Is it a tear of the page?
Oh, that's a missing part of the cover and first page, as well as now you can see the pages. You can see the pages. This book, and I have the photo on my Instagram when it's sitting on it flat. You cannot see the pages. They took a piece of the cover off right there. You know how incredibly hard this book is to find, right? So and this comes on the heel of the submission that came back right before it. They slabbed my Detective Comics 880 backwards. They legitimately put the Ryan Reynolds Got Milk Green Lantern ad on the front, and the Joker famous image was on the back of the slab. So I'm incensed is the best word to use without throwing any F-bombs out there. And so I email them. Oh.
No, please,
Okay.
please. Sorry.
I email
Yeah.
them and they're like, well, we're sorry. If you want to send it back, we'll take a look at it and we'll see if it affects the grade and send it back to you. I'm like, excuse me?
Yeah.
You took a piece of my book off and
Mm.
now you're telling me that oh, we're sorry. So I get Matt Nelson's email address and I email
Mhm.
Matt Nelson and have long, really nice conversations with Matt Nelson. But the long short of it is he told me it shouldn't affect the grade. We talked to a couple of our head graders and we don't think it affects the grade. And I'm like, so you're telling me you can take a piece of the book off and it'll retain the same 6.0? Like I said that to him. I said, you did this to my book and you're
Yeah.
telling me that it did.
Mm.
I was so angry.
It the grade isn't the point.
No,
It's not.
you
It's
you
I
not.
took
mean, it's
you
not
took
the. I would think if I was in Matt Nelson's position, I'm not, and may never be. But I think in that situation, we're not actually going to talk about the grade at any point. The
no.
only time that I would talk about the grade is if you come to me and you're saying, "Hey, you can make me a happy customer again if you make me whole in some way," and I say, "Well, what does that mean to you?" Well, I think it should have been a 7.0, or I want a 6.0 that has no corners missing and the side of the book's not hanging out. And I do the work to go find that for you or give you the equivalent of what that value is.
Yeah.
I don't think you do that. That's not how I would handle it.
No, and
Personally.
he admitted to me the quality control issues had been what they were, and they still are. And the resolution, I wasn't happy about it. I got
Mhm.
some money back. I did not get a full refund on the value of the book, which at the time estimated about 2,700 to
Mhm.
3,000. Um, but yeah, it was just once again failing to really do the right thing. Like I don't know for sure that this was done in encapsulation.
Yeah.
There is no way for me to know that the grader didn't do it and just leave it off and it wasn't on the grader's notes.
I don't
But like,
know.
I don't know.
That book was there how long?
This one wasn't there as long. This was
Okay.
yeah, this was a
Anything that sits there for a year, things don't get better with time; they get worse.
no.
No, yeah.
And
I,
Yeah.
who knows? Like that's the problem. We put our trust in this company and as much as like it does help when I resell books, I don't know how to feel about it anymore. And I get really angry, like our esteemed friend over here.
we're
And
passionate.
yeah, yeah,
We
yeah,
care. You
Passionate.
know.
It's a good word.
Uh,
That's why I say, baby, you're being passionate with my
yeah.
wife.
Yeah, and if you watch any of my if you watch any of my channel, like, I'm not cursing like a sailor, but I'm also like, like there's no filter. No
Hey,
filter.
yeah. By the way, language doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I cussed enough for a lifetime by the time I was 15. So like it doesn't bother me. It's
Yeah.
just not the message from the
It's
channel
of
right.
that I
No.
course,
want to
of
put
We.
course.
together. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Justin's like, I shouldn't have put these two together. What
no,
the
no,
hell,
no.
son?
I want to like I'm not trying to be the like self-righteous
No,
hallmark.
of course not.
Like
I.
that's not the point.
I'm
But
going to. I'm going to read what's on this page that
Yeah.
Doom was referencing. What I quickly read while listening to the story is that CGC does also do the slabs as well. I'm just going to read it exactly.
Mhm.
It says, meet the authenticators. CGC and CSG are part of Certified Collectibles Group, the world's leading provider of expert, impartial, and tech-enabled services that add value and liquidity to collectibles. We also partner with the Professional Sports Authority. We also partner with the Professional Sports Authenticator (PSA), which is the largest trading card authentication and grading company in the world. So that paragraph, that little section, just tells us they're working with CGC and Sports and PSA,
mhm.
right? And then the second part, it says behind the process. Purchase a card with the authenticity guarantee badge, and the card will then be shipped to the authentication facility where your card will go through a multi-point inspection process performed by CGC or CSG if it's ungraded, or by PSA if it's graded. Cards will not be graded or regraded. All right, so that's the line that Doom. Okay, so this is where Doom is. This is where Doom
Mhm.
is getting me right here. So this
Mhm.
makes sense then. It says, where your card will go through a multi-point inspection process performed by CGC or CSG if it's ungraded, or by PSA if it's graded. Well, there it is, black and white, PSA. Cards will not be graded or then placed in a prospective sleeve and pad folio, so on and so forth. Returns of the cards, this is what we talked about where they're saying sales are final, such and such, you have 3 days to do it. So that very clearly does say, Doom, it does very clearly say CGC ungraded, PSA graded.
And I look,
Okay.
I know we're getting into hour 4, and
but
I want to say something about authentication real quick. The idea of authentication, I'm for it. I'm for it because of the fact that anytime you have money and big money, or not even big money, like the opportunity for people to make fakes or to scam or to mislead, like that's real and that's out there. And having a measure of protection that creates confidence, I think is really good. Part of me wonders if authentication shouldn't be like a choice to some degree, like as a like as a seller. I don't know how you would think this through. It's late, but like it maybe shouldn't be for everything, but could be a measure of protection. I guess eBay doesn't want to be an operations company where they're doing that. Maybe they will in the future with the vault, but I like the idea of having authentication and creating some safety in the hobby, create some confidence that I know that what I'm buying is going to be authentic. At least believed, maybe to deter people from trying to sell fakes. But if it's really not being looked at, like if it's just a facade, and these cards aren't really truly being authenticated and they're just being handled for another chance of damaging. Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, and I'm with you completely. I think authentication is super. I didn't have I loved the idea until I got a damaged slab. Then I was like, oh, dang it. What is this nonsense? It's like trade one for the other. No.
I'll throw this in, which I guess maybe we all don't realize it. Maybe because there's some people that are new, a lot of people that are new to this big, entire thing. I've been a seller on eBay since 1999.
Yeah.
23 years.
Wow.
This card market, this grading thing, does not exist if eBay does not exist in the way that it exists.
Look, and eBay sees the trading card market.
Yeah.
As
they built
major like they're going all in on trading cards. I mean, I don't know the numbers, and maybe somebody does, but the number of transactions for cards compared to anything else for eBay, I don't think it's close.
It's crazy.
To be honest.
No, they. I mean, look, we could get into an ethics discussion about corporate responsibility. We already did, but eBay created the market, right? There was no, you had to go to card shows locally or nationally to trade with people on a grand scale or buy from people on a grand scale. eBay comes along and, we all as collectors, and I can't speak for you guys, but in the circles that I sold and traded and collected with, we all thought that maybe eBay would go away after a couple of years. Here we are 25 years later, almost 25 years later. eBay is the reason why this market is the way it is, why we are able to buy cards.
Dave, but think
people.
about it. eBay killed collectibles first.
Yeah, they did.
And then now it's built. Collectibles is really built to, in conjunction with eBay in a significant way.
Yeah. And now I think they have the responsibility to create an authenticity program because they are the avenue.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing. I don't think the ways that it goes about it is completely there yet because it's new. Yeah. But I think it's a good thing because you can't really fake certain cards, like a game worn jersey that's signed and serial numbered. But you can take Jordan rookies and make them all day with your computer and your printer and whatnot. And so it's good to have this system in place. But it is kind of weird. I'm love to see somebody do an oral history or documentary on the rise, fall, and rise of collectibles industry. It would be fascinating to see.
Yeah. And eBay's going to be a part of that story.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Is our industry going to fall sometime soon before it begins to rise again? Like we just had a rise.
It's falling now.
Sort of no, but I mean, are we going to go into the dark ages?
My opinion.
Let's have this. Let's do this. But I want to have this conversation another time too because we're an hour 4.
Okay, yeah, no,
Uh,
let's do it. Let's save the whole conversation for another
yeah,
time. That conversation is
yeah.
not going
Let's
away anytime soon.
let's just
Yeah,
set it up. Like, yeah, we
yeah,
need to talk about the future.
Yeah.
Who knows it, right? But I do think it's a good conversation to have.
for sure.
For
And
sure.
in comics, it's different than cards,
Yeah.
but they are symbiotic. And
Good
and
word.
yeah, and I think I definitely could speak for at least some of the comics, and the cards is not new to me, but it's interesting to see it's on the rise still, because there was a little lull, and then metal hit, and boom, boom, just a huge explosion. I watched you
Dude.
guys lose your collective minds about it, and
Hey,
it was
look,
fun.
if Upper Deck would give us consistent product, Marvel Card Hobby would 5x.
Oh, 100%.
But they just
100%.
so now we
Yeah.
just had a nice fun ride with Spider-Man Metal.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I mean, I think we're going to get a wave of stuff, but if we could count on it, like if we had it January, March, June, August, like if that would have been the cycle of new product this year, man, gosh, it would have been beautiful.
If they released as frequent as they release this stuff,
Yeah,
it'd be
you
one
saw
thing.
it in the non-sport there.
Right?
Instead, I had to make
Non-sport.
Yeah.
videos of I make videos for 7 months about wishing I had Marvel cards.
Justin, you got a text message a little while ago while Dave and I were, kind of
I
eating.
did.
And you looked down and you started typing away. And I remember a few times in previous episodes where you'll get a text message and it's usually something serious coming from somewhere. Did something serious come from somewhere?
My wife said,
Okay.
I know we don't have it yet, but I would like for you to start thinking about some type of Christmas budget for me and the girls.
Aw.
You guys are planners, man. Look at that. That's
And
cool.
I do not. Yep, that's amazing. I have nothing to reply. That is amazing. That text. I love that.
I'm
I
just
love
glad
that.
it's not someone from CGC texting you and saying, "Hey,
No,
tell
Hey,
the
look.
guy with the hat."
I have been I've been emailing with CGC recently, and yeah, I mean, look, the world is people experience the world the way they experience. I touch things on small scales. It's like 3, 4, 5, 10 things most of the time, and this isn't for you guys. I think you both make a living selling collectibles. Maybe not all your living, but it's a source of income for you. And it hasn't been that for me. So that's probably another reason why the passion isn't quite there. Because when something happens, I'm just like, "Ugh," and I move on to
Right.
the next thing. But my interaction with CGC has been special. Like they're insanely fond memories that I have at the moment. Uh, but
Yeah.
but I feel like I exist in their story differently than you.
No, it's not. Forget their story, Justin. Your story. CGC is not some. It's a company. We
Yeah.
exist differently in this hobby, right?
Mhm.
Your avenue, your lane, your pursuit, your energy, your direction
Yeah.
is completely different from somebody else's, right?
Mhm.
So your relationship, but no, yeah, it ain't CGC's story, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's the
No.
part where I'm just like, I don't like it being framed that way. This is our story, man. They're in
Yeah.
our story.
Yeah.
They weren't here 30 years ago when we picked up our first Spider-Man book.
And
This
you know
is
what the
our
funny
story.
thing is?
Yeah.
That is somebody else's story that we're inside enjoying it in a way that nobody could ever change. No matter
Uh-huh.
how many things that you send this to and slabs and autographs, it doesn't
Right.
matter, because this will always be the same. This book, this character will change.
Mhm.
We will still love some iteration of him. And I could talk
Yeah.
about Spider-Man for hours.
Oh,
Hours.
look,
And
there's plenty of hours to go.
hours. And we'll wrap up, but I still want to say, but Justin, that what you're doing with CGC is incredible.
Yeah.
The path that you're on, the dynamic that you're creating with them is very unique to you and very unique to not a purpose or an agenda, but to what makes you happy, what drives
Mhm.
you. We wake up in the morning and we forget the morning, just our life in general. We have a design to it. Sometimes we're forced into a design. Sometimes it's designed by us. It just depends
Mhm.
on what our life's like, right?
Yeah.
And there are things that drive us and make us happy. And the things that make you happy, you are very good at, and you're doing them beautifully. If I'm you, I'm loving the ride. if
Yeah.
if I align with what your direction
Correct.
is. My objective, not even objective, like what satisfies me is entirely different. I just want someone to give me what I pay for.
Right. Yeah.
It's not much to ask for. It's
It's
not much to
not.
ask for. No.
Mhm.
And I have you know, I will never not enjoy comics because of anything. There will never be like I've been burned by the comic industry before. I worked in it for a little bit. It was it drove me away from comics for a couple years and then I came back. But no company will take my enjoyment out of the medium, the
Yeah.
art,
Don't let them.
you
Don't
know.
let them take it. No.
But but I love having this discussion because I feel
Yeah,
I
it's
never got to
great.
talk about that book on my channel because I didn't want to seem like I was attacking them just for the sake of creating content that was attacking them. This was
Yeah.
a conversation we were having. I'm allowed to, tell my story.
All right. So I'm
Love
gonna
you,
share.
CGC.
Yeah. I'm gonna share something with you. So Chick-fil-A. I think most people hold Chick-fil-A in they get customer service right. Whether you agree with their culture or whether you agree with their chicken or what, I think most people in general, will say, hey, I've had a good experience from a customer service standpoint with Chick-fil-A. At least that's our viewpoint where I live. It's widely thought of like the number one company from a customer service standpoint. I read an article this week that said Chick-fil-A has the slowest drive-through line. It's 9 minutes long. KFC has the fastest drive-through line. I was blown away by it. And I'm saying this as someone who
Has spent
who
many 9 minutes in that line.
goes through
It's a lot of
Chick-fil-A
minutes.
often twice a day. Okay. And I was like, man, like I didn't think that I was going through the slowest line. I really didn't. And now I'm aware of it. So like this morning, like when I went, I was actually kind of conscious of it. And I was like, dang, this is like, I finished 2 YouTube videos here. Right. So, but what I realized is I was okay with it because of the customer service, because I was there for 9 minutes, but 3 people said, hey, how are you doing? Have a marvelous day. No, they didn't say
Yeah.
that, but they said, my pleasure. And Brian said, I'm your Chick-fil-A guy. Quality chicken worth the wait. Yes, the Lord's chicken, right? So with all that being said, like I realize, like I'm sitting here thinking, this is all like, this may be a too blanket of a statement, but CGC fixes this with customer service. Like, and what I mean by that isn't when something goes wrong, like that something doesn't go wrong, is when it goes wrong. You go above and beyond and you win the customer for life when something goes wrong, really, how you handle it.
Yeah.
And
totally,
so
yeah.
I think if I was at CGC right now, that would be my energy is, hey, look, we're going to work on fixing all this, maybe it's going to take a while, but we're going to at least get customer service right. Like today, like we're not moving forward without doing that.
Have you ever done a reholder through CG? Have you ever called like?
That's not true.
You,
That is not true. I just had a book reholder, but Daniel did it for me. So it doesn't
Okay.
come to the top of my mind. He handled it.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
If you want, and it's up to you, I would happily go get that 8-book box and close the show out with opening it just to
If
see
you
if
can
they,
be if
they-
you can be efficient, yes, because it's after midnight where I'm at.
yeah. If you don't want me to, that's fine. I
No,
just
I'd
thought it
love
would
for
be
you
a-
to.
uh,
As long as you could do it quickly, like I'm all about it.
I will be right back. I just got to get.
oh
the
my
box.
gosh!
All right, it's gonna be great.
All right, let
What
me.
the heck was I even about to say? Where, Justin? What was I saying?
You
were
were
you
saying, have
saying?
you ever reholdered a book?
Right. So I used to say a lot of great things about CGC customer service because when there was a problem, they would fix it. So I would overlook how much of a pain in the butt it was to get it fixed because things
Yeah.
were getting fixed. The funniest thing is there's just a lot of processes that could be brought up to speed. We know that.
Mhm, mhm.
Like when you complain to them, when you get a broken slab from a fresh delivery, you call them up, you let them know it's broken. They say no problem. Sometimes they don't even care about a picture. They're just like, I sent you an email, click the link, go through the process. The process is so simple yet so confusing, right? You
Really?
click a link in an email with instructions. It takes you to this weird third-party portal that makes you fill in the dimensions for your package, Sarasota's email, mailing address, and you're just worried you're doing it wrong. It asks for like a serial number. You don't know if it's the book serial number, the complaint number. You don't know what it is. And then you do it, and then some label prints out somewhere else, right? And you just hope it's working, and it does work. But what a silly process, right? When you say it would all be fixed at customer service, if the customer service rep was like, I'm sending you an email, can you check it right now? Make sure the return label's in there. Okay, perfect. You're good to go. That would be amazing.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do that. I mean, I'd be like, I think I'd probably be like, hey, do you want us to mail you the box and label? You know, like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
we're opening a CGC box, guys.
like-
We've opened $10,000 worth of Star Wars cards. Now opening up a big box submission from CGC.
Look,
Dave, you're the man.
If
Yes,
I'm gonna
man.
be on Spidey Hits, I gotta make a bang.
yeah, well, you've already
It's
done
hour
that.
4. It's past midnight at Spidey's house. We're gonna get this done right now.
All right, first.
Oh, you start with a
Oh, man.
266?
Got a 266.
Ron, I love that verse.
Let's see what we got here. Ooh, 9.6. All right, all right. I'll
Do you
take
have
it.
do you know?
Oh,
was this
yeah.
a shot at a 9.8?
It
Were
was.
you hoping 9.8?
It's got no. I knew it would probably be a 9.6 because it's got like 3 little ticks on it that do break color. But it's
Okay,
still.
well, that's an accurate 9.8, and that's a great 9.8 to 9.6 to have. I mean, that's a great 9.6 to
Yeah,
have.
so just make sure everybody knows. This is what's considered the first full appearance of Gambit. There's Jim Lee
Correct.
art there, right?
There it is.
Correct.
Yeah. No, that's Andy Kubert.
Well,
It's an
Andy Kubert on the front, but isn't
Yeah.
it Jim Lee on the interiors?
No, Jim Lee did not do the first Gambit. It's all Andy
Are you
Kubert.
sure? There's no Jim Lee involved at all in this book?
No, it was a misconception. We all thought it was because Lee's art started in 248. It's actually
Wow.
Mike Collins and Joe Rubenstein art. But
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Well, Jim
Yeah.
Lee signs his book all the time, though.
I wonder why. Maybe he's got it. Maybe he did some inking in it. Maybe he did some pages.
Okay.
But
All right. We'll have to
All
dig
right.
into that a little bit. That's awesome.
Let's see what we got here.
By the way,
Okay.
met Joe Rubenstein in New York.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, nice.
He did all the Marvel stuff, like the Marvel card stuff. Oh, look at what we got here.
Ooh.
Oh,
Secret
dude.
Wars number 8.
It's a hot book right
and a
now. Newsstand.
And a
But
newsstand.
this
The
copy
origin of
I
the
do not own
Soviet
this
suit.
book, by the way.
This book I knew was not going to hit the high 9s, but it's still a 9.2 newsstand.
Oh, that's
That's
Hey,
a high grade book, my friend.
let me know what you want for that if you're selling it.
Yeah,
because,
no, totally.
I have a 9.2 of the other symbiote suit.
Turn that around for me,
ASM.
please. Turn the book around for me, please. Oh man, the
Uh-oh.
screen froze. Hold on, stay there. Oh, a nicely wrapped one where you can't see the back cover on the front, so it's just it goes straight to border. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That copy's good enough for me.
There you go.
That's
All right.
nice.
Well, I forgot. Like I said, I submitted this a year ago. Like
Dave came onto the show to sell stuff, and he completely manipulated us.
I did not
I
come
have no
in.
idea.
That's
I
great.
know.
You sold $8,000 worth of Star Wars boxes. Oh, turtles.
Oh, what is this?
This is
What
an
variant is
IDW Turtles #1 retailer incentive. Sorry, not a retailer incentive. This is the Jetpack Comics retailer cover.
9.8, dude.
I got a 9.8.
Nice, congrats, dude. That's a really cool looking book.
Yeah, it's an Eastman. It's a Peter Laird cover and an homage to the original cover.
Yeah.
That is sick. What's the back? Oh, that's interesting. What is all that?
This is from
Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Yeah, this is from
Very cool.
Jetpacks Comics. Very tough book to find, period, and a very tough book to find in a 9.8.
This is actually a West Coast Avengers episode.
You bet it is.
I did not mean to hijack it. This is,
Dude,
I
this is
love
awesome.
this. All right, there's 2 specific books in here that I think one of them I love. It's too bad Norton's not in here, and one of them we're all gonna love. You'll see. But right now we've got Tales to Astonish number 90, first appearance of
We can see the grade.
Abomination.
There it goes.
I did that on
Oh.
purpose. You got to reveal it. You gotta
I
show
don't
them.
know this book.
So yes, there is 7.5 first Abomination.
Hey, who's the cover artist?
It is Kirby and Vince Coletta cover. You can kind of see the Kirby face.
I saw the Kirby there. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Ooh.
And then it's the interiors, Bill Everett and Gil Kane. So Tales to Astonish, man. That stuff, all-star team across the board. All right,
You deleted them.
I did. We were getting
Some spam.
The late night
Yeah.
chats were coming in.
Yeah.
All right.
They're after
This
Manu
one-
when they saw that clean cut on his chin, on
I'm
his jawline.
super stoked about this one.
Dude, this
X-Men
is a great
145.
cover.
Yeah, that's a 666 cover.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, bro, that's fantastic.
1981 newsstand. I believe this is the first Doom X-Men cover. I could be wrong about that.
What
in a
an
9/8.
awesome book.
Yeah.
What does it
This is-
say in the details of the book?
Just Doctor Doom, Arcade, and Miss Locke appearance.
Okay.
Yeah. It's your typical not saying anything slab. But I looked
Where's
at this
Doom
one,
Collector at?
I looked at this when I
He's
kind
here.
of got this, and I was like, oh,
There he is.
this is a 9/8, and sure enough, that's a
Man.
9/8.
That's awesome.
That looks
dude.
beautiful, man. I really
Yeah.
love that cover.
Hey,
Look
CGC
at Wolverine
got it right
just
here.
like passed out
That's
on
right.
the stairs there.
So, so
Look.
far,
dude.
Look at
Yeah.
him.
Waiting for
So-
that healing factor to kick in.
yeah,
Yeah, he is.
so far CGC has done the right thing on this sub. What do we got?
Doom
here?
says he still needs one of those.
Oh well, hit me up.
Here it is. Here it is.
All right.
Live sale.
Here's a fun story.
Sin City's like, what you holy smokes, you guys are still going strong.
Yeah. He took a nap, came back, we're still here.
Here's a
Yeah.
fun story. Before I show the grade, just a quick
Oh, I
story.
love that book.
Eric Larson, baby. First
Man.
appearance of Squirrel Girl,
Yeah.
and that is
Oh,
the winter
really?
special. Yeah, and I got a 9.6 on a square bound, which is
Oh, dude.
not easy. Not
No.
easy.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Fun story about this book. I was working in for my old job at Foxwoods Casino last year in Connecticut, working an event, and I went to an antique store. It was like 10 miles away, and got this for $2. And so I
Wow.
subbed it. Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty nice to find that. All right. Last two books. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, last two. Okay.
Let's do it.
One
Slow
of
roll.
the greatest covers of all time, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
first appearance of Silver Surfer
Oh, yeah, this is-
outside of
oh,
a Fantastic Four book.
Love this book.
Tales to Astonish 93, and I got an 8.0 on it.
Oh, that's a good grade.
Yeah,
that's a good grade.
1967 Marie
That's pretty
Severin
amazing,
cover.
man.
Yeah, and I love this cover. So now this goes along. I've got a Fantastic Four, 48, 49, and 50. I've got a Silver Surfer 3 and 4, and now I've got this book.
That
So-
is
Can you
awesome,
show me
dude.
right up by the number box? Like, can you bring the grade box close?
White pager too.
Oh no, yeah, it's just beautiful.
And Marie Severin was like the first lady of Marvel. She was an amazing writer and artist, and she was from Long Island, just like myself.
Man, I just
Very
love
cool.
how Hulk is riding the surfer board, and Surfer's like, he has the Hulk hanging on. He's like, man, I
Yeah, just taking him along for a ride.
don't care. Just
All
shows
right,
the
we
Hulk
got-
strength of Surfer.
Speaking of Hulk, you guys might know this book.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
top 5 cover all time.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Wow.
what great! Wait, is that the last book in the submission?
Yeah,
Yes, this is.
Oh, you saved a great one for last. I can't wait to see the grade.
It's a 9.6, baby.
Oh,
nice. That's
dude.
nice.
Man.
That's very nice.
It's like a hair away from a 9.8. Like I almost want to, crack.
What is that rippling I see on the cover? Is there rippling on the cover? When the light was going over it, I saw
Yeah,
like waviness.
there's some waviness on the paper, which
There's
is
your
odd.
9.6. What the
Yeah.
heck?
I'm gonna
Oh,
have to
that's
look and see.
pressable.
I don't know. This
Oh,
is
tick.
no. I think you're looking at might be what gets it from being
Oh,
a
yeah,
9.8.
yeah. And
Yeah.
see, look, this is an example of a book that they're using 2 wedges to keep in place.
Mm-hmm.
There's a wedge on the right and
Yeah.
a wedge on the bottom.
Is that good or bad? Like I don't know. How to
No,
interpret that.
it's done with good intention, but it's bad when it goes wrong. Like the Maximum Carnage book, they got wedged into the corner. and it's
Yeah,
not a
that's
9.8
right.
I
anymore.
got you.
I realize now because it's weird. Like this book has some. So this book's not a 9.6 anyway.
Oh,
so who
dude, that's a
cares?
rough 9.6. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a shot at a 9.8.
No,
I like that
no.
it's a 9.6. There's
Yeah.
definitely no shot at a 9.8 there. Yeah.
It's like my 10th copy of this. I mean, I'm just
Dude,
gonna
great
always
book.
get them. Yeah, I love that
Great
book.
book.
Quick,
great grade.
what's the difference between
Yeah.
a 9.8 and a 9.6? I mean, it's 2 points, but what's 2 points on the grade scale?
Oh man,
It-
I don't. Manu
It
might
could be,
know a
it
little
could
bit
be the
more.
length of a tick. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very nuanced, right? Because you can't just say there's still too many people that run around saying, oh, a 9/8's not supposed
Oh,
to have a color breaking tick. That's not true.
of
Color
course
breaking
not.
ticks can get 9/8 left and right. It's the length of the tick. It's how obvious the tick is,
And
right? If
there's
you've got a super clean spine, but you've got two dull corners, you might get a 9/6. It's nuanced. The gravity of a defect depends on the nuance of the defect itself. You
of
can't just say a
course.
quarter size water stain is worth X, Y, and Z. How dark is the water stain? Are the borders of the water stain more pronounced? Does it gradually fade out where you can't notice it? That's
And I
why it's so nuanced.
and I think there's something to do with the fact that like a certain book of a certain age can have a little bit different defects than a modern book. Like,
Oh, absolutely
you
correct.
know, like if you submit a book that's a 9/8 that was produced in the last 5 years, and then you subdue, you know, and you look at a book that's got the same amount of perfection or defects and a 1952 book, it's going to get a different grade. It could get a higher grade. You know, it's very nuanced. Oh
It's
God, I
very
thought,
nuanced, and CGC learns when they grade plenty of books. They start to realize what are factory defects, reoccurring defects, and then they start grading on a different curve for particular books. And
mhm.
I've know this through my own experiences. I know this through things that I've been told. Man, and I don't know if it was Matt Nelson that I was talking to. It was the head modern grader. It didn't say the name of anyone. I don't know who it was. I was having an exchange, and I'll just bring that email up a different day when we have the story about when we have another day. When we have another
Yeah,
day, I'll read that
yeah.
email. It's a
Sorry,
good one.
this was a
But
Well,
my
lot.
friend,
This was so much
that
fun.
submission was dope. You started it with the 266 first gambit. You ended it with the Hulk 340, one of McFarlane's most iconic covers of all time,
Yeah,
yeah,
and a
yeah.
whole bunch of sweetness in the middle.
he does.
Just
Man,
And he
yeah,
has
this was
he has a first appearance for Riddler, first appearance for Thanos. His villains just back here on the
right?
wall,
yeah.
hanging out.
I just wanted to show you this one book because this is something that maybe people in the chat may not have any experience with or understand. I picked up a Golden Age collection that was close to my house, and I got this
What is that?
1952 Young Men on the Battlefield. Now, I unboxed it live on one of my videos, and when I unboxed it and I opened this book up, it's a double cover.
Oh
It's a
wow!
1952 8.5 double cover, 70-year-old book. And
Wow!
yeah, it's a one of one. There's 6 of these on the
Dude,
census, and this is the highest grade point by like 5. Like I think the next highest is
Yeah,
like a 5.5 or
sounds
a
like it needs to
5.0.
be in a heritage auction. Goodness gracious!
Yeah, yeah. So I
what an
just
awesome book.
Yeah.
it's wild.
I have never till this day had, handled, touched, received a double cover. I've
Hmm.
I've
never
only had
seen
2.
one. I've never had one. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's I mean my like if you watch the video, it's I can send you the link to watch it. It's a Golden Age video from like January or whatever. I was
Okay.
like looking at the book to talk about it live on camera, and I've just like holy bleep, you know, like I was just like what the bleep,
Oh,
what the bleep.
good.
I was just like
I
ah.
bet. Good
Is the
question.
grade for
Andrew
the
wants to
inner or
know.
outer cover? Yeah.
Well, the
the
grade is for the well, no, they give the grade for the
they give the
highest
highest
grade.
cover. So the highest cover, the interior is at 8.5, the exterior is a 7.5. So no
That's
matter what, this
still
is a book.
solid.
Yeah, this
Super
is a book
solid.
that doesn't, it's a ghost.
Yeah.
It's a ghost. And so I haven't sold it. I mean, I'd like to, but I don't know what to sell it for because like you said, Heritage could be the place to sell this.
Yeah.
You want to know
That's
Mhm.
cool,
something
man.
insanely crazy?
Yeah.
I pulled out another double cover from a Golden Age collection that I bought 3 months ago. And it's a Scrooge McDuck cover too.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey!
So
All
That
right.
is cool.
so
I'm going to
anyway.
do this for Justin. He's getting tired. Dave, dude, this was awesome.
I
This
had
is
so
special.
much fun.
All right.
Yeah.
And friends, I get a little riled up. I'm sorry. CGC, I love you. PSA is the one that apparently damaged the slab. We still got things to work out. And man, this is such a great time. Let's hang out a little bit afterwards, but
We
Yeah.
will.
I think Justin sign us off maybe.
Yeah, everybody. Hey, thank you for watching. Make sure you go find West Coast Avengers YouTube page, his Instagram page. You see, he's an awesome guy. You know where to find Manu, but if you don't, he's on IG, and that stands for Instagram. If you don't know, at the 9.9 newsstand. You know where to find me here on YouTube at the Spidey Hiss channel. You can also find me on Instagram, and we have a Discord channel. I'll make sure to drop a link in the description below. You can come hang out if you love people, you love Marvel cards, and you want to keep it marvelous. But everybody, hit that like button on the way out. But as always, I hope you have. Dave, hit me.
A marvelous evening, day, and week.
I love it, guys. Thank you.